I declare open this meeting of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee on Wednesday the 9th of November 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 29th of November 2022 and has fixed the 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee has resolved that the written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Friday the 18th of November 2022. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege and it is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Today, the committee shall be hearing evidence from the Employment and Workplace Relations portfolio and Education portfolio. I welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and the Minister for Energy Emergency Management, representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. We got it right this time. Minister Watt, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't think so, Chair.
I now welcome representatives from Safe Work Australia. Ms Baxter, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning. My name is Michelle Baxter. I'm the CEO of Safe Work Australia, and no, I don't wish to make an opening statement. Thank you.
Good, thanks. And welcome to Ms Johnston as well. Over to you. Over to you, Senator Little.
Ms Baxter, I just want to ask you a couple of questions around governance. Can you tell me how many Safe Work Australia board members there are as of today's date?
Senator, yes, I can.
Amanda Johnston, Deputy CEO. So the membership comprises of 15 members and all members, I think, are currently full and appointed.
Right, so the full board is 15?
Yep.
And you currently have 15?
I think that's correct. There is one appointment that was in process for Queensland, and I'm not sure if that has been completed. We aren't responsible for appointments, that's the department. So I'm not sure where that's up to. I was advised that it was in process and I think it has been done, but it may be better directed at the department.
Right. What's a core for that board?
A quorum is a majority.
Yeah, what is it? It's a majority?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But I think what Ms Baxter was concerned about, there are different voting rules. So if we're voting on legislation, it's a 2/3 of majorities and a simple majority of jurisdictions. And if it's not a decision on the model work health and safety laws, it's just a simple majority.
Right, okay. Is that a new board, or is that, what's the changeover like of that board transition rate?
So it's members are appointed for a 3-year period, so it's constantly changing. I guess the appointments aren't all up at the same time. They're up at different times, and it will change at certain times, but it's not a new board. There are members who have been there for some years, and there are new appointees as well.
So you've got a 3-year period. Were any of those new members, were all of those new members at the end of their 3-year period, or did some resign?
Senator, we've had no resignations.
No resignations.
And as Ms Johnston said, it's a rolling process managed by the department.
Okay. So those board members that actually came to an end, that have now left, and you've had your reappointments, how many, can you tell me a little bit about the numbers in that transition?
Senator, in what period are we talking about?
So say the last 12 months?
So in terms of appointments in the last 12 months, the chair was appointed on the 1st of February 2022. A member representing the Australian Council of Trade Unions was appointed on the 19th of September 2022. A member nominated by the Australian Industry Group was appointed on the 3rd of the 12th, 21. The CEO of Safe Work Australia, an ex officio member, myself, was appointed on the 1st of the 11th, 21. Oh, sorry, that's outside 12 months. A member representing Western Australia was appointed on the 19th of September 2022. A member representing New South Wales was appointed on the 11th of March 2022. And member representing the ACT, no, that's outside the 12 months, sorry. Yeah.
And you've confirmed there's no resignations in that time?
There may well, it might be that the member representing the Northern Territory resigned in that period because he left the position of working for the Northern Territory government as the work health safety regulator. It may also be that a member nominated by the Australian Council of Trade Unions also resigned their membership on the basis of... Oh no, that member, their appointment period expired and the ACTU nominated a different person to represent the ACTU.
Right. How would you describe the current makeup of the board? Is it diverse? I mean, is it consistent with a reflection across a whole range of areas that would be expected to be considered good governance by, say, the AICD?
Senator, the Safe Work Australia Act prescribes the membership of Safe Work Australia. Safe Work Australia is a tripartite body with representatives from government, employer representatives and employee representatives. It is up to each of the member jurisdictions or member bodies to nominate the person or people that they feel are most competent to represent their interests and their stakeholders.
The how many board meetings have occurred since the change of government? And
Senator, I think it may be 2 meetings have occurred since change of government. I'll correct that if I'm wrong. It's either 1 or 2, but I believe it's 2 meetings. Over the period that our annual report covers, we have had 7 meetings of Safe Work Australia members.
Is that consistent with normal times?
I beg your pardon?
Is that consistent with normal times?
Yeah, Senator, the Act prescribes the number of meetings that we must have each year, and that is
Correct.
3. But from time to time, there are extraordinary meetings because of the pressing nature of an issue that needs the consideration of the full membership of Safe Work Australia.
Thank you. No more from me.
No further questions? Senator O'Sullivan? Can you just ask a general question of that?
Thank you.
Please, we suspend for a moment. Thanks. And thank Safe Work for remaining with us. There is some questions that the opposition would additionally like to ask.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for hanging around. So can I just get an understanding of the appointment process for board members, please? What's the process for someone to be appointed to the board?
Senator, as Ms Johnston noted, the department manages that process. We in the agency are not a part of that process at all. We're simply notified when a member has been appointed.
Right, okay. So you aware, is there an application process though? Do you know?
Senator, I
You've
think
got no
that
involvement.
question's better directed to the department,
Okay.
given their responsibility for appointments.
Do you know, are you aware whether or not the Minister has had any contact with any of the new board members or potential candidates for the board?
I'm not aware, Senator O'Sullivan.
Okay. On what date did Safe Work Australia website update the new board members and their qualifications?
Senator, we may have to take that on notice. I'm afraid I'm not sure that we have that information with us. No, we don't. No.
So we would update our website as the new members are appointed, but there's not a point in time because, as we said, there's different appointments that happen throughout time. So as soon as we get a new member, we would update the website to reflect the new membership.
Okay. So you haven't got the so when was the last appointment made? I think you read through that.
I believe it was the 19th of September 2022.
And has the website been updated with that appointment?
I need to take that on notice, Senator. I'm assuming it has been, but I don't want to mislead you. Sorry.
Okay. Minister, would the Minister consider that the current makeup of the board is diverse?
I don't really, I'm not aware of what the Minister's position is on the level of diversity within the board. I mean, my understanding is that the intention is that this is to be a tripartite organisation. But yeah, I can't
that
really...
has different meanings. By tripartite, what do you mean?
Well, government, employer and union, or unions on behalf of workers.
Okay. So we heard earlier that the states have a role in appointing people, is that right?
That's right. Each jurisdiction, including the Commonwealth, appoint one member each.
Yeah.
There are 2 representatives representing employers, and they are nominated by the Australian Industry Group and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Yeah.
And there are 2 representatives from representing employees, and they are nominated by the Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Okay. Are there any other... you said that the board is full, or is there any vacancies at all at the moment?
So as at the 27th of September, the Queensland appointment had not been filled yet.
Okay.
But as Ms Baxter said, the legislation sets out that there's 15 members
Yeah.
and who they represent. So if there's a vacancy, that means it's just in the process of being filled through the appointments process.
Okay.
Can I ask one clarification? So can I ask a question question before about how these appointments occur. You said that they're made up of nominations from appointments from these different bodies or states and territories. What role is played in assuring that that's a merit-based, transparent process for the selection of those people to be put forward?
Thanks, Senator. So what I said was the nominations occur from jurisdictions and the social partners, we call them. That's prescribed under the Act. In terms of the further points in your question, I think you would need to put those to the department, given they handle the appointments process.
Okay, thank you.
You're right.
Fine, thank you.
Can I
I
just
think, sorry, I mean, I've just sort of had a bit more of a look at the membership, Senator O'Sullivan, and I think it appears to me, and I don't know by any means all of the individuals on the board, but it appears to me that it's got reasonable diversity from a gender point of view, but there might be other diversity measures, if you like, that could be improved, whether it be cultural background, people with a disability. There are obviously a range of measures of diversity, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
And it would seem to me that perhaps there could be some improvements to the diversity of the board in that respect.
Okay. Can I just go to the annual report, if I may, please? With this last year's report, can you tell me when the National Return to Work Strategy 2020 to 2030 commenced?
Yes, Senator. I'll ask Mr. Costello to come to the table.
Thanks, Senator. It's Sarah Costello, Branch Manager, Work Health and Safety Framework and Workers' Compensation Policy. So it commenced on 1 January 2020.
2020. Can you tell me who endorses this strategy and what it's achieved?
Yeah, so the strategy was endorsed by all the Commonwealth, State and Territory Ministers. And in terms of achievements, there's been a range of initiatives that have been progressed under the strategy. It is obviously early days, it's a 10-year strategy. I can read out some of the things that we have done in relation to the strategy. So we have published an independent research report regarding workers' understanding of workers' compensation systems and communication preferences. We've published an independent research report regarding the causes and impacts of stigma in workplaces and approaches to creating...
Can I just get the volume up just a little bit?
Yeah, I can move forward as well.
We can also raise the microphone volume as well. You don't need to go.
So I was just mentioning the stigma report, and that relates to looking at the causes and impacts of stigma in workplaces and approaches to creating positive work cultures that support return to work and effective return to work. We've published an independent research report to support workers' psychological responses to injury and successful return to work. We published a guide, most recently published a guide for supervisors in small and medium businesses to help them manage their relationship with an injured or ill worker during their return to work. And we've also created an online central repository which includes a range of resources on there, and some of those have been provided by the jurisdictions as well.
And what impact did you find, and what work have you done in relation to dealing with COVID and the impact that had on the workforce?
So the strategy itself includes some time points where the strategy itself will be reviewed. So there was a 1-year scorecard report, which was very early days. It was right in the middle of the COVID pandemic. The issue, what we found was that there really wasn't much to measure at that point because of the impact of COVID and the next point of review will be the Year 3 report, which we'll commence doing that next year and work with the jurisdictions on that and our members.
Senator, if it assists, we do have some data in relation to COVID-related workers' compensation claims.
Yes, please.
So we've got 2 years' worth of data, 2019 to 2020 and 2020 to 2021, noting that the data for 2020 to 2021 is preliminary data. So over those 2 years, there were 906 accepted workers' compensation claims for COVID-19.
Okay. What's the nature of those claims? Obviously, you can't go into specifics, no doubt, but what?
Senator, we do not have that information.
Senator, claims aren't made directly to us. We just receive the data from the jurisdictions, and it's just coded as a COVID-19 claim, so we don't have the granularity of what the circumstances were or why they're making that claim.
Okay. Okay, it'd be good to go into that. That's a shame. Okay, could you please tell me how does Safe Work Australia mainly communicate? Is it through your website, media, social media?
Senator, we communicate in a number of ways. We communicate through our website. We have a list of stakeholders that we regularly send information out to. We have an Engage platform on our website where when we put out, for instance, a consultation regulatory impact statement, any member of the public, any interested stakeholder can access, for instance, the consultation risk statement, regulatory impact statement, I beg your pardon, and make a submission or provide comment in relation to that. We also communicate through our members, and our members disseminate information and the products that are developed at Safe Work Australia. And we also keep work health and safety ministers across Australia up to date with the work of Safe Work Australia through meetings of work health and safety ministers.
Okay. Can you tell me about your media engagement and what was achieved through that over the last 12 months?
I might ask Ms Bryant, who has responsibility for our communications area, to come up and assist you with that, Senator.
Senator Meredith Bryant, Branch Manager, Evidence Communication and Strategic Policy Branch. So Safe Work Australia has a legislative function to develop and implement national education and communication strategies and initiatives to support improvements in work health and safety outcomes and workers' compensation arrangements, and to promote national consistency in such strategies and initiatives. So you'd probably be aware, as agreed by National Cabinet in 2020, Safe Work Australia's website remains a central hub of COVID-19 work health and safety information and guidance for employers, small businesses and workers. We also have a major initiative that's just completed for this year in terms of National Safe Work Month. So the 2022 campaign theme this year was No Safety, Work Safely, and that's a broad campaign that encourages workplaces to make health and safety at work a priority. And supporting this overarching theme, the campaign this year highlighted various work health and safety topics each week over a 4-week period, and produced a range of resources and collateral, including a campaign toolkit that we encourage stakeholders across the work health safety system and the broader community to raise awareness of the work both that Safe Work Australia does, but the important work that we encourage all workplaces to undertake to consult with their workers and talk and educate about safety issues.
Okay, and how much is in the budget for you to perform those activities?
There's not a specific line item in our budget for National Safe Work Month. A lot of the material that we produce, all of it in fact, is developed in-house by our designers and communication specialists, and then we promote that in conjunction with our Safe Work Australia members through our jurisdictional members and social partner members to distribute throughout their network. So we work very closely with the communication reference group to make sure we've got broad reach into the entire system.
So you mentioned with COVID there was the information for workplaces. So did that go into, was that what was distributed across many workplaces across Australia, or was it specific?
Yes. Yes, definitely. So, as I said, the Safe Work Australia website was a key communication channel. So that consisted of over 800 publications and 500 pages of content. That's our website overall, but a very large component of that has been our COVID-19 pages. And so just to give some context of the reach of the website, in 2021-22, the Safe Work Australia website received more than 9.9 million page views, and of these, more than 3.3 million were views of the COVID-19 content.
It'd be probably a big jump on what you'd normally get, is that right?
It was significant.
So those the A4 sheets that you saw put up around offices and with guides on hygiene and washing hands and masks and various things, that was your collateral.
Senator, some were ours, but some of the Department of Health, and jurisdictional
But
departments of
you were
health.
disseminating it though, is that right?
We worked closely with the Department of Health throughout COVID-19, and so we were sharing information and linking on both our websites. But we weren't responsible for disseminating the Department of Health's resources, but we certainly linked to
Okay.
the Department of Health and made them available on our website.
Well done. You did a good job in getting that out anyway. Can I ask about the research plan, 2021-22? SWA members endorsed that plan. Can you let us know? Is that correct? Was that plan endorsed?
That's
the
correct,
research plan.
Senator.
And when was that endorsed?
Oh, I'd have to check our records, but I think it was around December 2020 because it was a 2-year plan. But I might just check the record on that and correct if I need to.
Okay. What's in the plan? What are you researching?
So there are a range of activities identified under the research plan, some of which Ms Costello already referred to in terms of key initiatives under the National Return to Work strategy. We also recently released cost of injury modelling that we undertook in conjunction with Deloitte that modelled the benefit to the Australian economy of reducing the burden of injury and illness in Australia and the positive effects that can have throughout the economy.
Okay, and what were the key findings there?
I'll just turn to my information, if you give me a minute. So, Senator, if the modelling showed that if the effects of work-related injuries and illnesses between 2008 and 2018 are removed, the Australian economy would have been $28.6 billion larger each year, or $315 billion in total. And each year there would have been an additional 185,500 full-time equivalent jobs, and wages would also have increased on average 1.3%. So, in effect, the removal of work-related injuries and illness would have a comparable economic impact to the current direct contribution of the Australian agricultural industry or the growth forgone during the New South Wales 2021 COVID-19 lockdown, just to give some order of magnitude about the impact that reducing that injury burden could have.
So when you get findings like that, it's quite impressive. What do you do? Like, how do you help influence policy on that?
So to give some background on how we developed the research, we undertook and worked with Deloitte using a computable general equilibrium model, which combines real-world data which Safe Work Australia provided with economic ideas to explore how our economy may react under different situations, such as a change in policy or a significant event. So in this situation, the model has enabled us to understand how industries operate together to support the economy, and when we change one aspect of this connected system, so in this case removing the impact of the injuries and illnesses suffered over that 10-year period, what impact that has then on the wider economy. So we provide the inputs. We took all the information about injuries and illnesses that occurred over that 10-year period, we feed it into the CGE model, and then that's kind of the shock that we introduce to the system to then see what the ripple effect out into the broader economy would be of reducing those injuries and illnesses. So that's how we can understand the impact on wages, the impact on the addition of not only additional jobs but more skilled jobs across the broader economy. So one of the interesting findings was it's not just limited to the industries in which the injuries were experienced, so, but beyond that into other industries.
Thank you. Sorry, did you want to add something, Ms. Baxter?
Oh, sorry, Senator. Yes, I was just reflecting on the fact that we have this report. It's only very recently been published. We do have a communications plan around it.
Yeah.
We are just waiting for a little bit of clear air in order to make some approaches to the media. So we have a strategy around that.
What do you mean by clear air?
Well, we published it, I think, the day before the budget came down.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So, and also,
You
Ms.
don't want your
Bryant.
message to get lost in among everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, it's a really important message about the contribution of work health and safety to the economy.
Well, and I think it's a good point, highlighting the economic driver as well. Obviously, we hope that every workplace is focused on the human cost and the impact, but obviously combining that with that economic cost
yes.
really can drive behaviour as well.
Yes.
As they say, behaviour follows reward. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And to your question about influencing policy, Ms. Bryant and her team have a number of connections into a number of relevant Commonwealth departments and agencies where this may be of interest, and so they've been sharing the report and their findings with those agencies and departments.
Okay.
Senator O'Sullivan, Senator Rennick's asking for the call.
Keen to ask for. Okay. Over to you.
Hi guys, how you going?
We have 7 minutes.
Oh, cheers. Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Just a couple of questions, and apologies for my ignorance. So, do you cover workers' comp for federal employees?
No, we don't, Senator. That's Comcare.
Comcare. Okay. So but you are involved in setting up policies around workers' compensation and things like that. Is that?
One of our functions is that we have a role in furthering the consistency of workers' compensation schemes across Australia.
Right. Okay. So does that go into like assessing workplace practices and the safety of workplace practices and things like that?
No, that would fall to the work health and safety regulators in each jurisdiction, and for the Commonwealth, that's Comcare also.
Okay, so it's Comcare I need to speak to. Okay, great. Thanks. No, that's all I need to know. Cheers.
Any further questions, Senator O'Sullivan?
No.
You are now released. Thank you very much. And as we say, run.
Thank you. Thank you,
But thank you very much. Thank you. We now call the Coal Mining Industry Corporation, long service leave funding. Yeah, welcome, Ms Perks. Would you like to make an opening statement? No. Righto, thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Perks, for being here again. What was the total value of the levy underpayments as identified by the PricewaterhouseCoopers audit in 2021? And how many years back did the audit extend?
Thank you, Senator. The engagement with PwC was specifically to recalculate levy reporting for a 3-month period for 10 employers of casual employees in the scheme. The piece of work was an engagement and a scope that was covered to inform us on regulatory activities, and it certainly has delivered on that.
In what way is it delivered?
So it's informed focused regulatory activities that we have in train with the 10 employers that were covered in the scope for the 3 months worth of data assessment. I think the one thing which I draw out, which is really pertinent to the piece of work, is the litigation that's on foot with WorkPac and Coal LSL, which assesses the calculation of eligible wages for casuals and also looks at the interpretation of reporting of hours. So whilst that was a piece of work that has progressed as a result of the PwC analysis, which is informing us on the areas of concern in regards to the data that's been received from the employers, that litigation on foot will be very pertinent to inform the escalated regulatory activities that we certainly have in train.
What have you learned about Coal LSL and maybe yourself as a result of this?
I think the information certainly validated for us the complexities that our legislation have in regards to interpretation of calculation of eligible wages, and also the complexity of reporting of hours. We also understand through the engagement and the interactions with the employers that some of the errors are purely administrative because of the complexities. Some are conscious decisions in how legislation is being interpreted. So we really are seeing two different categorisations of issues as we work through the discrepancies with the employers.
So it sounds like to me you're admirably acknowledging that you've learned something.
We continue to understand further the complexities and how the employers are challenged to interpret the legislation and where there may be differing views to our interpretation of the legislation.
Over how many years was the PricewaterhouseCoopers audit conducted?
It was 3 months worth of
Just
data.
that's it?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have the, excuse me, the breakdown of the underreported hours and the dollar values and the name of the employer, please? Happy to take that on notice.
Yes, as I said, Senator, the report is informing our regulatory activities, so we'll take it on notice and certainly ascertain whether it's under legal privilege because it is informing regulatory activities, but we'll take it on notice.
Thank you. On the 7th of April 2014, AI Group put out a report called Significant Workplace Relations Issues. In this report, AI Group states, quote, Coal LSL has advised AI Group that it intends to pursue claims against 260 companies which it alleges are covered by the portable Coal LSL scheme, end of quote. Given the issues I've raised many times over many years now with Coal LSL, the KPMG review identified many issues with Coal LSL. This review, ordered by former Government Attorney General Senator Cash and then Coal LSL and the Attorney General accepting all recommendations from that review. So based on that, I have the following questions. Please give me the names of all the 260 companies identified in 2014 that were covered by the Coal LSL scheme that Coal LSL identified to the AI Group.
I'm not familiar with the report that you're referring to, Senator. We'll certainly access it and align that report to the request. We have. I'm pleased to say that the list of known non-complying employers today is less than 214, but it is still voluminous and one that we're certainly we're certainly still pursuing.
And could you indicate how many of those were labour hire companies and who they were?
We would do our best. It's quite a subjective assessment with labour hire companies. I guess the way we look at it again subjectively is, are they a producer or are they, through the duties that we're able to ascertain their employees are performing, do we believe that they're labour hire? There are the known labour hire companies, but there's certainly other employers in the industry which could be inferred as labour hire but wouldn't be traditionally classified as labour hire. So we will take that on notice. I'd probably just highlight that it may be subjective in how we're classifying those employers.
Okay, I think because of what we've exposed in the Hunter Valley in particular and potentially Central Queensland with the abuse of miners employed under labour hire companies, I think it's pretty important to understand what we're dealing with. Could you please provide me with all the correspondence between Coal LSL and AI Group and those identified companies with regards to this matter?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. What about initially within Coal LSL? What are you doing within Coal LSL? Because we uncovered sloppiness and low accountability.
Is specific question to that, Senator?
What initiatives are you taking to sharpen up Coal LSL and improve accountability?
So in the corporate plan that was published this year, it was an advancement on the previous plans, but it outlines the 4-year transformation program, which for us is about moving us further towards that position of being a contemporary government organisation who manages such an important scheme, the Portable Long Service Leave Scheme. So there's 4 pillars to that program. One is headed regulation, so that is focused on regulatory activities, decision making, employer and employee online services, so providing systems and access to information that is certainly more in line with modern organisation. We have a technology and data pillar which is focused on advancing our systems, so our in-house operations. Another pillar which is capability, so it's really important that we continue to invest in our people to ensure that their capability aligns with a transforming organisation.
What does that look like specifically?
The capability pillar?
Yep.
It looks at learning development, technical training. It's a really important one with the specialist skills that we have in our organisation, that we continue to train our people to ensure consistency of approach, consistency of understanding and interpretation of our statute and the application thereof. So that's a couple of examples. It also extends to work health and safety matters and ensuring that all of our obligations as an organisation are met in protecting, advancing and managing our people. So that's a couple of examples what that would sit under that capability
And the fourth
program.
pillar?
And then the fourth one is governance, so continuing to improve the governance. Certainly we don't have any concerns that our governance frameworks aren't appropriate, but governance in any organisation is one that needs to continue to improve to ensure that is meeting and mitigating all risks in a changing environment.
You sound like me 3 years ago. So there's now an acknowledgement that governance and accountability need to improve.
I'd say I've been CEO for 5 years, Senator, and governance is really important to me and always has been. What we're doing in the organisation is certainly recognising and reflecting how important it is and the programs that sit within it. So, but I'm confident it's always been important under my watch.
Are the 2 independent directors appointed?
That would be requiring a legislative change, so that is something that would be in the hands of
that you're
government.
working on with the government? Okay. But that's the intention?
That was one of the recommendations.
Yeah. And the government at the time said, and Coal LSL said they would be implementing all the recommendations?
In line with government's recommendations,
That's right.
but that again is relying on legislative change and reform.
Okay. Excuse me. It will be easy for Coal LSL to identify casual employees in your system now, as they have a C next to their name. Is that correct?
We've always been able to classify
Okay.
them, yes, that they are classified as casuals.
How many casuals are there?
Active employees today, so our scheme today has over 56,000 total active employees, so our records say they're working in the industry today. Of that 56,000, 11% are classified as casuals, so over 6,000.
How many casuals have been paid their LSL? I have had a rat test. I haven't got COVID, so don't worry.
I'll need to take that on notice. And I guess the question or the clarity, Senator, is in their history of employment, because they do move in classification from casual to full-timer, is the question specifically around casuals today. Have they met qualifying service and access long service leave?
Accept that.
We can provide that
Thank
information.
you. How many casuals have left the coal industry and have never been paid their Coal LSL?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And could I have the dollar value of that amount, please?
We record it in hours, so the employee's entitlement is in hours, so we can report the hours that accrued
And
at the time they left the
And a
industry.
rough estimate of the dollars?
We could do a broad,
Yeah.
on an average hourly rate. We
Yeah.
can-
Thank you, just indicative. So where is that money being held that hasn't been paid out?
Senator, this question's been answered in previous quans, and I'm happy to respond with referring back to the quan. if
Okay,
that's-
thank you, that'll be fine. And what's your plan for these funds?
Again, this has been answered in a previous quan, so I'll answer.
I can't remember.
No, I'll refer
you.
back to our previous responses and,
Thank you. What are your key priorities for developing accountability right across Cola LSL?
so in line with the strategic plan, under governance, we have certainly a piece of work of enhancing our delegations and responsibilities framework. So we do have a delegations framework and their official instruments that have been approved by the board. It's important as the organisation transforms that we continue to align the responsibilities frameworks and our policies to the changing organisation. So that is important to us, and it will be ongoing to ensure that with each step in the transformation, our frameworks stay in check and very transparent about who has authority to and empowerment to make decisions at a either financial level or a regulatory decision or similar within the organisation.
Okay. Thank you. How have you improved communication of entitlements for casuals to get their payouts? And casuals are entitled to get their either keep their money in the fund or get it paid, aren't they?
So every employee, after 8 years of qualifying service, has a vested entitlement to access. So that is the same set of rules and criteria for all employees in the scheme. So it's important. Our system does not have mobile or portal access for employees to access their entitlements in a live setting yet. It is part of the transformation agenda so that all employees can access anytime, anywhere, their entitlement balance. So I said that is in train. It isn't live
When you say
as yet.
access, you mean not access
Have
the fund.
visibility of.
Have the ability to get the information.
Yes.
Yep.
So in absence of that, employees will ring our service centre or get onto the portal to access, have visibility of their entitlement. So that is the means of communicating entitlement balances to date. Again, that is a key part of our transformation agenda to improve that system access.
Okay. And is there any thought given to, might defeat the purpose of the scheme, but is there any thought to giving casuals access to their Cola LSL as they're paid? In other words, put it on top of their pay rather than wait 8 years, because some of them only spend less than 8 years in the industry and never get their money.
It hasn't been certainly an item of discussion that I've been part of to date, Senator.
Would it be worth discussing? Because these people are basically missing out on their entitlements.
I think that would come under, one to look at is, would there be any change to the waiver agreement regulation? So that's where it could be assessed if there was certainly a reasoning and a good cause to provide that access to casuals. That's where I would suggest it could be incorporated as a regulatory change.
Is it something you would think about, consider?
I think that would be a matter for government, Senator.
But you would advise them?
I think if we come back to the concept of portable long service leave, so, the concept is retaining people in an industry. If we come back to that concept, then having a cohort of employees cashing out that benefit along the way could be in tension to the intent of the scheme in how it was constructed. So,
Yeah, I can accept
Yeah.
that view, that argument, Ms. Perks, but at the same time, these people are missing out and there's no way they're going to get their payment. So as a matter of fairness, they're just not getting it because of the way the industry has been structured in recent years. So is there any thought of in terms of the need for fairness?
I think fairness, equity, certainty, consistency is a fundamental component of the scheme, and the design of it and how it needs to mature and advance. So any areas to certainly address that we should be considering.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Perks.
Thanks very much, Senator Roberts. Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Little.
In relation to Coal LSL and the independent review, could you take us through the terms of reference that was set as part of the commissioning of that review?
Senator, the terms of reference were, and the contract was with the department. So I think that would be a question for the department to answer.
Was there any consultation with your organisation?
No.
Right. So in terms of, you've obviously reviewed the terms of reference. From your perspective, is it clear that there will be no reduction in entitlements for eligible employees as part of those terms of reference?
That was an explicit part of the terms of reference, that the entitlements would not be reduced.
Do you understand the stakeholder consultation process that the review undertook, and was anybody left out?
Senator, we weren't part of that. Sorry, we contributed to the consultation as an interested party, but we did not lead the consultation. I don't have visibility other than what was published in the report.
You weren't
by
asked for any
KPMG.
advice on whether the stakeholder list could have been increased?
No.
Okay. So in terms of the committee's, the report's recommendations, are there any that were directed to you?
Senator, there were 10 off the top of my head, recommendations direct to Coal LSL. Yep. And those recommendations certainly have been addressed in our recent corporate plan and the transformation agenda, which has a 4-year timeline. So we're very confident that each of the recommendations will be addressed over a multi-year period in order to complete and advance the organisation.
Right. Noting that the issue of the differences between casual and permanent workers under Coal LSL legislation has been raised previously in this committee, could you expand a little bit more on the recommendation that relates to those differences and the government's response to that recommendation?
Senator, the government's response, I certainly don't have visibility of the new government's response on that recommendation. I can talk to the 3 areas that the report outlined, if that would help.
Yes, please.
So we're talking about recommendation 4 in the report.
Yep, that's the one.
So the recommendation from KPMG in the report states it's recommended that the Commonwealth enact legislative amendments to ensure that casual employees are treated no less favourably than permanent employees in the scheme. It outlines the anomalies in between how eligible wages are calculated, how work hours are calculated, and then how employers are reporting hours through monthly returns. So the issue talks to the assessment of working hours in relation to a roster, and then how that information is reported to us and then calculated as entitlement. So that's, I guess, the core of the issue. And then similarly with that, how the definition of eligible wages has been defined for employers of casual employees. So the recommendation, I'll put in simple terms, is to align where possible the calculation of eligible wages and then the reporting of hours.
Right. Okay. So in terms of those recommendations, from your perspective, where are they up to? How much progress has been made?
So the 10 recommendations to Cole LSL, every recommendation has been captured in an operational plan or our strategic agenda, and the activities or the strategic programs that sit within the transformation agenda, they have all progressed. Now, we're only several months since the publishing of that corporate plan, so the focus for us has been standing up the project teams, getting the appropriate project governance in place to manage the significant pieces of work. So progress has started, but certainly it's in the early days of progression for each of the strategic agenda items.
You mentioned before about communication and education activities. Can you take us through some of the work that you undertake in this space and how those programs are received? So there's two parts to that.
So this is an area where, we certainly in our transformation will see a more advanced communication and engagement with our client base. But what we have in place today is a service team of 17 staff who are based in Newcastle that field a lot of inquiries through email inquiries or phone inquiries. So that is our main channel of communication and interaction with the client base. So it's a reactive communication interaction. Our proactive communication to date is either through website channel or a bi-monthly email, client e-newsletter to our employers of the scheme. And thirdly, where appropriate, through a LinkedIn social media platform. So it is limited to those sources currently.
So you're obviously hearing from those people that contact you. What about, we heard in the previous estimates process, some of the complaints from those people. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what actions that you understand have been taken by LSL?
In regards to the complaints?
Yes.
The complaints, I'd say the recent themes of complaints that we're receiving would be from frustrated employees who cannot access their long service leave. I'd categorise them in that way. You certainly get administrative complaints of an employer isn't approving my long service leave application within the 14 days, which is outlined in the statute. We will act on that with providing a notice, a communication to the employer reminding them of their obligations. So there is administrative complaints that are escalated to the team. But I would say the themes of complaints we're predominantly seeing is employees that have leave, qualified service, have a vested entitlement, yet cannot access that entitlement because their employer is not registered, i.e. they're in our non-compliant employer list. They're stuck, they can't access their leave and they should be able to, and we do not have power under our statute to pay them directly. So when we talk about what are we doing, we're certainly very live to the issue that it's problematic. I certainly appreciate the frustration of employees that should and can't access their leave. What can we do? Under our statute, we can't pay them directly, we can't do anything, we are stuck. So that's, I guess, answering your question of what are we seeing, what's shifted over the last 12 months. Say that's been the shift in complaints for us predominantly.
So we've heard frustration, stuck. In terms of Cole LSL, do you think, or would you describe their response and their participation in finding a solution in terms of taking this seriously and honestly in terms of trying to find solutions?
We are taking it, yes, definitely taking it seriously, and you're capturing the issue, and yes, it's not being buried, is what I would say to that question.
So if they're stuck and frustrated, what other opportunities are available for you to help progress these issues?
The avenue for us is the ability to pay the employee direct in a situation that they have a vested entitlement and should be able to. So that would be the solution. We cannot identify an alternative solution other than that, but certainly are open to other ideas of how we can help alleviate this problem that we have a number of employees who are stuck within the scheme.
Are you able to take me through the recent investment returns for Coal LSL?
I can, yes, Senator. So we have just received our October results, and you can appreciate anyone managing money in investment portfolios. It's been a bumpy ride over the last 12 months. The October results, I'll start with the funds under management. So the investment portfolio is valued at $1.972 billion at the end of October. The 1 month return for October was a positive 3.9%. The financial year-to-date results, 2%. The rolling 1 year result is minus 6.1%, and that is still because we're carrying the negative results of the last, the June financial year. The 3 year results at the end of October are positive 3.5%, 5 years 5%, and 8 years 5.7%.
So what are some of the areas identified in the investment portfolio and some of the areas that they invest their money in?
So our portfolio is structured similar to what you'd see as a growth fund. So we have a portfolio of equities, domestic and international. We have alternative assets. We have infrastructure assets, private unlisted assets. We have emerging market debt assets. That's off the top of my head, but I can provide the strategic asset allocation specifics to you on notice if that's, if that would be helpful.
Yeah. So are there any restrictions on from government as to how that any returns can be invested?
Off the top of my head, I'm going to say no, but there is, we have an investment policy that is published, Senator. That investment policy is tabled with the Minister annually. I'll share that investment policy as on notice because that would outline any restrictions, but there's nothing.
Would it be similar to, say, a future fund? Or would your investment policies be similar?
I'm not
familiar.
as familiar with the future funds investment policy.
Does Coal LSL invest any money in companies which undertake coal mining or coal exporting activities?
Not direct, Senator. All of our assets, I think it's important for me to share that all of our investments are through unit trusts, so we do not have any segregated mandates like direct investments. That's been a decision that has been made by the board and the investment committee over the years. Whether any of our investment managers have equities in companies, we don't have visibility of the underlying stock holding on a monthly basis, but I can certainly answer that we do not have direct investments with coal companies.
Okay. You outlined the investment portfolio earlier. That's very strong investment returns and a strong portfolio. Will there potentially be a reduction in premiums then for employers?
Sorry, I'm just hearing the bell. The current payroll levy, which is 2% of eligible wages, is lower than the actuarial long-term rate. So employers since 2018 have had let's call it a holiday, or have benefited from a lower payroll levy rate. The fund surplus certainly has been impacted over the last 12 months with investment returns, and we have an actuarial report that is in train and will be reviewed by the board in December. I think it's important to know that it is very unlikely that that levy rate will reduce below 2%, and we certainly would expect that it will need to go up at some point in time in the future to be more in line with the long-term actuarial rate, which is greater than 2%.
Okay. So in terms of levy forms, how many have actually been processed?
Senator Little, after this question, there's a follow-up, that's fine, but
Yep.
then Senator Roberts has a follow-up, and then over to Senator Pocock.
Okay.
Is that for the month of
Yep.
September or for...
What periods do you have them for?
So we receive levy returns monthly. We have 1,153 registered employers in the scheme today, so we should be receiving 1,153 levy returns on a monthly basis.
Right. So you expect a 100% return rate? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Perks, do you have any plans for paying employees directly? You mentioned it a little while ago, but do you have any plans for that?
That would be a matter for government, Senator.
Yeah,
Yes.
but do you have any plans for fostering that?
We would support that position.
Have you taken it up with the government?
We have certainly discussed the solution to that could be assessed in regards to paying stranded employees directly. I think the report referred to a direct payment model in a whole reform would be quite dramatic. So for the scheme to actually be redesigned to pay every employee direct is a wholesale change, and the report outlined that as an option 3, very futuristic. I think there's a middle ground where if we can have the capacity or the power to pay employees directly in certain circumstances. We do have it with Section 48 payments where the employer is insolvent. Current legislation says you can pay the employees directly in that situation, and that certainly works very well and is an important part of us being able to facilitate access to the entitlement. So if that can be considered and extended to direct payment for stranded employees, for example, would be a good improvement.
So you could recommend that to the government? Okay. The next question, and my last, Chair, is perhaps not a direct question of you, but it's more a question of, do you think about these things impacting people? Because how can a casual be a casual for 8 years?
We think about these fundamental challenges, I'm going to say daily, Senator. We see this scheme as a very valuable scheme to employees that are captured under the definition.
That's why I've been chasing it.
Yeah, and any advancement to improve that, we would certainly look to see how we can play a part to operationalise that and ensure that it's implemented in the most effective way.
Chair, the workplace is changing, and it beggars belief that someone can be a casual for 8 years.
I couldn't agree more, Senator Roberts. And we've had 9 years of that problem, and we're hoping to fix that. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more either. Excuse me if you've already answered this. I'm late to the party. But what is the quantum of funds under management in your entity at the moment?
Thank you, Senator. The value of the funds under management at the 31st of October was $1.972 billion.
Thank you. Are you giving any instructions to your unit trust investors around where they invest?
We have an approved strategic asset allocation and our investment committee approve and terminate the investment managers that are certainly in place to hold those funds. We do not direct the investment manager in regards to their underlying investments. So we hold units in their fund, which has obviously a mandate that they're working within, but the interactions within their fund we do not direct.
So you have no directions in relation to tobacco?
No.
Or armaments?
No,
And no instructions around fossil fuels?
no. We have an ESG statement which certainly outlines our position and the conversations that we have with investment managers on an ongoing basis is understanding their profile of investments and having visibility of how they're adhering to their ESG statement. So that's the assurance that work that we undertake regularly to ensure that they're meeting their obligations as outlined in their ESG statements.
And do you think signing up to an ESG statement and reporting against it would mean that they would not be investing in, for example, tobacco and gambling?
Again, without looking at the specifics of their mandate, we would certainly be digging deeper and ensure that in lines with the direction of our investment policy and any exemptions that are outlined in that.
Could I just put that on notice? I'd be interested to hear what your ESG gives, what it, how it guides investment, and whether specifically your fund has investments in gambling, tobacco, fossil fuels, and armaments.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Little.
I've just got a couple of follow-up questions. How many applications for long service leave were actually processed?
In the annual report, Senator, it's probably the best number I can refer to. There's more than 1.9 million hours of long service leave taken in the last 12 months. If you would like that quantified in regards to the number of leave applications, I can take that on notice and provide that number.
Yes, if you could please do that.
Sorry, actually, I do have the number here.
Right.
Applications for long service leave, 19,033 were processed in the last 12 months.
And how many employers are registered in Coal LSL? I think you might have mentioned that before. You can just remind me what
Yes,
that is.
1,153 are registered with us currently.
Okay. All right. Are you able to provide a breakdown of active employees and employers across the respective states and territories?
I have, there's an infographic in the report. I'll just confirm your question. There's an infographic in the annual report which has the, on page 8 of the annual report, the number of employers and active employees in total by region. So, for example, Queensland, 637 employers and 31,340 active employees. So we have that information in the report, and if that answers your question, we can... page number 8. So that was at 30th of June, that data.
Right. Okay. And how often do you update that data?
It's monthly.
It's monthly? Okay. And how many of those that are identified in that mapping are active employees who are actually part of the scheme?
So I would say all of them are part of the scheme. So by classification of active, we define that as employees who are in the industry today. So their levy returns are telling us that they have worked in the month of June. So as at June, there was 54,603 employees who were reported to us by employers as working in the industry. That number today is over 56,000.
Thank you. I think I'm fine, thank you.
Just a couple of questions about the client satisfaction survey. Just having a read of that, I take it that the levy loader, is that your online
It's
platform, is it?
the online platform for the submission of the levy return.
Okay, and employers are asking for more automation and availability of online services. Can you just talk to us about that, please?
Certainly, Senator. So Levy Loader was our first online tool, and it went live August last year. So part of the transformation agenda for the next 4 years, we'll see further automation. If I talk to the employer experience, a typical one might be the automation of the leave application process. So currently that's a manual process of filling out a form. So that would be something which we would automate to link straight into our system as an example. The other part, another major process for us, is the reimbursement claim. So again, that is a manual form currently. That would be one which we would move into an online platform to link to our system. There's 5 main processes that we'd have that we would automate. Refunds would be a third one, then the other processes would extend to automation for employees.
Okay. And is there any interfacing with payroll systems at all?
Not currently. That would be certainly an advancement that we're looking at.
That'd be supercharged automation.
Yes, that would, yeah.
Okay.
Certainly what we're looking at with each advancement is how do we reduce the administrative burden on employers. So if we can automate calculations, automate an integration or interface to a payroll system, then certainly we would expect that would reduce the administrative burden on the employer. So we're looking at all options to minimise that.
So is there a budget for the capital costs, the investment cost in developing any of these automated systems?
It's in design. In budgeting at the moment. So it's in the early stages of the scoping,
and
Senator.
is it envisaged that would actually save money though over the longer term?
You would expect so. We would have productivity gains with the systems that we would be advancing. It would definitely result in efficiencies and effectiveness not only for the employer but for us.
Okay, and the survey said that industry employers rate your team favourably again this year. So there's a bit of a trend, is it?
We have a very committed workforce who are passionate about the work that they perform to connect the employees to their leave benefits. And as I said, 17 people in our service team. We're committed to providing that human interface, human interaction and service to support the industry.
And how do you obviously your survey is one way to measure people's perception of how you're going, but do you have other metrics that you measure yourself, timelines around responsiveness to requests, and what are your measurements there?
Yeah, internally we have SLAs that we work for, like time to process a levy, time to respond to an inquiry, for example. So we have internal standards and NPS scores that we certainly look at to ensure that we're looking at every opportunity to improve continuously.
Yeah, and so you have an engagement with both the employer and the employee, is that right, within those employees?
Yeah, the way the funds or the scheme's constructed, the employer is, sounds crude, they're the conduit to for the transaction. So the employee is the beneficiary, but the conduit is through the employer.
So you're interfacing with the employer from a payroll side, and then the employee who's seeking to access their entitlements.
That's right. So the employer, we're interacting for the collection of the levy, so the tax. We're interacting with the employer for the leave application process. So if an employee wants to access long service leave, firstly they would check with us that they have an entitlement that is vested, and we'll verify the balance. Then they'll put the leave application through their employer, because the employer must approve it in line with their business operations. Then it comes to us to formally approve and sign off that that leave can be accessed. Then once the leave is taken, the employer will pay the employee through payroll and claim a reimbursement back through us from the fund for the payment.
And so can the employees see their entitlements through their normal payroll system in their pay
No.
slips? They've got to go to your...
Yes, so we hold the records, centralised records of the long service leave entitlements.
Okay. And so is there anything remarkable about the feedback from employees then?
No, there was no surprises there, Senator. Certainly the automation, their desire for us to advance certainly is something we're very attuned to. Pleasing to see they're satisfied with our team's interactions and the service they provide, so they are the call-outs for us.
Okay. How often do you do the surveys? Is it
Historically, they
annual?
were performed annually. We're now moving to a quarterly cycle, and I'll say with a smaller group. So we're looking at more regular rolling surveys so that we can be more informed
Right.
and adjust to
So you're segmenting...
segmenting. Yes.
You're segmenting the employers and employees. Is it the same employees of those employers?
No.
Right. So if you've carved out a quarter of employers, you're not asking the same employees
No.
of those companies?
No.
Right. Okay. What's the benefit of not doing that? Or does it not matter?
I don't think it would matter, but this is the recommendation of the the research company that is facilitating it. So feel that we would get better results by segmenting the cohorts.
Yeah, because you're getting more iterative updates.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And are there any trends that are emerging through by doing that, by making that change? You're seeing...
We've just changed, Senator, so it's just
Okay.
in this financial year will be the shift to the quarterly.
Gotcha. Okay. But have there been trends in, even with the annual reports over time? Like I've just read this one for the latest one, but is there a trend over time?
No, it's similar themes for the last 3 years. Desire for automation. So I think that is the main, the main obviously piece of data that we keep gleaning from the surveys. Employees and employers desire a need for automation, and we certainly recognise that and are moving towards that end state.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Look, that's my questions. Thank you very much. Thanks for the work you do.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. We'll now suspend until 10:45.
Could I just check one thing, Chair?
Please.
Are we going to be continuing with...
My
Ms.
apologies.
Burks?
Thank you for asking that. No, that you're released. Thank you.
Okay, so it'll be Fair Work Commission next?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
We now suspend. Good, thanks everybody. We'll now start with now welcome representatives from the Fair Work Commission, and welcome Mr Furlong. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. No, thank you.
Good, thank you. And Ms Leggett and Mr Lambok, good to see you as well. I'll now, Senator Pocock.
I only have a few questions, so thank you for being here and thank you, Chair. I am curious about your perspective about the recommendations in the current bill before the Parliament for new panels on pay equity and on the care and community sector. I'm just wondering whether you have given any consideration to how those panels might be structured.
Senator, as you'd be aware, the bill hasn't secured passage through Parliament, but we aren't flat-footed. We're already convened a team essentially for the implementation, the ultimate subsequent implementation of all of the reforms that are likely to or anticipated to come to the Commission. In terms of the expert panels, We're aware that there are a number of panels that will be established. We received funding in the most recent budget to support those new functions. And in essence, our planning is reasonably advanced in terms of the support that will be provided to them as well. But essentially, as you're aware, while we're putting these things in place, it is still early on in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Furlong. Yeah, I appreciate that it's in the future. In terms of funding for these two particular new panels, how much has been allocated for those two panels, or to each of them?
I will ask Mr. Lambach to assist with that.
Jack Lambach, Executive Director of Inland Services. We received funding for the Fair Work Commission expert panels of 20.26 million over 4 years.
And do you expect to sort of evenly divide that between the two new panels? Have you given thought to that?
There will be a process, and this is that we need to obviously work through, and it'll be informed by the legislation ultimately. But we will, as with most matters that come before the Commission, we will seek submissions. There may be things like establishing an annual work program, things of that nature. The funding also included the additional support by the provision of 4 members with skills and expertise in these very, very important areas.
Can I just clarify, is that the additional expert new commissioners who are they part-time, are they full-time, and is that 8 new commissioners, 4 for each panel? I just need clarification on that.
In terms of this funding measure, this particular funding measure, there are 4 new members that will be full-time. They'll be available, obviously, for a range of matters that come before the Commission. But in essence, the funding or the measure provides for 4 full-time members.
And are you expecting to make part-time appointments as well?
The appointments are a matter for government, as you're aware, Senator. And it's hard to talk in the abstract, obviously, because of where we are in the process. But in essence, we already have very strong research capability at the Fair Work Commission in relation to the annual wage review, and they support most of the major decisions of the Commission. So the fundamentals, the foundations are very strong there, and it will essentially be building on some of those existing resources.
Thank you. As I read the explanatory memorandum on page 71 for the new bill, it says either part-time expert panel members or appropriately qualified Fair Work Commission members. Are the 4 new members that you're appointing expected to be general commissioners, or are they with specific expertise in relation to pay equity and care and community?
Just as a point of clarification here, the Fair Work Commission won't make the appointments.
Oh, sorry.
It's the Governor-General that makes them on the recommendation of the government. But the legislation may ultimately prescribe that they need to have skills and experience that are relevant to support the functions, these new functions.
And this may be a very rude question, but how would you say that your existing commissioners include expertise in these 2 particular fields alongside the 4 new appointments, or are you really looking to your new appointments to be the active members of these new panels?
Probably, I'm not in a position to comment on that. I'm terribly sorry, Senator.
Fair enough. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I just want to ask about the resignation of the President of the Fair Work Commission. Are you able to tell me, when did the President or his office of this decision?
I'm not aware of when the President had that conversation with the Minister, Senator. In the normal course of things, communications between the Minister, a Minister, and the President are confidential in nature, and in terms of my functions, I'm essentially responsible, I'm the agency head responsible for the administration of the organisation. So that sort of communication mostly occurs outside of anything that I have any dealings with.
Okay, so are you aware of whether the communication was in writing or verbal?
I'm not aware of how it was communicated, how it was initially communicated.
Have you seen the written Have you seen anything written?
I saw a draft of a letter that the president was going to send to the minister. I saw that last Friday afternoon.
Okay.
But in essence, it just indicated his intention to retire, and it set the date of the 18th of November, as was discussed in this committee yesterday.
Yeah, and so you've seen the draft. You didn't see the final. Were you given a copy of the final?
I can take that on notice, but it is the standing practice over a very, very long time. The communication between ministers and the President of the Commission, any President of the Commission, are confidential. And in essence, it goes to the essential independence of the tribunal.
Right. Are you able to provide us a copy of the draft that you had?
I don't have a copy of it.
Right. Okay. Are you aware of when the President first raised his resignation with the minister at all?
No.
Do you know if the President had any discussions with the Prime Minister?
No.
You're not aware?
No.
Do you know when the President advised the department of his resignation?
I'm not aware. I think from listening to sections of the committee yesterday, I understand that it was when the media release was pushed out on Monday of this week.
Okay, that's when you think the department were advised? At
the same time, or just after the time, staff and members of the Commission, yes.
Right. But you first became aware on the 18th?
Yes. No, I first became aware last Friday afternoon. And the reason...
18th is the date
that
he's finishing. Sorry, what was the date then, on Friday?
It was last Friday.
Last Friday.
Okay. And one of the reasons why I imagine that I received information there is that under the Fair Work Act, my role is essentially to assist the President in ensuring the Commission performs its functions and exercises its powers. And we had an all-member and staff update on Monday of this week, and one of the many responsibilities of this role is to ensure that those administrative tasks are well facilitated and provided for.
Sure.
I wanted to check a follow-up to one of the questions that was asked. You mentioned that the practice over a very long time was for you not to necessarily be engaged in the correspondence between the President and the Minister. How was it then that you became in contact with a draft of the resignation?
The President and I had a short meeting last Friday afternoon, and during that meeting he showed me the draft letter at that time.
Did he say why he was giving you a draft? Why a draft?
Because I don't know if that was the final. I saw a copy of a letter. I can't confirm that was the final.
What I'm trying to understand is why would he have... What did you understand was the reason for him giving you a draft of a resignation letter?
I saw the draft. I wasn't given a copy of the draft. But in essence, part of it, as I just explained, was to ensure that the arrangements for this all-staff, all-member presentation that occurred on Monday of this week ran smoothly.
So did he give you the draft?
No.
Who gave you the draft?
I saw the draft.
You saw it through your...
The President showed me.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you gave it.
And did it contain the reasons for his resignation?
No, I think that the reasons for the resignation were spelled out in the media release, which I have a copy. I can tender that if you wish.
Yeah, actually we have that, but that'd be, for the committee, that'd be good.
If you could table that'll be helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So any significant differences between the draft and what was published in the media, through the media release?
Sorry, can I just ask you a question, please?
Is the draft consistent with the draft that you saw? Is that consistent with the media release?
The letter that I saw, and I obviously can't remember it verbatim, just indicated that the President's intention to resign his commission as President of the Commission and as a judge of the Federal Court on the 18th of November. In essence, that was the letter.
Okay. Can you tell us what discussions do you know that whether the President had with the Minister or his office in relation to the appointment of the interim President?
I'm not aware of that. And in the normal course of things, Senator, I won't be aware of those conversations.
Are you involved at all in the appointment of an interim?
It's ultimately a matter for government. The Fair Work Act provides some guidance about, and this is traversed yesterday, I understand, about the skills and experience of the President, and that a Vice President of the Commission could be appointed as an acting President. But in essence, those conversations, those appointments, those arrangements occur between the department who make the administrative arrangements for those appointments, but it's essentially a matter for government.
And the Governor General.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you're not involved at all in the preparation of the search or anything like that?
My experience, I've been in this role now, including with an acting capacity for just over 18 months. So my experience is when members are appointed, I normally get a phone call very close to the time of the appointment, indicating that a media release will go out, and then I wait for the instruments of appointment to come through via email, and then often circulate.
So you're not involved in preparing any briefs on any potential candidates or anything like that?
No. Those requests don't come.
Are you aware of any discussions that the President had with the department in relation to the appointment of a new President? No. Okay. I've got more, but do you want to go to someone else? Chair?
Sorry?
I'm about to change subject. I'll have
Sorry.
to give the call to someone else in between.
I'll make it with Malcolm, if that's okay. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing here today. Can an enterprise agreement remove all applicable award entitlements? Yes or no? It's not a trick question.
Is no.
No, that's right. Can an enterprise agreement remove the entitlements that the Fair Work Act and the National Employment Standards provide employees?
No, is there.
Can an employment contract or letter of offer remove legal minimum entitlements?
The extent of the information that I could provide today relates to the functions of the Fair Work Commission. It's discharging its obligations under the Fair Work Act. I'm not too sure if I can actually answer that question because it goes to common law.
A letter of offer or of employment from an employer to a prospective employee cannot undermine national employment standards.
Statutory minimum stand.
Or the award.
Yes.
Thank you. If an enterprise agreement is terminated by the Fair Work Commission and those employees covered by that enterprise agreement are then deemed to be covered by the applicable award, how can those employees be owed money under the applicable award if the Fair Work Commission approved that agreement at that time?
There are a number of things I have to go through here, Senator. One of the primary elements of making or the Commission approving an enterprise agreement is to ensure that it meets the Better Off Overall test. And the Better Off Overall test, as applied since the commencement of the Fair Work Act, has evolved with evolving case law. But in essence, the test applies at the point or the time that the agreement has been made. So an agreement that was made, say in 2007, 2008, under that legislative regime at that point in time, may not satisfy the Better Off Overall test if it was applied now.
But that would be recognised in the law, wouldn't it? So there wouldn't be any back pay involved then. If that was the agreement at the time, there wouldn't be any back pay. But here I'm talking about someone who's had their enterprise agreement cancelled by the Fair Work Commission and then being entitled to back pay. That would indicate that it's inferior.
It depends on, and it's fair. It's hard to talk in the abstract about this. But if that enterprise agreement contained, say, a loaded rate or compensated for penalty rates that may have otherwise applied under the award, and the minimum rate obviously has to still be at least equal to or more than the minimum wage, essentially. But the penalty rates are things that sit outside of that minimum entitlement. So in certain circumstances, the one that you've just raised, an employee, after a termination of an enterprise agreement, particularly one that was made a very long time ago with loaded rates essentially, may not contain, and depending on the shift patterns of the employees, if they're working weekends, public holidays, things of that nature, may not compensate them for the patterns of work that they do.
So I see what you're getting at with loaded rates or different penalty rates in the enterprise agreement compared with the award. But wouldn't that, while ever the enterprise agreement was in place, that person wouldn't be entitled to extra back pay? Surely.
No, because the
agreement was struck.
Yes, and that agreement provides the terms and conditions
Right.
of their...
So we agree on that. So how could someone whose enterprise agreement is terminated then be entitled to back pay unless it was inferior to the award?
I think I've just tried to explain.
No, I get it, Mr. Furlong. But if we have an award in place, enterprise agreement comes along, it's better than the award, but some of the penalty rates may be different, or loaded rates may be different. Then once that enterprise agreement is removed, that person wouldn't be entitled to back pay because they were working under a legitimate legal contract, right, or employment scheme. So why would they get back pay unless it was inferior to the award?
In certain circumstances, depending on the legislative regime that was in place when the agreement was made. In my time in industrial relations, there's the no disadvantage test. There's a period where there was no test. There's the fairness test.
Been a lot of tests, haven't there?
And then the better off overall test. But the agreement, when it is struck, is applied against the test. The test that applied at that point in time. So why that agreement, that industrial instrument, enterprise agreement, still operates, it may not, apart from the minimum rate of pay, may not provide for exactly the same or better entitlements than would have been provided for under the modern award.
Yes, but I accept what you're saying in that would be the case while the enterprise agreement, if the enterprise agreement is in place, then it takes precedence over the award.
Yes.
But once the enterprise agreement is cancelled by the Fair Work Commission, the award would take precedence. So why would there be any back pay? Because they were working legally under the enterprise agreement.
It's essentially what you're asking, Senator, is a legal question. It's not my role to interpret the legislation. If you wish, I can take these questions on notice. But it's very difficult to provide information.
We're dealing in abstracts.
And a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical. So let's get to a concrete one. An enterprise agreement must pay more than the applicable award for the agreement to be passed, correct?
The better off overall test.
Yes. Okay. This clearly was not the case in the one key case, as the federal court ruled that union member employees were back paid by court order and non-union members were back paid by fair entitlements guarantee. How did this happen, and why has this not been applied to other labour hire companies with coal mining employees who are paid less than the legal minimum that the Award and Fair Work Act and National Employment Standards provides employees?
I might start here by, if an agreement has reached its nominal expiry date, an employee or representative of an employee can make an application to the Fair Work Commission to have that agreement terminated. And if that application is made, there's a test, I think it's section 225, I think deals with agreements that expired and the termination of them. there are a number of things that a member of the commission has to consider. One of them is that it's the public interest not to terminate it. Another one is the impact that it's going to have on employees. From some initial sort of some cursory analysis that we've done, the vast majority of these applications to terminate agreements are uncontested. So that is one option that's available.
But why would the federal court rule that union member employees should be back paid by court order and non-union members were back paid by fair entitlements guarantee?
Essentially, the decision of the federal court in the One Key case stands for itself. I certainly can't comment on the reasoning of a full bench of the federal court.
How can a CFMEU negotiated and endorsed enterprise agreement that did not allow any input and involvement from the employees that this enterprise agreement would go on to cover, remove all those listed legal minimum entitlements, and then Fair Work Act and National Employment Standards entitlements be approved by the Fair Work Commission?
Once again, I can't talk in the abstract. I'm not too sure.
Can we get you some material?
Certainly.
Okay. Okay, we'll get that to you. Minister, I have some questions for you. The primary workplace relationship is that of the employee-employer with representatives allowed for either party. Would you agree?
Oh, I guess in general terms, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There's obviously a range
The lawyer in you says general terms.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's obviously a range of different workplace relationships beyond employee-employer.
Yeah.
There's independent contractors. There's a whole bunch of other things. But fortunately, the majority is still of that nature.
Yeah, okay. I'm not trying to trap you.
No.
Minister.
I just want to make sure I'm giving accurate answers, that's all.
Thank you. After graduation, I worked at the coalface around Australia, then management and leadership. So I've seen industrial relations from both perspectives. Australia's history in workplace relations is one of adversarial approaches. Conflict and conflict resolution, gamesmanship, power steps. We've even had, Sally McManus, but I'm not calling her out. We've had industrial groups, we've had union bosses, we've had employer bodies talking about power. And the power is brought largely by industrial legislation. Would you agree?
Well, I think certainly there are power relationships in workplace environments, and depending on the laws that we have at any one time, they can be weighted one way or another.
Yeah.
But there's definitely power relationships, if that's what you...
Yep. That's how unions started, because there was an imbalance of power in the first place.
Yeah.
Until people started to work together and then form a union. So
yeah, it's that idea of, you're more powerful being with other people than on your own.
Yep. In central Queensland and Hunter Valley, there have been miners there who have suffered under a system which the IR Club wins regardless, while the system does not serve workers or small businesses. Now, I brought this up with the previous Liberal National Party government, and initially the LNP was silent, but later on Senator Cash did her bit to enact or to implement an agreement that we came to her, an understanding we came to her with regard to investigating the abuse and exploitation of miners in central Queensland and the Hunter Valley particularly. So Labor MPs, though, dishonestly diverted and hid the truth and the exploitation of miners, affecting their pay seriously, safety, workers' compensation. I mean, workers' compensation is enshrined in legislation, but it was bypassed.
Well, can I just say, Senator Roberts, I'd have to pick you up on that. I don't think anyone who has observed the work that I've done, that any number of other federal Labor MPs and senators have
Mr. Joel
done.
Fitzgibbon and the current Dan Rapopoli have tried to smear me and imply that there's nothing wrong with the Hunter Valley when there is.
Oh no, I think I've seen both Joel Fitzgibbon and Dan Rapopoli make many public statements about the need for changes to the law to protect coal miners. Dan Rapopoli is a long-term member of the miners' union. He was a coal miner before he was elected. Joel's support for the coal industry and coal workers is well known. So I've seen them over many years try to convince Senator Cash and her colleagues that we needed to change the law to protect coal miners, and unfortunately that never happened.
Minister, when I first started finding out what was going on in the Hunter Valley, the abuse and exploitation, I've made that clear in public. And Mr Fitzgibbon came out and said, well, I'm pleased that Senator Roberts has woken up to the casual rort, which I exposed as well. But as for the rest of the stuff with the CFMU, no, not true. That's what he did. That's what he said. He smeared me because of that. And Dan Repicoli has also misled people into thinking that there's no problem other than casuals. We have got serious problems in the Hunter Valley. So my question is, instead of the patchwork of Band-Aids on Band-Aids and continually adding complexity, isn't it time to reform industrial relations comprehensively and bring it back to something basic for the employer-employee relationship?
I completely agree that we need to fundamentally reform workplace laws, and that's, I guess, what we're trying to do with the laws that are currently before the House of Reps. I'd be very happy to talk with you about why those laws are important, and hopefully in that way gain your support for those laws when they come to the Senate. I'm not sure if you were here when we had a discussion about this yesterday, Senator Roberts, but it's not as if this bill that we've got before the Parliament at the moment is the entire set of changes that workplace laws need, and the issues around same job, same pay that I think you're familiar with, particularly in the coal industry, aren't being dealt with in this particular bill, but it's the government's intention to deal with them in a future piece of legislation. But look, I'd love to think that you would support our overhaul of the industrial laws with this bill that we've got.
I'll support anything.
Senator Roberts, just want to give you a heads up. We're going in 15-minute cycles, so there's another 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm happy to talk with you, Senator Watt.
Sure, that'd be great.
What I see, though, is an attempt by myself to make equal pay received for equal work. I see that as a last resort on my part after trying to work with employers, employer groups who are neglecting what's going on in the Hunter Valley and some of their own members are abusing. Complicit with the CFMEU in the Hunter Valley. They are exploiting miners. So in frustration, I said, let's make sure that we've got equal pay for equal work. But that's an added complexity. In this case, in my view, it's better than having the abuse and exploitation of miners continuing, because the employers clearly are not interested. Most employers clearly are not interested in solving this. So instead of simplifying things, I'm going to add to the complexity if my bill is passed. But instead of a patchwork of what I'm trying to say, Senator Watson, instead of a patchwork of third-party overseers and a myriad of rules that people play games around, especially people with deep pockets like union bosses and employer groups with deep legal pockets, couldn't we get back to the basics with, for example, just a very basic worker and employee protections, rights and entitlements, instead of a 650-page document, just a 20-page document with severe penalties for those who breach those provisions?
Well, I think I'm not sure that you'd necessarily be able to cover every, potential workplace
Well, that's my
issue.
point. I don't think anyone can. And
No.
the Fair Work Act has attempted to do that, and it's now a patchwork. It's a mess.
Well, that's actually one of the reasons for the government seeking to introduce some form of multi-employer bargaining, especially for low-paid workers, because you'd be familiar, Senator Roberts, from your discussions with small business owners, that the complexity they experience in having to come up with individual agreements with their employees, whether it be 5 people in a shop or 20 people in a small manufacturing outfit or something like that. There's a lot of feedback that we've received from smaller businesses that they would appreciate being able to be part of a broader system that is negotiated by a bunch of smaller businesses with similar types of workers, similar types of workplaces. That's exactly what multi-employer bargaining is about, is trying to help reduce that complexity for employers rather than having to have their own HR
That's one of the many
teams.
provisions in your bill. I'm not talking about your bill.
I'm just giving an example.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking about your bill, not saying whether it's
Final
good or bad or
question,
different.
Senator Roberts.
What I am saying is that the complexity enables those with deep legal pockets to get around those complexities, to do whatever they want. Meanwhile, the worker is not protected, as I've shown in the Hunter Valley, is decimated by a union, by their union, and by unscrupulous employers. What I'm saying is, if we cleared all the crap and just got down to something basic and simple that entrenches the workplace relationship sanctity, and then had severe repercussions for people who willingly or deliberately broke those conditions, then I think that would be a far better way to go than having at the moment people able to willy-nilly get around the myriad of provisions.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think in general terms I can agree that the simpler the laws are, the better.
Can we say that's a first?
That we agree. Oh, we've agreed on a few things over the years. I'll never forget that time we that we jump-started a minivan in where was it? Northern Territory, I think it was.
Mount Isa.
But so in general terms, I agree. I mean, I guess one of the things I would disagree with is that I don't think that the miners' union of all unions could be accused of selling out their members.
I never would have thought so until the last 3 years.
I mean,
now I'm convinced.
Well,
not the miners' union, the Hunter Valley branch of the miners' union.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the miners' union of all unions has a long history of securing very good
That's why I
wages
was
and
stunned
conditions
to
for
see
their
them
members.
complicit.
And
I was stunned.
it's the de-unionisation of that industry, I think, that has led to some of the labour hire issues and the casualisation laws and things like that. So, but look, in general terms, of course, we'd like to have laws as simple as possible, but unfortunately, in the real world, sometimes they need to be a bit more complex.
So I just put it.
I'll move the call to.
Sorry.
It's time
Okay.
for the call to go over to Senator Pocock. Senator Grogan.
Can you just step out for us what the functions of the Fair Work Commission were in terms of regulating registered organisations before the ROC came into being in 2017?
Essentially, Senator, the Fair Work Commission, the General Manager, had most of the functions, and I can go into quite a lot of detail here as well if you'd like, that were transferred across the Registered Organisations Commission. So prior to the establishment of that institution. So in essence, there's a couple of other functions that they've got now, including around essentially licensing auditors and things of that nature. But in essence, the functions are largely consistent or similar to what they were prior to the movement across.
Sorry, I wonder if I could ask you to speak up a little bit.
Okay, the functions of the functions of the Registered Organisations Commission. They previously sat with the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission prior to the establishment of that institution. And as you're aware, the current bill provides for those functions to return to the Fair Work Commission. I noted in the bill, though, that there are some additional compliance instruments that will be made available.
So I guess what I'm really trying to sort of tease out here is the functions that were transitioned in 2017.
Yeah.
Whether that's a sort of, in your perspective, from having looked at the pathway should this bill pass in its current form, where it was, what you lost, what might be coming back, is it the same? What additional pieces are there, basically? So
Sure.
we can actually get a sense of how you would then absorb those functions that are currently within the ROC and what else there might be there.
Okay, I can go to some detail here, but in terms of a very sort of comprehensive analysis of the bill, and as you'd be aware, we don't enter the policy debate.
Of course.
But in terms of
my question being about,
Yeah.
as the bill currently stands, to the best of your knowledge.
Thank you. So we've administered a number of the registered organisation functions previously, including granting elections for officers in registered organisations, receiving and processing annual returns, prescribed records kept by registered organisations, compliance with financial reporting rules, inquiries and investigations relating to non-compliance with the RO Act or regulations, and offering assistance. So in essence, a full suite of a regulator, education, advice and the compliance measures. A number of the functions that will be new as they return to us, but it currently exists with the Registered Organisation Commission. And this isn't expansive, so please just be aware that this, powers relating to the registration of auditors of registered organisation, which I just referred to, assessing officer disclosure statements of organisations and their branches, approving training associated with financial management duties, and there are a number of enhanced investigative powers that were established when the Registered Organisation Commission was enacted, or the legislation that enacted it, for when they return.
And so I know Senator Pocock stepped out some of the panel stuff. Do you see quite a clean pathway to this transition should the bill pass in its current form?
Without hubris, it's a machinery of government change, and so the resources essentially follow function here. As an institution at the moment, the Commission isn't carrying any backlogs. Our digital transformation is very well progressed. We're finalising 50% of all cases within 5 weeks and 90% of cases within 13 weeks, and that's across 34,000 applications a year. We retain some functions associated with registered organisations, and I exercise powers in relation to rules of organisations. In essence, personally, that they don't go to eligibility. So the way that their reporting units, even things like their address, the governance structures, essentially. So we've retained significant capability internally at the Fair Work Commission as well. So with that in mind, and 20 plus years experience, half of it as a regulator in industrial relations, I'm confident that if the provisions secure the passage, that we will have a successful transition.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll be quick. As the new kid on the block, and for the benefit of the committee, can you please go through some examples of what non-compliant conduct or behaviour by registered organisations look like, and what are some penalties?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and you'd be better placed to ask those questions of the Registered Org Commission, who will be on later today.
Okay, no worries. And so I guess in regards to the regulatory tools, is there any what are some additional tools that will be introduced to the compliance and enforcement framework of the Registered Organisation Act to respond to non-compliance by registered organisations?
And bear in mind, I obviously keep a close eye on the bill as it's moving, but it's certainly not a matter for me to talk about matters of policy. But my understanding from recent reading of the bill is that it now contains provisions for enforceable undertakings and infringement notices. So there are additional compliance tools to assist with ensuring compliance of registered organisations under the proposed legislation.
Okay, thank you. And can you talk us through the additional resources the Fair Work Commission were provided in the budget?
I'll ask Mr. Lambach to assist you with that question, Senator.
Hi. We were, on the transfer of the ROC, we were provided funding of $26.517 million, but it's effectively machinery of government change where the resources previously provided to the ROC entity has been transferred to us in whole. So it's a like-for-like transfer.
And so what sort of additional, like resources or what does that translate to over the next 4 years?
Effectively, it means we've got additional, those staff move and the machinery of government change from the ROC entity to the Fair Work Commission as a whole. So the resources effectively stay the same for us.
Which in this case, it's 29.4 ASL, so it's staffing 24 point, and over the forward years, it's $26.517 million.
Can I just ask, the two panels that were discussed earlier, there's also a research capacity?
Yes.
I wonder, can you talk us through what you see that research capacity doing and what the funding stream for that is as well?
I can ask Mr. Lambach to discuss the funding. We went through it at the start of the
So
proceedings.
it's that same parcel of 20.26 million?
Yeah, from my memory, I think it's about $700,000 per annum for research.
Okay, cool. Well, what do you anticipate that's going to give you the capacity to do?
It'll be up to the members who are ultimately, I suppose, appointed, but the full benches that run those matters to determine what the research program should include. The president of the commission released a statement about other areas where there are pay equity or other issues where there are pay equity issues across the modern award system, and I believe that we'll table that. I believe that will be very helpful in assisting those full benches when they're ultimately convened in directing their work. But it's impossible for me to say in the abstract because it's work that's driven by members of the tribunal under legislation.
Of course. Do you see that? Do you have any sort of great dreams of those long finger issues that you'd like to address that may actually be captured within that research function?
If the legislation secures passage, I look forward to coming before you and actually providing you with information on our research priorities. We've been provided under in the October budget with significant, as you just heard, resources, and we will ensure that they are well spent.
Thank you very much.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. My colleagues already asked some excellent questions, so I'll make sure I can build on those. And I might start off on a different tack on the Respect at Work changes, particularly in relation to the Stop Sexual Harassment orders. How many applications for those have been made since March 2022?
I'll ask Ms. Carruthers to assist with that question, Senator.
Good morning, Senator. Ailsa Carruthers, Executive Director, Client Services Delivery Branch. I'll just grab those numbers for you. I can't quite remember which time frame you asked.
Since March 2022.
I don't have the figures since March 2022. The jurisdiction commenced on the 11th of November 2021.
Okay. Well, have you got figures for that period of time then? Yeah.
So between 11 November 21 and 30 June 22, we had 29 matters applications in total. 5 of those were simply for orders to stop sexual harassment at work, and 24 were for applications for both to stop bullying and sexual harassment at work.
Okay, thank you. And how many stop sexual harassment orders were granted?
None.
Have there been any granted at all?
No, not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay.
Which is, I will hasten to add, that's not unusual in this jurisdiction. It is a jurisdiction where you tend to bring, because they're ongoing employment relationships. So you tend to bring the parties together to discuss, what's happened to date, what can be done to ensure that there's a strong ongoing working relationship. Mm-hmm. So that it's not that frequent that we actually have stop orders made in any event.
Okay, so have there been negotiated outcomes then in those applications?
Yes, and usually when there are negotiated, well, when I say yes, I'm not privy to the outcome of all of the matters, but it is very common either during the early stages when we start working very closely with the parties, they negotiate outcomes and the applicant withdraws, or the matter goes to a member potentially for a conference or a conciliation, and there's further work done between the parties at that stage and it's withdrawn then. It's very seldom we have decisions actually issued. Last year in the anti-bullying jurisdiction, for instance, we only had decisions issued. We had 67 decisions issued overall for the stop orders jurisdiction overall, so that includes bullying and sexual harassment, which is only 10% of finalised matters. We had 2 stop orders issued last year that were with respect to anti-bullying. So with the remaining 65 decisions, they're essentially dismissing the matter. It might be for administrative reasons, basically because there's no ongoing danger that the bullying or sexual harassment will continue, so there's no need to issue a stop order.
Okay, can you just clarify for me, of the 29 applications that were made for a stop sexual harassment order, how many were withdrawn at that initial phase that you referred to? How many were withdrawn after the conference or conciliation with the member? And how many were dismissed?
I'll have to take that on notice for you, Senator.
Thank
I
you.
can tell you broadly, 30 to 35% of matters are withdrawn in the early case management stage. The remaining so you've got 10% at the end where there's a decision, and the remainder in the middle are dealt with by members in conference. I can get you those exact statistics.
And pardon my ignorance, are the reasons for the withdrawal ever given and then made public? Like, how do we know
No,
if the person's
so,
actually happy to withdraw or they're withdrawing for other reasons but they're still unsatisfied?
So an applicant will usually, so the applicant can withdraw by filling in a form, but they don't, but they can also just tell us during a conference, or they can ring us up and advise us over the phone. So there will be a form for some matters, but not all, where they're withdrawn. So we're usually not privy to that. It's certainly not published anywhere on our website. And when I say we're not privy, it's not in the public domain why a matter has been withdrawn.
And is that something that you feel like you need to be appraised of to make sure that there's not some systemic barrier that is actually deterring complainants from pursuing it?
I think the important thing to understand in this context is that this is about, as I said, preserving ongoing employment relationships and going forward ensuring that there doesn't continue to be a risk to the workers' health and safety. So if there have been really good discussions and so on, and we've made an assessment of any potential past threats to health and safety which resulted in the application being lodged. What's the current scenario? Are the people who were potentially involved earlier in any incidents, they may no longer be in the workplace, for instance, or the person who made the application may have moved to a different team or department. There are lots of reasons why there isn't an ongoing risk into the future, so it doesn't justify an order being made. Which is not to say that it's not substantively dealt with. We just don't need an order because the future harm isn't there.
Okay.
Or the risk of future harm.
But do you always know that, given that the reason's not required to be provided when the complainant withdraws? Like how can you have confidence that it's been resolved satisfactorily and that the risk has been removed?
Well, it is members who are dealing with these matters, mostly substantively. So look, I can't speak for the members themselves, but I would be very confident that
they satisfy themselves of that.
Yes,
and they're required
can I flip
to
it around
satisfy
for you,
themselves?
Senator? If a member was of the view that there was an ongoing risk of harm to an applicant, then obviously that is something that the member has the power to deal with under the legislation, and we can't force someone to withdraw.
Well, nor can you stop them from withdrawing.
No, we can't stop them, but we can't force them. And a member would be very actively dealing with a matter if they were of the view that there was any potential harm.
Okay, thank you. Do you think employees are aware of the option to apply for a stop sexual harassment order? What work has been done, whether it's by your commission or anyone else that you're aware of, to promote awareness of that option?
So we have a lot of dedicated information on our website. So this current jurisdiction for stopping sexual harassment orders commenced on the 11th of November. Before the 11th of November 2021, however, we did occasionally have sexual harassment matters come up in the context of anti-bullying applications as well, so it's not completely new to us. But from November of last year, we have had dedicated website materials that are specifically about stop sexual harassment orders. But I think it would be naive to say that applications come our way just because of our materials. The Australian Human Rights Commission has a lot of really, really very good information on its website, and in fact has just last week released a lot of information education materials, which I'm sure you'll have heard about already or will hear about soon. But there are also the state and territory work health and safety regulators who have website information, who can cross-refer to us and so on. So there are a number of different ways people come to our door.
Okay, thank you. The budget provides $15.1 million over 4 years to implement the new prohibitions on sexual harassment, including under the new Respect at Work Now Act. How will that money be allocated? Will that go to education materials or to compliance work, or a mixture?
There will be, we've it'll essentially go across the board, and there'll be case managers, there will be frontline staff, there'll be training, there'll be education materials, there'll be bench books, there'll be engagement consultation with experts. We'll make sure that any case management practice we put in place are trauma informed. We've gone through this process when we implemented our current jurisdiction. We are well placed to do this work well. So in essence, it'll be, and because it's a common-based jurisdiction, in some ways, in terms of the case management methodology, it'll obviously be, it won't be perfectly the same, but it'll follow the sort of similar application form, early triage and case management essentially, and then from there, we haven't obviously figured out exactly how sort of it flows through the system, but in essence, it'll match or very close to matching our current case management practices for other individual rights-based matters.
Okay, thank you. Did the Commission seek a specific amount to allow it to undertake these additional duties? And if so, is it what you got or how different?
We received significant additional resources to perform this function should it secure passage through Parliament. Mr Lomax can give you the...
Yeah. We worked through the Department of Employment, the costings, and it was what we were provided, and I think it matches what we discussed in terms of the implementation.
Okay, so you got what you asked for? Yep.
Yep.
Just for Hansard, there's a nod there. Yep, great. Can I move on? And I'm almost finished. I just want to ask about the aged care work value case, which was released last Friday, which in a very welcome move recognises the gendered nature of the undervaluation of work. Will the Fair Work Commission review all other awards in that context, or was this a specific determination just for the aged care sector, and you'll stop there?
Ms Leggett will be able to assist you with that question.
Thank you.
Joanna Leggett, Executive Director, Tribunal Support Branch. In terms of the aged care case of itself, as you've noted, it issued its interim decision on the 4th of November, and that has outlined that there is an interim increase of 15% to the wages of personal care workers, enrolled nurses and registered nurses, direct care workers covering the Nurses Award, the Aged Care Award, and just shortening the SHADS Award. There will be a phase 2 to be dealt with in relation to that case, and that will look at the timing, among other matters, of that increase. And the third stage will be looking at matters including the consideration of other workers that were not subject to the interim increase announced on the 4th of November that are covered by those 3 awards. Separately to that is the statement that the General Manager was just referring to that was issued by the President on the 4th of December. That outlined a number of matters, but also some analysis that the Commission has undertaken of other awards, which potentially fall within the definition of WGEA's definition of a female or a gender segregated workforce, and so some awards that would fall into that classification. However, the statement does conclude, though, that the Commission would be available to facilitate discussions between parties who may consider bringing a work value or equal remuneration application pursuant to those awards, but it won't be bringing those matters on itself.
Okay, would you mind, and I'm not sure if I've got a copy of that, but would you mind listing for me the awards that will be in scope for that consideration?
Well, as noted, it's not necessarily within scope, but it's more that the analysis has been given. But I can read out the awards of the analysis that was provided. It includes the Fast Food Industry Award, the General Retail Industry Award, the Hospitality Industry General Award, Health Professionals and Support Services Award 2020, the Registered and Licensed Clubs Award, the Educational Services Post-Secondary Education Award, the Educational Services Schools General Staff Award, the Educational Services Teachers Award, the Restaurant Industry Award and the Children's Services Award.
Okay. And so just for clarity, can you say again, perhaps in different words, what you said about what will be done? Did you say that the Commission will now look at those awards but also invites anyone to specifically take a pay equity case?
No, Senator.
Okay, thanks for
to be
clarifying.
clear, so apologies. The Commission has indicated that it's available to facilitate discussions between parties who may consider making work value or equal remuneration applications. But the comment that was made within the statement, and we'll table the statement, is that it's apparent from the aged care case that cases of this type require significant evidence from those with experience in the relevant industry, supported by appropriate experts. So it's more that we've brought the information to the attention of the public, but it's for parties to.
I see. So you're indicating a willingness to consider these issues. I've just got one final question. Yeah, is that right?
Yes. So
Yeah, okay.
it said we're available to facilitate discussions between parties who may consider making work value remuneration. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Paragraph
And then-
18.
Thank you. Just one final question. My colleague, Senator Pocock, asked about the expert panels on pay equity and the care and community sector. My question is, how will the research unit, which Senator Grogan also asked about, to support those panels align with the work being done by WGEA?
The legislation, just before we get this in, I just want to give you the name of the statement that Ms. Liggett was referring to. It's on our website as well, and it's the Occupational Segregation and Gender Undervaluation Statement, and it's issued on the 4th of November.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll table a copy of it as well. I imagine that as we sort of move into the implementation phase, once the bill secures passage through Parliament, part of the consultation will be to meet with officials at WGEA and move through that to ensure that whatever the priorities are of the members, the full bench is considering these cases, these work value cases, are informed by as much data and information that's available to them.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask questions about the individual flexibility arrangements report.
Yes. Can I just confirm you're referring to the General Manager's 653 reports?
Correct.
Yep.
2018 to 2021. Yep.
Yes. It's been a little while since I've looked at those reports, Senator. but
Okay,
I'll try my
we'll
hardest.
trust you to be able to answer these questions. Can you take me through the key findings of this report, please?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have a copy of the report in front of me, Senator. And as you know, they were tabled in November last year. It's been a while since I've reviewed them.
Right, I'll go to more general questions then. So just to understand, most if not all employees who applied for individual flexibility arrangements were satisfied?
From the research that we conducted to inform the General Manager's reports, I understand that is accurate, yes.
Okay. And what was the most common reason, do you recall, for the IFA being requested by employees?
I think, bear with me for 1 second, please. Most common requests were a reduction in work hours, often by full-time workers looking to work part-time, and a change of location. And my understanding is that requests, and bear in mind it's been a while since I've looked at these, were generally agreed by employers or agreed following negotiations, and that based on the research that we conducted, the independent research, that we commissioned, to inform the General Manager reports that refusals were rare.
Sorry?
That refusals were rare.
Okay, were rare, okay. So can you take me through what's currently available in terms of the data around the type of flexibility that's been requested?
A number of things I can say that from that research, and bear in mind it was a point in time based on a limited sample, but in essence, the formal right to request flexible working arrangements was extensively used in almost all industries, except for some male-dominated industries such as in maritime, and that more women than men sought to make changes to their work arrangements, and requests were mainly made by employees who are parents or carers of a child school age or younger.
So they were the main. So who requested the IFA and the data you analysed?
I'm possibly at the edges of my my recollection and knowledge of these matters. And I'm very happy to take some questions on notice.
Yeah, if you could come back to us with that one. Who requested the IFA in the data you analysed? Do you provide data on why these arrangements are not always used in terms of flexibility arrangements for workers?
No, we don't maintain that data at the Fair Work Commission. It's certainly not one of our functions. Okay. It's obviously dealt with in the General Manager's reports required by, I think it's Section 653 of the Fair Work Act. But it requires research specifically relating to that, those issues to actually identify, because I'm not too sure if there's any sort of anyone that's capturing data about the utilisation of IFAs at the moment.
Okay.
Bit of a mouthful.
So are you able to tell me what some of the information provided in your work to study this as to why IFAs were not used in all circumstances?
Do you mind if I take that question on notice, please?
Sure. And then if on notice then as well, what was the breakdown of demographic information in relation to this report? And I'm also interested in understanding if COVID-19 saw any change, any significant uptick in IFAs.
Take that
Probably
notice.
take that one on notice too, no problems. Can I just go to the Workplace Advice Service?
Yes.
Someone here to... Yeah, okay. Can you take me through the work of the Workplace Advice Service? What does the Fair Work Commission do in this regard?
Senator, I would describe it as one of our flagship programs, in fact. It's a service where we partner with around 90 organisations that are law firms, community legal centres, legal aid, to provide pro bono legal advice to people potentially before they apply to the Commission, or after they've applied to the Commission, and most often they will seek advice. About 52% of the applicants apply before they even lodge. And they're really trying to seek independent legal advice about where they should be lodging, the strengths and weaknesses of their claim, the type of claim they should be making, that sort of thing. And once they've lodged...
These are individual, like employees or
So we provide advice to both individual employees and to small business employers, as defined under the Fair Work Act, so up to 14 employees, on the basis that small businesses are very time poor. As we know, they often have very little or no in-house HR, industrial relations, legal sort of resources. So they are particularly in need of pro bono legal advice in our experience, so we target them in particular.
I see. Do you have any data on the latest financial year's figures on access to this program?
Indeed I do. In 2021-22, our partner organisations held 4,657 appointments.
Partner organisations, these are those 90?
Yes, they're 90 law firms and community legal centres and legal aid and so on.
Okay, thank you. So employees and employers can access it.
Yes.
So is it a like, do you speak to someone, or is it or is it electronic? How's it
So
work?
they're usually telephone appointments of up to 1 hour in length, and they are focused on applications involving unfair dismissal, general protections, or stop order applications.
Okay, can you? So what type of issues would someone? What's an example of an issue that someone would raise that they want to advise?
Well, obviously I'm not in these appointments because they're independent to the Commission. We simply facilitate them. So the very purpose of it is to be providing independent legal advice to people for free for up to an hour.
Yep.
But look, Senator, if I was to imagine it, it may be someone has lost their job. They're not sure whether they're eligible to make an unfair dismissal application or whether they should be making a general protections application about dismissal, whether they should be at the Fair Work Commission, a state and territory equivalent body, you know. So they're trying to figure out what sort of claim they should lodge, who they should be lodging it with, is the Commission the right place? So I think I said to you earlier, 52% of participants, because we survey them, our participants in the program, 52% of participants sought advice before they decided whether to lodge with the Commission, and 24%, so around half of those people, didn't end up lodging with the Commission. Now, I don't know why that was. Our survey doesn't go into that level of detail, but presumably because they either realised they didn't have a strong claim or the Commission wasn't the place for them to be going, and perhaps they should be going to, it's a workers' comp issue rather than a termination of employment issue. It'll depend on the individual circumstances of each person seeking advice.
There's some kind of a statute of limitations in there, like on the...
So if you want to lodge an unfair dismissal
can...
application or a general protections dismissal application, you need to lodge it within 21 days of the dismissal taking effect. If you want to lodge a stop orders application, as I was explaining earlier, they're actually for people who are continuing in the workplace. So in that sense, one of the prerequisites is that you're still employed. We can't issue a stop order if the employment relationship has ended, because there's no relationship to be regulating.
Is there any remedy for someone after the 21 days?
If you lodge after 21 days, you then need to apply for an extension of time. Around 5% of our matters are lodged late, so after the 21 days. So unfair dismissal applications, which is our largest application type, they are routinely sent off to a member of the Commission to determine whether there are exceptional circumstances that would warrant granting an extension of time. They're not often granted, only around 5% of cases are granted an extension of time. So it is very important that people get their application in that 21-day period.
Okay. Are there any eligibility limits at all for businesses to access the service?
So as I referenced earlier, the service is for small business employers primarily. However,
the normal standard definition of small business?
Well, there's a Fair Work Act definition of small business. I recognise that it is a term that's sort of loosely thrown around in conversation, and it can sort of mean anywhere from, I think, 5 to 200 employees, depending on the context. Under the Fair Work Act, I think it's section 23, or is it 27? Can't remember. Anyway, it's up to 14 employees head count. However, we do have a pilot on at the moment where we're adopting a more flexible approach to trying to resolve unfair dismissal and general protection dismissal disputes using alternative dispute resolution that's a bit more hands-on than our traditional model, and we're allowing employers with up to 49 employees, so small businesses with up to 49 employees can participate in that pilot through the Workplace Advice Service.
And does... with regard to casuals in the headcount, how are they determined? Are they...
Off the top of my head, it needs to be a
regular pattern of work.
Precisely. Regular and systematic. Casuals are counted in the headcount.
Okay. Great. Okay. I think Senator Rennick was going to go.
Hi guys, how are you going? Look, I've got some signed affidavits from some claimants on a Fair Work hearing where they heard the Vice President say that the claimants should do as they're told or get another job, and they're not looking after my granddaughter if you're not vaccinated, sorry. Giving those prejudicial statements, is there any means for these claimants to actually be able to ask for a retrial? And because this particular Vice President went on to hear further Fair Work cases into the vaccine mandates.
I'm not aware of the circumstances that you've just raised, Senator. In terms of vaccination cases that essentially dismissal application of general protection, cases that come before the Commission that have an element to do with vaccinations, they're dealt with either via voluntary conciliation process. If they're not resolved through that, then they are allocated to members for determination. Those are the members of independent statutory appointees. They make the decisions based on the merits of each case.
Okay, so
and then there's an appeal if the party to those decisions is unhappy essentially with the outcome of the decision, then they have a right of appeal. For those
and who do they appeal to? Other Fair Work Commissioners, or?
It'll essentially, decisions in first instance of single members of the tribunal are appealed to full benches of the Commission in general terms.
Okay, because last time I asked you how did judges or Fair Work Commissioners bring themselves up to speed on the science behind the vaccines, because as you know it's a new technology, and you said it's up to the claimants basically to present the science to the judges at the time. And I just want to quote another case here, Jovic Markovic versus Cooper's Brewery, where in the ruling the particular commissioner said that ATAGI is an expert body whose role is to provide evidence-based advice on the administration of the vaccines. In updates from September to December 2021, ATAGI stated that vaccination was an intervention to prevent infection, transmission and severe disease. Now, the problem with that statement is that I have a statement here from the FDA that said in December 20 that at this time data is not available to make a determination about how long the vaccine will provide protection, nor is there evidence that the vaccine prevents transmission of the SARS-CoV virus from person to person. And that was confirmed 2 weeks ago in the European Parliament, whereby a representative from Pfizer said that they never tested for prevention of transmission. So I guess yet again we've got a Fair Work Vice President here who has basically washed their hands of it and said we're going to rely on the experts. The experts, a number of who have conflicts of interest because they themselves work for universities that get paid by Big Pharma or receive money by Big Pharma. What's the point of having a Fair Work Commission if it isn't actually going to be independent from government and government bodies and actually take the advice of other expert witnesses?
Senator, I don't necessarily agree with the way that you've described my evidence when we've discussed this previously, but the matters that you've just raised, we actually dealt with them, as you'd be aware, on notice, where we provided a significant response. That question...
Well, you didn't provide this. I didn't ask you the question about the fact is that the FDA has said that there was never any evidence that the vaccine stopped transmission, and these mandates are based on the idea that it was going to stop transmission.
Once again, do you mind if I just return you back to the question on notice? The question on notice is EEC AE 22-046, and one of the number of things that it goes to, in essence, are the functions of the Fair Work Commission. In essence, what our roles and responsibilities conferred by the legislation are. And it also indicates that the Commission does not have general powers to deal with employment-related vaccination disputes and does not have the power to mandate vaccinations. But it goes into quite a lot of detail.
So who doesn't have the power to mandate vaccinations?
The Fair Work Commission, it's not one of our functions to mandate vaccinations.
So then why aren't you stopping companies from mandating vaccinations? I mean, isn't the whole point of Fair Work Australia actually to protect employees?
No, and the notice, in terms of the question on notice, it contains the list of functions of the Commission. I'm very happy to go through those with you now.
Okay,
if you like
so where are employees going to go to get justice, right? Because I've got a database of 7,500 people who've been sacked because of the mandates, and of that, 407 were injured by the vaccine and subsequently sacked because, and when I say by the vaccine, by the first shot, and subsequently sacked because they didn't want to get a second shot. So they've both now been injured and sacked. And they have been trying to seek justice, and they're not getting it via the Fair Work Commission, who is just saying that these are fair and reasonable directions. Now, I fail to see how it's a reasonable, fair and direction for an employer to be able to tell an employee to take the risk of being injured when everybody has, different health issues. Some people have different allergies. To have a blanket mandated rule that says it's okay, that the employer can just dictate that you must get sacked, you must get vaccinated or you'll be sacked. How is that right? And if you can't get justice from the Fair Work Commission, who should these people try and get justice from?
Just to return to this question, I noticed from questions 4 to 8 that you asked, the Commission has no role in relation to common law damages or workers' compensation claims. And
Sorry, I can speak up, I can't hear you.
The Commission has no role in relation to common law damages or workers' compensation claims. And as you know, Senator, I can only talk about the functions, the activities of the Fair Work Commission.
Okay, so I'm confused here. So you're saying the Fair Work Commission has got no jurisdiction over mandates at all? Because a lot of people, there's lots of people going to Fair Work, have been spending a lot of time and effort and money on trying to get these mandates lifted via Fair Work Commission, and now you're not saying that the Fair Work Commission has no authority to actually override these mandates? And are they wasting their time? Is that what you're saying?
The functions of the Fair Work Commission, and we've received vaccination-related applications in relation to unfair dismissals. I might ask Ms. Carruthers to assist me here, but maybe some anti-bullying claims, certainly general termination
So these cases are around unfair dismissal as a result of the vaccine mandate?
Amongst others, there's some applications that have been made under dispute provisions, under the relevant industrial instrument as well. But in terms of volume, the vast majority were in relation to unfair dismissal applications. And as with all other dismissal applications that come before the Commission, they are dealt with initially by, depending on the circumstance, but as a general rule, by staff conciliation, where we bring the parties together and essentially conciliate.
Okay, so that's the process. I understand the process. My problem is with the outcome, that people are getting sacked, right, for exercising their right over body autonomy, number one, and number two, because they've been injured, and then they've been sacked, right? So where do these people go to get protection from, their employers or from the government, whoever's mandating this stuff? Where do they go to get protection? If you're not going to do it, if the Fair Work Commission, who I thought was responsible for protecting employees, where do they go?
Senator, I can only talk about the functions, the activities of the Fair Work Commission.
So you're not answering my question. Why aren't you answering my question here?
Because what I'm trying to make clear here, Senator, is that what I can talk to you about, what I can provide evidence on, are the functions, the activities of the Fair Work Commission. You're asking me where can people who have been injured from a WH&S perspective go to seek?
I'm talking about court cases where your own vice presidents have said they've called ATAGI the experts. I've just demonstrated to you that what ATAGI have said in their advice is completely wrong from the FDA, the source, the FDA who actually reviewed Pfizer, information, unlike our own TGA, and where they said didn't stop transmission. I mean, these mandates are based on the whole fact that these vaccines were meant to stop transmission, and here we are, 10 months later with 11 or 12 million cases of COVID in less than a year. So clearly, we don't even need to rely on the FDA ruling, we can see it for ourselves. So why are these people wasting their time? Because you're washing your hands of it. So now answer me this then. Why are these people wasting their time and effort going through the Fair Work Commission if you're now saying that's not the role of the Fair Work Commission to actually hear these cases where they've been unfairly dismissed?
There's a lot of information on our website there's a lot of jurisprudence that's been established as we've dealt with vaccination-related dismissal applications. There's a lot of public information available. But in essence, the members of the tribunal who make these determinations, they're independent statutory office holders. They will assess the information that's available to them and they will make a determination based on that. I just want to reiterate that if a party to those proceedings is unhappy with the outcome, they can appeal the matter to a full bench of the Commission for it to be reviewed.
Is that
Senator
going
Rennick,
to cost them?
just be mindful, we're very close to time, and I have to
thanks.
go to Senator Pocock, and I think Senator Roberts has a brief question as well.
So will that cost them money? Because these people are broke. They've been, some of them are injured and paid medical bills, and they have no income as well. So will that cost them money to then go back again to the full bench of the Fair Work Commission?
It depends on if they're self-represented or not, and the legal fees associated with the representation. It's very difficult to talk about.
Okay. So just one last question. Can you give me the number of people who've made Fair Work claims under Fair Work Australia since the mandates were introduced around October last year, please?
Sorry, can I just clarify? The question is how many vaccination-related cases we've received?
Yes.
From what date?
From let's say 1st of October 2021.
we have some information available that we can take that on notice.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice. Yeah, cheers, thank you.
If it's very brief, because I do need to give enough time to Senator Pocock.
Mr. Furlong, I know a pilot, works for Virgin Airlines. He had his first injection because of Virgin Airlines forcing him to. He was severely incapacitated. He went back to work. He was forced to get a second injection or lose his job. Where do these people go? Their employers are doing this to them. And Senator Rennick's absolutely correct. There's no valid scientific or medical basis for it. Where do they go when their employers are bullying them?
I think under WH&S law, and I can only talk from my own perspective, as the person conducting a business or undertaking at the Fair Work Commission, I'm responsible for the health and safety of everyone in my organisation. I imagine that PCBUs across all organisations.
This is not just a workplace health and safety. This is also about saying if you want to stay working here, you will get this shot. That's just intimidation, bullying, coercion, and it's not based on any scientific or medical knowledge. Where does an employee go?
If they feel like they've been unfairly dismissed, or they have been provided with a workplace right.
They're being intimidated into doing something that they don't want to do. That's a fundamental right.
So, Senator, I might jump in there. They might be able to lodge a dispute application before the Fair Work Commission, for instance, under an award or an agreement. That might be an option available to them.
Senator Roberts,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Pocock.
Thanks for your time here today. I'm just keen to learn a little bit about your resourcing. Can you confirm how much additional funding you received in the recent budget?
Mr. Lambach will be able to assist you with that question, Senator.
We received a total of $66 million over 4 years.
In addition to your existing budget?
Correct, yes. It's additional funding for the three measures. Okay.
And is that split evenly between those years?
In this current year, it's 9.8 million, then roughly $20 million each year.
Okay, so fairly even. And I understand that you will have 8 new commissioners going forward?
They've been funded, yes.
Yeah.
Whether or not, I mean, ultimately, Senator, the appointment of those members is obviously for the government.
But that's
in
the
essence,
plan.
they've been funded, yeah.
And what will the cost of those 8 commissioners be?
The Remuneration Tribunal, Independent Remuneration Tribunal sets the salaries, essentially, for these statutory office holders. A commissioner, at present, it receives $398,630. A deputy president, $484,050.
Thank you. That's total package, or are there other allowances on top of that?
In essence, that's the total remuneration package.
Okay. And do you have an idea of how the other funding will be spent?
We, as you know, it's still the bill hasn't secured passage, but we, and as I indicated at the start of these proceedings, we've already established a cross-institution working group. There are national practice leaders, very senior members of the tribunal, who have been allocated with ultimate responsibility for each of the reforms, the measures, and we're in the process of finalising, but very close to finalising, very senior staff members who will work in establishing those functions. I have to say we're skilled and experienced at implementing new reforms, and as I said previously, we're not carrying any backlog in any case type at the moment. Our digital infrastructure is strong. The organisational capability is strong at the moment. So, as I indicated earlier, without hubris, I'm confident that we'll be able to do a reasonable job with the implementation.
Thank you. The Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, that's currently in the lower house, is proposing 2 new expert panels. How is the Commission placed to set them up? Do you have the expertise, or will you need to bring some expertise in?
My understanding from the measures is that 4 of the new members that we've been funded for will be appointed on the basis of skills and experience and knowledge, particularly in relation to gender pay equity issues, and that they will feature very heavily in the composition of these 4 benches. the expert panels, and the determinations, the assessment of the evidence, and looking at those areas where there may be significant sort of gender pay gaps.
And looking at your current operations, what's the current time frame for approving single enterprise agreements?
At the moment, very pleased to indicate that complete and compliant application enterprise agreements are approved within a median of 12 days at the moment, and all enterprise agreements, this is the 4,500 or so enterprise agreements, and we're at the 5-year trend at the moment in terms of the application volume, within a median of 15 days. I have to say that I think as far as practicable, we are dealing with these applications whilst also meeting our statutory obligations under the Fair Work Act as quickly as possible.
And do you have a sense of the trend over the last 12 months?
It's been consistent over the last 12 months. We've seen significant improvement over the last 4 years, but against every metric, and we've got very detailed KPIs across like everything, every sort of function and every operation, every metric at the Commission. Every activity, there's metrics associated with it, the performance. We continue to surpass our key performance indicators.
Thank you. And the current timeframe for approving multi-enterprise agreements?
I might have to take that on notice. There's only a small number of applications that we receive.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
So you can
No.
get back to me.
Yeah, I think there's 50 odd last financial year.
And has the Commission looked at the details of the Secure Jobs Better Pay bill and sort of modelled or have a good sense of if the additional resources will be enough to meet the needs and still hit these sort of turnarounds and KPIs that you're hitting at the moment?
Very difficult to talk in the abstract without knowing what the final form of the legislation.
Difficult, but I'm aware,
Yeah.
Funding has been allocated, so I'm just keen to understand what your thinking is there.
Well, the measures are essentially, the three measures that we're receiving as a machinery government around the Registered Organisation Commission were in relation to compensation-based jurisdiction and sexual harassment out of the Respective Work report. I think it's recommendation 28 from memory. There's the gender pay panels, and then there is the gender equity panels. And then the third measure that we received additional funding for relates to assisting small business with enterprise agreements. So in relation to, and we haven't, and we work closely with the department in the normal course of things about the resourcing of the Commission, but we haven't received specific additional resourcing in relation to the bargaining reforms. And it's something that once we know the final state of those reforms, that we'll be in a much better place to have those conversations with the department.
Okay. So it's your expectation if the bill was passed with those 3 additional streams that you would likely need more resources to deal with that workload?
I can't say that, Senator. Okay. I can say that from the measures, from the budget for the functions, the additional functions that are proposed for us, I'm confident that they will ensure that we can discharge those additional responsibilities well. Without seeing, as I said, the final form of the legislation, it's impossible for me to talk in the abstract because adding a conciliation conference to each of the protected action ballot order applications that are coming through may have an impact on our resources and the way that we allocate work and the work associated, those sorts of things. It's impossible to talk in the abstract. It's impossible to do the modelling until you find out what the final the final sort of form state of the legislation is.
So you haven't done modelling on what has been proposed? You'll sort of wait for the...
And neither would it be we work very closely with the department in establishing the new policy proposals around the measures that we receive funding for, and we on matters, we don't enter the policy debate, but we provide some information, some guidance to the department where we believe that there are opportunities to improve the administration, the effectiveness of the legislation. But it's a narrow area that we operate in there.
And just the mechanism to get more funding, do you put a request into the department, to the minister before the budget? How does that?
My experience is that there are ongoing conversations that occur throughout the reporting cycle as well. We have a really strong relationship with the department, and my experience in this job and in previous senior executive roles is that is the nature of how you so it starts off with conversations and then they ultimately end up in new policy proposals.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. And there's a brief question from Senator O'Sullivan.
Just to confirm, you said there's 8 new positions, or is that there's a few people leaving? What?
Funding for 8 additional members. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. No further questions? Oh, did you still have that?
The Minister. Just finishing our conversation, Minister. Systems drive behaviour. So we've got the consequences of 100 years of industrial relations system that's basically based on conflict, which drives managers away from managing their business and managing conflict. Sometimes is sparked. So we have to improve the quality of Australian management and take them away from fighting union bosses and back to leading and enabling employees who serve the business's core, the customers. We need to fight with overseas customers, not with fellow Australians. So arguably one of the biggest opportunities we have in this country for the future is unity to battle our overseas customers. Is there any prospect of this government embarking on such a path that I mentioned earlier, comprehensively reviewing industrial relations, setting up comprehensive reform, simplifying it, and then making very sharp, severe penalties for those who breach them, instead of the current morass and tangle of industrial relations mess?
Well, as I said before, Senator Roberts, I certainly agree with you in principle that wherever possible, legislation should be as simple as possible. Sadly, that's not always able to be done as much as people would like. What I can say to you is that I absolutely agree with you, and the government does as well, that the more we can encourage cooperation in workplace settings, the better. I think that's better for employers, it's better for workers, and you know, if you look around the world, most countries that have more cooperative workplace laws tend to have higher productivity, which is good for business, higher wages, good for workers. Higher safety, innovation, because that encourages that exchange of ideas from the shop floor through to management. And that bill that we've got before Parliament at the moment is exactly about trying to drive that. We've seen the results of having a highly conflict-based IR system, especially over the last 10 years, where wages haven't grown, productivity hasn't grown, and that's what we're wanting to try and move to, a much more cooperative system. And, you know, I'm not sure if you were here yesterday when I was responding to Senator Cash, but, you know, I know that there are claims that are being made that this bill is all about increasing the number of strikes. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, this bill that we're putting forward retains the existing laws around strikes and the things that have to be done, and it actually imposes extra measures that need to be taken before protected action, whether it be strikes by workers or lockouts by employers, can happen. You've got to, there's a requirement that before a strike can happen or a lockout can happen, that the parties have to go to conciliation at the Fair Work Commission to try to actually sort it out with an independent umpire there. You've got to give 120 hours notice of industrial action for a whole range of bargaining examples. So we're actually trying to remove the conflict from the system and try to encourage more cooperation, more agreements at the workplace level. Because, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the stats, Senator Roberts, that the percentage of Australian workers who are covered by enterprise agreements has crashed. because
That tells us something.
it does, because the system isn't working, and that's what we're trying to fix. It's not working for workers, it's not working for bosses. You know, you've got more and more people who are on award wages, which is obviously, you know, pretty low in most cases, rather than being able to negotiate higher rates of pay. So that is actually one of the really core principles.
What you're doing fundamentally, Minister, is you're adding complexity, because there's an attempt in this country in industrial relations to try and regulate everything, cover every aspect of every business, and it's physically impossible. It's intellectually impossible. It's morally bankrupt.
Yeah.
So I think we need to come back to something simple. That was the basis of my question. Something simple but comprehensive and with severe penalties for breaking. At the moment, if you've got a good lawyer, you can break anything.
Yeah. No, look,
And that's what we've got to get away from. You're adding more band-aids. I'm not talking about this legislation. I'm talking about in general. Will we ever see a day where there's going to be industrial relations that gets back to the primacy of the workplace relationship between employer and employee? That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it won't surprise you to hear me say that we also think that it's not just about the relationship between an individual employer and an individual employee, because it goes to that power imbalance that we were talking about earlier, and that's why
I meant employees and employers.
and
it
their
doesn't matter if they have
unions
a representative or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But let's get focused on the work and competing
Well,
with
again,
foreigners.
that's what this bill and some of the other IR reforms we have intended are about. Is about fixing the bargaining system so that workers and employers can come to agreements about what works best for them. So I'd be delighted to take you through it in a bit more detail.
Well, thanks. If Senator Roberts, if it's okay, we're running a bit over time. I know the next section there's also a deep interest. But if you do have one final question you want to ask, otherwise I'll...
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Well, now, release you all. Thank you very much for joining us. I now ask the Fair Work Ombudsman to join us.
Very careless.
We just suspend for a couple of minutes. Yeah. Welcome, Ms. Parker, and do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you.
I've got some questions to start off. First of all, I've looked at the results for a number of the work the Ombudsman's done over this past 12 months, and congratulations for the degree of work that you've been doing. And according to budget papers, which I might just get circulated, according to budget papers, the ABCC received funding last year of $46.344 million, while the Fair Work Ombudsman received funding of $165.219 million. Is that correct?
Senator, I'm not sure what the ABCC received. I haven't got it in front of me. I can certainly confirm what we receive as an agency.
That's okay. I'll just ask them to. They're on their way. First. Thank you. It's on the attachment. Head of the Australian Building and Construction Commission annual report. This case is 2021, and there's a couple of documents attached to the back of that, which has the budget paper figures.
Yep.
So based on those figures, the ABCC's funding was 28% of your budget. And according to the ABCC's most recent annual report, the ABCC recovered only $902,464 in wage theft. Well, in your most recent annual report, you say the Ombudsman recovered $532 million. Now, if I do the maths and I've got the amount right, the ABCC recovered in wage theft was just 0.17% of the amount recovered by the Ombudsman. So while the ABCC received 28% as much funding, their wage theft recovery was only 0.17% of yours. That's quite a great gap. I'm very impressed with the results you've got.
So, Senator, I would say we cover every sector, including residential construction. So they cover only one sector. So ours is around sort of 1 million workplaces, and I'm not sure how many there are in building and construction, but we do have a very wide remit, obviously.
No, thank you. It's a fair comment, and I think that you may be aware and come across reports of the billions of dollars in wage theft and superannuation theft across that sector in the construction industry. It's notorious as being, and certainly argued in many places by many academics as being one of the worst areas for wage theft. How much money has the Ombudsman spent on the last few years on litigation about women's toilets, flags and stickers, or union officials having a cups of tea?
Senator, we don't have the building and construction sector. We certainly haven't had any of those kind of matters in the residential construction sector.
Have you had it in any other areas that you've litigated over women's toilets, flags, stickers, or union officials having cups of tea?
We've got, our functions are set out in the Fair Work Act, so we don't have some of those matters that were under the Building and Construction Act, so it's squarely under the Fair Work Act.
Do you think having a strong focus on supporting workers rather than bullying and harassing union officials helps the Fair Work Ombudsman to help workers more efficiently?
Senator, I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment. We're here to, I'm happy to talk about our functions and what we do, but certainly we do what we're asked to do under the Fair Work Act.
I fully respect the fact that you're being above and beyond the fray, because that's appropriate. Senator Grogan.
We'll take that question.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking of functions, can you please let us know and explore some of the current functions of the Ombudsman?
Oh, certainly, Senator. Yes, I'm just trying to find our functions. So, Senator, our functions are laid out in the Fair Work Act, and sorry, I'm just trying to find that in broad terms. Yeah, that's fine. Ms. Volsky will answer that while I try to find the right page.
Rachel Volsky, Chair Counsel. Our functions are derived from Section 682 in the Fair Work Act, which essentially there's two arms of that: our advice and information function for employers and employees and workers, and also to inquire and investigate into potential contraventions not only of the Act but relevant instruments made under that Act, refer matters to relevant authorities, and also commence proceedings as well.
Thank you. And how will the functions of the ABCC be absorbed by the Ombudsman if the legislation goes through?
So at the moment, so from tomorrow, the Fair Work Ombudsman will stand up its function of regulating Fair Work Act contraventions across the entire industry. At the moment, it is the case that there's overlapping jurisdiction between the ABCC and the FWO in relation to commercial building and construction, but we effectively already have all of the tools and infrastructure in place under the Fair Work Act to stand up and do that from tomorrow.
Excellent. And what additional resources has the government committed to the Fair Work Ombudsman to support the absorption of the ABCC's functions?
So, Senator, we've been provided with additional funding of $69.9 million and 80 ASL to cover those new, or the functional, you could say, the additional functions. And those functions are obviously under the Fair Work Act. So does that answer your question?
Yes. In terms of where it's going, that funding, can you elaborate on that, if that's okay?
Yes. So we will obviously use that to add. So we have a couple of areas that we will focus on, including, as the chair mentioned, we will be doing wage underpayments now in the commercial building construction sector. To date, we've been doing all the other sectors and the residential building construction. So some of the funding will obviously go to that. We already have a pretty sophisticated underpayments team and inspectorate, as well as all our other staff that support those functions. And of course, the other work is in regard to the other functions that we will receive as part of that transfer. So we are, when you ask where the funding's going, we will create, we're doing, as a result of this funding and the additional staff, we're having a little bit of a restructure internally and looking at where we put our resources. And we've been focused very heavily in the last few years on corporate underpayments, focusing on universities. We're anticipating other potential functions that the government has announced, such as criminalising wage theft. So we're doing a restructure, and we will have a team that will be, or a group, if you want to call it that will be focused on large corporates and industrial matters. So the industrial matters part of those new functions will go in there, but it won't just be building construction, it will be all sectors.
Great, thank you. And are there any ongoing savings achieved by the abolition of the ABCC?
Not in our. We received funding that we worked with the department, and we received funding that we thought we would need. So there's not any savings required in that. We didn't take on all the functions that the ABCC had. So clearly we weren't going to get the same resources that they had. So the building code and other functions. So, but for the functions we have inherited, we have received the funding we sought, which we're very grateful for.
And what will happen to the ABCC's current cases?
So, Ms Wolski?
Yes. So with the bill that's been introduced into the Parliament, after assuming its passage on royal assent the day after, those matters will transfer to the FWO's name, so will essentially be subrogated into the ABCC's shoes, and then we'll continue to, litigate those matters in accordance with our compliance and enforcement policy, obviously our model litigant obligations as well.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Cash.
Thank you, Ms Parker. Can I just take a step back, and we will take you to the lunch break, and then we will come back after lunch and continue. Just in terms of the transfer of the functions of the ABCC to the Fair Work Ombudsman, can I just ask in the first instance, how many times have you met with the department in relation to the transfer of the functions?
Senator, we've been meeting regularly. So when the obviously the election commitment was clear, once the government settled in, we suggested that we have regular meetings with the ABCC and with the department.
Yep.
So we've been having those weekly, and also separately I've been meeting with Mr McBurney, Commissioner McBurney,
Yep.
so on, and getting down to kind of pretty nitty-gritty staffing transfers, all the sort of things we need to consider, property, where they were located, what it's going to mean.
No. Okay, and my next question was in terms of the meetings with the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Have you met with the Minister or the Minister's office in relation to the transfer of the functions, and we'll go through the functions shortly, of the ABCC to the Fair Work Ombudsman?
No, Senator, we've been working with the department, so there's been a very close working relationship at all levels, really, and so we've been operating in that way, and that's been pretty effective.
Yep. Just in terms of, you had said the FO obviously is not taking on all of the functions of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Can you just take me through what functions you are taking on and then what functions you are not taking on?
Yes, we can. Senator, we obviously watched the ABC's appearance last night and they went through that. We would say the same thing as they said, but did you want us to...
I would just hear from your perspective, because I think they also took some of it on notice. They were able to give us some, but
Certainly. Did you want to go through it? Okay.
So essentially, as I mentioned previously, we will take over responsibility for prosecuting the Fair Work Act. So we'll be taking over that entire function from the ABCC. As I said, that was dealt with previously by way of an exchange of letters, MOU, and so that will rescind. So we'll take that over. So that will include all Fair Work Act matters, wage underpayments, general protections, the whole gamut of those. And then the principal ones that we won't take over are obviously there are specific civil penalty provisions and prohibitions in the BSIP Act that aren't in the Fair Work Act. Some overlap, but some more particular general protections type contraventions, unlawful picketing. And obviously, I think the other one that was mentioned last night was in relation to the building code.
Okay. Just in terms of the transfer of the cases to the Fair Work Ombudsman, when does that and how does that actually occur?
Can I just clarify, Senator, do you mean the litigation?
The litigation.
That's on foot? Yes, the litigation that's on foot. So all of that, at this point in time, obviously the ABCC continues as an independent statutory agency. Those matters were started in the ABCC's names, so he retains responsibility for those. And then there's provision in the legislation, I think, once the bill goes through and it receives royal assent, I think from the day after, it's a transition period that starts, and those matters will transfer in name to us. And then there's a period of transition, which I think is, from memory, about 2 months before there is abolition. So through that time, I think we'll continue to work with ABCC's staff that are left to get the handovers, for those cases and make sure that we're in a good position to, run with those as they continue through the litigation process.
How many cases, or should I say cases that are currently on foot, are you taking over? Obviously the caseload is a matter for the ABCC, but I understand last night that they gave evidence that approximately there's 39 matters on foot at the moment. And my understanding from the legislation is that all of those matters will transfer to us once the bill goes through the Parliament. Yep. And Ms Parker, that's your understanding that if it is the 39 matters, they would transfer over. Just in terms of the discussions with the ABCC on these particular matters, I appreciate you've said that once the bill goes through, there will be further discussions, but sort of what discussions have you had to date in terms of taking on litigation is actually quite a big job, especially when there's 39 matters. What sort of preparatory working discussions have been had to date?
So, look, to be honest, we haven't had detailed discussions about taking any of those matters over. Having said that, we're of course acutely aware of the timetable for the passage of the legislation. So, you know, we're planning for that. So what we have done is taken steps in accordance with the legal services directions to seek the court documents, so the pleadings in relation to all of those matters that are on foot, and also just the prospects advice in relation to each of those matters, so that we internally within our legal group can make an assessment of those matters and start preparing for when they transfer, which, you know, could be, I think, conceivably as early as next month.
Understood. Just in terms of the transfer of, and we'll call it 39 matters that are currently on foot, is there a review process that the Fair Work Ombudsman then undertakes in relation to whether or not to continue to pursue them?
Look, what I would say is it comes back to our compliance and enforcement policy, and we would treat these litigations in the same way that we treat all other litigations. And what that means is it's not a set and forget. We'll obviously continue to review matters as they go through the court process. You know, if there's change in the prospects, or you know, there can be, I guess, a myriad of reasons that could arise, and obviously we'll be cognizant of those in our assessment more broadly with each and every one of those matters.
So you said it's not set and forget, so there is a review process.
Yes.
Is it a formal review process that is in place?
Well, certainly what we're doing right now is I've spoken to you about the first step that we're doing in anticipation of that litigation coming over, and what we do internally in the legal group with all of our matters that will continue with these matters that will be subsumed into the work that we do more broadly is, we have weekly case meetings, discussions with Inspectorate, obviously, assessment against our annual priorities, having a look at the evidence. So, and that's a, organic and continuing process, which I think is the case for any litigation, and particularly, considering the model litigant obligations that we do have in relation to our carriage of litigation.
If there were any cases that had been brought in relation to a function that was not transferring over, what would happen to that?
My understanding, and look, I have to be honest, I haven't looked closely at the provisions yet. It's been busy. But my understanding is that all of those matters transfer, including those that perhaps might have, for example, been started under the BSIP Act.
Yep. How does it, can I just, Ms Parker, it might be yourself that answers, how does that actually operate?
The transfer?
Yeah, the transfer in relation to the cases that were brought under the BSIP Act, transferring over to you when the BSIP Act is no longer there. How will that actually operate?
It allows for it. So the legislation will allow for that transfer, and then we will do an assessment then against our compliance and enforcement policy.
No, and that's what I'm getting to exactly. Yeah. So in terms of what your current compliance and enforcement policy is, does that differ from the compliance and enforcement policy of the ABCC?
In broad terms, what I would say not. I mean, we have to be a model litigant, but we also look at things like, public messaging, stopping and deterring people from engaging in unlawful behaviour, clarifying the law if it helps the community understand the obligations and rights. We're more like the Fair Work Ombudsman, we're more likely to litigate where it's deliberate or repeated non-compliance, where it's exploitation of vulnerable workers, where there's a failure to cooperate with us or fix any contraventions, or there's a prior history of contraventions and there's been no steps taken to ensure compliance. So there's a range of factors we take into account, and it would be, I imagine, similar for the ABCC, but I haven't read their compliance enforcement.
And that, I'm assuming then, and what I might get you to do, could you actually provide to the committee, and I'm happy for you to do this on notice, a copy of the compliance and enforcement policy?
Yeah, and
I'm happy.
it is on our website.
Oh, it is on the
More than-
website. I'm happy to look
more
at
than
that. That's
welcome to
fine.
have a copy.
So just in terms of, so any cases involving abuse, harassment, etc., and in particular the harassment of females on work sites, they are cases that you would look at.
Potentially, we look at, so each case, each matter is assessed separately.
Yep.
We look at the range of factors. It's a holistic assessment, but we're more likely, as I said, to litigate where it's deliberate or repeated. But we also look at, number of people affected.
Yep.
So if it was one person, we may say, well, is that a good use of public money? Is it in the public interest? If it's a broader range of people, it depends. Sorry, I have to say this, it depends. But it will be very much case specific.
This is an independent review process that the Fair Work Ombudsman undertakes, not you
Within our own
personally.
agency.
Not that you personally, you're not going to undertake. Yeah.
No,
so within your own
absolutely.
agency.
Yes.
So is the Minister's office able to provide you with any guidance in relation to this review process?
Senator, they don't. No. It would be unusual, and I would think not. They can certainly. I mean, the ministers' offices and ministers can ask independent agencies to do things. If they were to direct, then it needs to be tabled, etc. But they can certainly ask, and ministers in the past have done that. They've asked regulators to take a particular interest in something or to focus on something of concern. And that's fine. It doesn't mean I would have to do it, but I can certainly understand that that's part of the public interest consideration.
To date, has the Department or the Minister's Office given you any indication as to what that independent review process should entail?
No, we haven't had any communication on that.
Okay. In terms of the number of cases, it's the 39 matters that we currently have before the court, are you satisfied that you have the resources to continue to manage all of those cases if you choose to? Or would you have to prioritise them?
We always prioritise, and so it would be part of the mix of our prioritising. If I can put it in a sort of process sense, when we're considering a matter for investigation, mostly at the litigation stage, then we bring to bear a board within the agency that is our enforcement board, and we look at those factors and we consider that case-by-case analysis, and part of that consideration is obviously resourcing. So as every regulator, we have to prioritise. We cannot do everything. Hence, we have to, cut our cloth, which is why we set priorities each year. But that we also have this policy by which we can filter things through and say, are we able to do it or not? So I would certainly say to Ms Volsky, if you're going to bring a litigation, what are we not going to do? And we'd all discuss that and decide as a board.
In terms of the current capacity of the Fair Work Ombudsman in your legal team, how many are in the legal team and how many are lawyers within the legal team?
We'll just find that.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yes, it's about 110 ASL at the moment, but I think the head count across the entire legal group is 139.
At the head count, okay.
Yes.
And just in terms of additional staff,
yes,
how many will you add to the legal team?
Well, I think certainly, the relationship that our inspectors and our lawyers have is seamless, I guess is what I would say, and they always work very closely together. So I'm not sure that there's been, that we've landed on a finite number. Certainly the focus has been on transferring the functions to stand up tomorrow, and then we'll be on a recruitment drive. But how many ASL did we get in total?
Senator Michael Campbell, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you.
So as part of this budget measure, we were appropriated an additional $13.36 million this financial year because of part year allocation, and on top of that 66.7 ASL. Throughout the NPP process, without going into too much detail, there's clearly a focus on resourcing our operational areas and our legal areas to assist the expansion of our operations into the commercial construction sector. So, there will be lawyers recruited and operational staff as well.
Just in terms of, you said a recruitment drive and then you said recruited. In terms of the staff at the ABCC, whom unfortunately we heard last night, many of them are jobless, how many staff do you expect to take from the ABCC in the legal team? And could you take me through the discussions that you've had with the ABCC in terms of taking on their staff, etc.?
Sure. Senator, so I think it's about 2 or 3 so far in the legal team too.
Yep.
But I sort of need to step back from that a little bit in terms of time and say we began probably around late August talking with the ABCC about how we might facilitate the transition of staff to the ABCC, to the FWO at the FWO at the right time. Obviously conscious that our resource allocation at that point was fully utilised, and it was going to be dependent on additional resources being provided to the FWO through the budget process. So we sought expressions of interest from staff at the ABCC to join the organisation. As you heard last night, it was a Section 26 process.
Yes.
So therefore, both parties have to want to the transfer to occur. So as and when the budget became available to us on budget night, 25 October, the additional funding was appropriated to us. We've then taken steps to activate those expressions of interest where we can. As you heard last night, a lot of people ABCC staff have already taken up opportunities elsewhere, which is completely fine, and you'd expect them to exercise those. But we've so far secured 16 people.
16?
16.
16, yep.
So that's inside however many days, less than 2 weeks. And there may well be more, but I think that what Mr McBurney said last night is that some of the staff will be tracking towards redundancies because they are in roles that won't exist at the Fair Work Ombudsman.
Yep. I understand that, Chair, you were looking for a natural break to allow Senator Roberts to ask some questions.
Yes, thank you, Senator Roberts. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for appearing today. Is the ABN important to an employee's payslip? And why is the employer's ABN on that payslip to its employees important?
Look, Senator Roberts, I'd have to take on notice exactly what the requirements are in the Fair Work regulations in relation to what must be listed on a payslip.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, and hopefully one of my team will get back to me and say whether or not that is actually a requirement. But certainly the identity of the employer is, my understanding is usually included on a payslip.
The identity of the employer.
Yes.
That's fundamental. So I'm not surprised there's such a morass of regulations that you can't answer that. Don't hold it against you. Thank you for your truth. Can a letter of offer or employment contract remove the compulsory employer legal obligations of the Fair Work Act, the National Employment Standards and applicable awards?
I think that's we don't know the answer to the first question, so we can't really answer the second.
Well, I would have thought the answer was fairly simple.
The payslip, basically.
No, the
shows-
payslip. Forget that for a minute.
Oh, sorry.
So, Senator, sorry, are you asking whether or not an employer can contract out of their legislative obligations?
Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
No, thank
and
you.
the reg just is 3.461H.
Sorry?
I have that 3.461H
For the payslips?
for the ABN number.
Okay, thank you. So it's required?
Yes, it is.
It is required, thank you. And it has to be the employer's ABN.
Correct.
Thank you. Can a letter of offer or employment contract mislead the employee as to who the actual employer is?
So, Senator, what I would say is, look, we can't give legal advice in this forum in relation to particular matters, and as all lawyers always say, you know, it will depend on the facts and circumstances, and so I can't give a, you know, I guess an unqualified answer in the abstract without, I guess, a little bit more information about, you know, the particular facts and circumstances, which is probably outside, I think, of the remit of today.
I appreciate that you've got to give a technically correct answer, but to me it would seem that, not looking for validation or verification, that a letter of offer of employment contract could not mislead an employer as to who the employee as to who their employer is.
Look, and what I would say is there is, you know, you'd have to look at, you know, obviously we regulate the Fair Work Act rather than common law, and there may well be some common law remedies that might be applicable, or indeed you might be able to rope in a particular contravention of the Fair Work Act depending on what the circumstances are. But I just can't give you an unqualified, it would really depend.
No, I appreciate that. As I said, you've got to give a technically correct answer. What are the qualifications needed for a Fair Work Ombudsman investigator? For example, a legal qualification such as a law degree needed? Probably would help, wouldn't it, with the morass of regulations?
They're not required, no.
No.
No, they're not, Senator, but we do require, you know, very specific training. They need to be ongoing staff, for example. They can't be contractors.
Okay, what are the qualifications? They're fairly broad?
Yeah, so there's a mix of skill sets. There's a mix of skill sets, Senator, that make up the group of our Fair Work inspectors, but the fundamental is a very robust and comprehensive training program that we put them through with respect to workplace relations knowledge and basics, and then the actual investigative process as well. So that's...
and they require security clearances too, so we need to check their character.
So they're more general life experience and ability to handle...
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, Senator, over the journey, soft skills have been just as important as the ability to, you know, hold your ground in difficult circumstances. So being able to diffuse a challenging circumstance through a human interacting with another human is a skill set we expect of people, but equally we need people that can know and apply the law in situ.
But there is a comprehensive training we provide them as well.
So you get people from a diverse backgrounds, bring them together, give them the training they need. So that it'd be fair to say, from what Mr. Campbell said, that their people skills would be more important than their specific technical skills because you can train them.
Both.
It's both, Senator. It has to be.
Okay.
You can't work in workplace relations without being able to consume and apply some reasonably, you know, detailed statute.
Yeah, thank you. When a Fair Work Ombudsman investigator is carrying out an investigation into an employer for a possible breach of the Fair Work Act and the National Employment Standards, does the Fair Work Ombudsman investigator check the authenticity of the documents to be true and correct? And what checks and balances does the investigator take to verify all documents are true and correct? For example, how would the investigator check a PAYG summary that the employer has given the investigator?
Yeah.
Given the detail of that, Senator, we might get Mr. Ronson to help you out. He's been doing this for a long time and he's been on many work sites.
Stephen Ronson, Executive Director of Enforcement. Senator, I think your question's going to how do we verify or validate what we receive?
To make sure what the employer gives you is accurate.
Yeah, so I think the first place to start, depending on how high you want to take this, is that it's an offence to provide any false or misleading records to the Fair Work Ombudsman. So to a certain degree, any employer who chooses to provide documentation that is not true or correct is obviously taking a risk. There is, of course, though, deliberate and then inadvertent provision of documentation. So back to your initial question, the answer is quite simple. The the inspector, the Fair Work inspector, will request documentation in the course of an investigation. That's their whole job. They're sourcing evidence, not just from the employing entity, but a range of parties. And they will obviously caution all parties that they are to provide, true, correct information. If it's proven to be otherwise, then that becomes its own investigation, if you like.
Thank you. During an investigation, does a Fair Work Ombudsman investigator check the employer's ABN on employees' payslips and then cross-check that ABN on the payslip is the same as the ABN on the employer's submitted PAYG summary to the ATO?
Typically, that would be the case.
You do check it?
Yeah, ABNs are an important source of information for the inspector because it's, as I think where where we're going with this questioning, is it determines who's the employing entity.
Thank you. It determines the employing entity. What are the penalties for an employer giving false and misleading documents to their Fair Work Ombudsman during an investigation into the breach of the Fair Work Act and the National Employment Standards? And has this happened before, and has it been prosecuted by the Fair Work Ombudsman?
We have taken several cases since our inception to court where we have sought orders in relation to the provision of false and misleading documents. And then there are, without trying to complicate this, there are degrees of provision.
Deliberately misleading compared with accidental, for example.
Yeah.
So accidental would just be sloppy and slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
Okay. Does the Fair Work Ombudsman know what the dollar value is for a Black Coal Award covered employee who worked a 4-panel roster, working 12.5-hour shifts, 7 days per week, including weekends, public holidays, night and day shifts, including all loadings for those shifts worked, and 6 weeks annual leave, plus leave loading and paid sick leave?
A Fair Work inspector would be able to easily obtain that information through our own, which is also a public-facing tool, which is called PACT, which is a...
What is it called?
It's called PACT. P-A-C-T is the acronym. It's a pay and conditions tool calculator, but it contains every price point of every award for every contingency in Australia.
Okay. Have you, during an investigation into award payments versus an enterprise agreement, to check that an employer was meeting his legal obligations under the Fair Work Act?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again? Sorry, Senator?
I haven't said it very well. Have you calculated, during an investigation into award payments versus an enterprise agreement, have you checked that an employer was meeting their legal obligations under the Fair Work Act?
Oh, okay. So typically, the vast majority of investigations that we undertake relate to the award system. Enterprise agreements are a smaller proportion, just because of numbers of our investigations, but we typically are an award-based inspectorate if you drill it down to that.
But you can do both.
Exactly. But if we are looking at a request for assistance or a complaint that relates to an enterprise agreement, we may or may not have to compare it with the award. The enterprise agreement typically stands on its own. It's been ratified and approved by the Fair Work Commission, and then we look to the terms initially of the enterprise agreement. If there is reference to an underlying instrument, the modern award, then of course we would examine that. But the enterprise agreement, by the very nature of the fact that it's been approved by the Fair Work Commission, is the primary industrial instrument governing the terms and conditions of employment.
Okay. So you're less likely to check under an enterprise agreement because of what it's been through.
Yeah, that's right.
Assuming...
The enterprise agreement stands on its own as a general rule. I'm just giving you some generalities here.
And that's on the assumption that it's been verified and stamped by the Fair Work Commission. So you rely on them?
Correct.
Okay. I must say, Chair, these answers are really quick and clean and very precise. So thank you. I really do appreciate that. Just get on to something here now that's got a little bit of uncertainty, and I'm nearly finished, Chair.
You've got 3 minutes, Senator.
Okay, well, I think that'll be fine. In the previous government, we've had this discussion, Ms Parker. In the previous government, Minister Christian Porter undertook to have an investigation into with me, undertook to have an investigation into the exploitation and abuse of Hunter Valley coal miners. What's going on with the casual miners, some of the casual miners, sorry, some of the labour hire casual miners. When Minister Porter was transferred and Minister Cash became Attorney General, I reminded her of this, and she said she didn't know, which I accept, which is fine. But she agreed with me that an investigation is needed into casual labour hire miners in the Hunter. And that was delayed, and I don't blame Senator Cash for that as Attorney General at the time. Yet her staff eventually discussed it with your people, I think, Fair Work. Ms Parker?
I believe it was mentioned. If I just raised it, I believe it was mentioned, but it never progressed. There was nothing yet.
No, I'm not chasing you. I'm just
fine.
putting facts in there, looking for a request in a minute, looking to a request. And now we've got a new government. What is the process for getting an investigation into the abuse of labour hire workers, casual workers in the Hunter Valley? Can we recommend something to you? Can we write to you like ANAO? Or?
Yeah, so Senator, it's depending on what you want investigated. Then I guess an option you have is to write to the Minister, as you've done in the past, and seek that. In terms of where that would then be investigated from or reviewed, it would depend on the focus and what needs to be achieved. So, for example, if you were looking at an investigation that covers entirely about wages and entitlements, then Fair Work Ombudsman's role is that. But if you wanted to broaden that into work health safety matters or other broader matters, then that would be beyond our remit. If we were asked to do, whether we could do some sort of investigation, I would need to take account of our priorities. We set out annual priorities, and this area isn't one of those for this current year. And I would also have to consider resourcing. I would need additional resourcing to do something like that, which is quite a big piece of work that we're clearly not resourced for. So that would be the approach, but you would need to sort of, as I said, be very clear on exactly what you wanted to achieve, but I would suggest a discussion with the department as well around where might that sit, because they have very good relationships with other departments that might have a role in it, such as I said, work health and safety, or workers' compensation, depending on where your interests lie.
So the Minister cannot direct you because you are the Ombudsman, you're supposed to be separate, right?
The Minister can direct. That needs to be then tabled in the Parliament.
Okay.
So but the Minister, as I mentioned before, can ask us to look into things. As again, I would need to take account of, we're a relatively small agency. We've got a pretty big remit. We have to prioritise. We can't go in every workplace. We can't look at everything. So we have to decide on the basis of requests for assistance, anonymous reports, where the intelligence lies. This is not a sector that we get very much. We get very few complaints from this sector. We have very little intelligence that there's issues. We know that, of course, we've worked with you and you've raised issues. But in terms of a systemic issue, we don't get very much at all.
So you work more on specifics. An individual worker has a problem, or an individual employer has a problem?
We can certainly help. We help a lot of individuals, as we've outlined in our annual report. If someone comes to us and has an underpayment issue, then we'll look into that. In terms of a broader sector investigation, that's a much bigger piece of work, and I'd need to consider all our other priorities as well. So we're working on vulnerable workers, migrant workers. We've got fast food restaurants and cafes as a priority. We're still working on large corporate sector matters, universities. We've got a very big workload. Everyone's fully utilised. We're fully staffed. We've slightly overspent. Don't tell. But we. So we. We're looking at that. But yeah, we'd need to look at it. We do get a lot of requests.
Senator Roberts, I appreciate that's time. If you have one very quick question.
No question, just clarifying. Specific requests for investigating pay and entitlements, fine. If it's broader, workers' comp, safety, go to the Minister.
Yes, and as I said, I don't like to be difficult. You can ask, but we'll have to.
No.
We will have to look at what we're able to achieve.
That's
in
fine.
The resources we have.
And I just reiterate how much I appreciate their responses.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. We'll now go on break, return at 2:15, and we'll see the Fair Work Ombudsman back then. Thank you. Right to go? Good, thanks everybody. Fair Work Commission, and we're going to... Yeah, Waters. Yeah, Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for joining us today, Ms Parker. I've only got a small amount of questions about the support that you'll provide around the paid family and domestic violence scheme, which just passed the Parliament a week or so ago. So budget paper 2 outlines that I believe you'll get $2.2 million to assist small businesses to implement that paid DV leave scheme. What resources will you produce with that?
Yep, happy to answer that question. So, Senator, we've got, just generally speaking, for background, we'll play a really important role about changes coming out of those reforms. And we were provided with $2.2 million to support small businesses to understand and implement 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. So Ms Hannah will take you through what we'll do with that money.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Kristen Hannah, Deputy Fair Work Ombudsman responsible for policy and communications. Mm-hmm. We've already got some content and some tools on our website. Mm-hmm. When the leave was initially introduced into the NES in December 2018, we developed a range of tools that included a guide for employers, a checklist for employees, guide for employers, checklist for employees, and also a fact sheet for workers who are affected. When the new changes come into effect, we've already started working with DEWA, with the department, in terms of updating those resources and making them a bit more complete. So the sorts of things that we're looking at doing is developing some skills-based training, so some online training courses. We appreciate that it's a very, very sensitive area, and workplace participants will need a whole lot of new and different skills to implement those changes. Okay. So we're also working with stakeholders and, like I said, very closely with the department.
Okay, and what consultation with victim survivors and with small business will be undertaken in developing those new resources? So what we do, what we tend to do with all of our resources is we introduce them, launch them, communicate with stakeholders and get stakeholders to promote those resources through their channels. And then we do a lot of user testing. So what we intend to do is do some user testing with all sorts of workplace participants, including survivors, and then we'll fine-tune those resources. Okay, so you'll develop them first and then sort of field test them, if you like.
Yeah, noting we've already got all the
Noting
unpaid.
you've got the unpaid leave provisions already in place.
We've tested those and got feedback on those.
That's right, okay.
Yep, so that's just our business as usual approach to new tools. Yep. So we'll use that.
And will the resources that you'll work on encourage employers to minimise the evidence that they ask for and provide guidance on maintaining the privacy of any evidence provided?
Senator, we know that there's a lot of sensitivity around both of those issues, and we're working with the department to make sure that we take a best practice approach to address all of those issues. So that's still very much work in progress.
Okay, thank you. And then
but something that we're very conscious of.
Yes, thank you, as appropriate. And lastly, will Fair Work Ombudsman provide support for workers whose application for paid leave for family and domestic violence is denied?
Yes, Senator, that's something that we, I think, will be able to cover off in our communications materials. Yeah.
All right.
In terms of disputes and how to resolve disputes, yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll hand now to my colleague, Todra Bishoy.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Good
Chair.
afternoon. Thanks for being here to answer our questions. The Fair Work Ombudsman announced in June that one of its focuses this financial year is universities. And Ms. Parker, in that announcement, you said, we expect to be taking high-level enforcement action against a number of universities this year and urge all to prioritise their compliance. Can you provide an update on this enforcement action? such as against which universities is this enforcement action being taken and what it involves, if that's possible at all?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So we're currently investigating 8 universities. We have a number of we have the University of Melbourne litigation. We have commenced legal proceedings against the University of Melbourne in relation to allegations of coercion and adverse action against 2 casual academic employees. We've also got an ongoing investigation into alleged underpayment of casual academic employees at that same university, which commenced after media reports. And we have also we have 2 enforceable undertakings, which are high-end enforcement outcomes. One is with Charles Sturt University and one is with the University of Newcastle. So the Charles Sturt University enforceable undertaking was entered into on the 29th of August this year, and the University of Newcastle enforceable undertaking was entered into on the same date, and we were investigating those in parallel. They're different enforceable undertaking, different issues at each of those universities. We also have the other matters under investigation, and we do expect further high-end enforcement outcomes this year.
So that's 3 universities you've named, but you said there were 8 universities. Could you name the other?
So we yes, I can.
5?
The 8 are the University of Tasmania, La Trobe University, Monash University, University of Melbourne, that's ongoing, the University of New South Wales, the University of Sydney, University of Technology Sydney, and Charles Darwin University. I would say, just for information, there's a number of those, majority of those were self-reports, which means that following letter from me and following a fair bit of attention on this sector and union reports as well, they have come forward and are working with us. There's a couple that were reported through the media and we then followed up and are investigating. So even if it's a self-report, we call it an investigation. The job of the agency is to provide assurance to the community that they're calculating correctly, that they're going to do the right thing by the workers, pay them back money and interest and so on. And also, when we negotiate an enforceable undertaking, we ask for a whole lot of other commitments, which includes annual audits. It can include apologies, it can include fixing up their payroll systems and demonstrating that. It can be training their HR people. There's a whole lot of things we include depending on the matter, so they're all slightly different.
And out of these 8, have any of those completed as yet, or they're still ongoing?
They're ongoing.
They're ongoing?
Yes.
And do we have timelines for the completion, or that's difficult to
Senator
say?
Faruqi, if I could just assist Ms Parker, I actually would refer you back to our question on notice in relation to the question that you gave us on the 27th of October, and I think there might have, been a bit of a conflation, but actually it is that question on notice that lists the universities that are in the public domain as being investigated. So they are La Trobe, Monash, RMIT, University of Melbourne, University of New England, University of New South Wales, University of Newcastle and University of Sydney. It's very, there's so many of them that it can be...
There's a slight,
difficult to...
Slight difference there.
So they were, sorry, could you just tell me the number that was there in the October?
Yes, that was EEC, SB.
Yeah, and how many universities in total were there?
So when we provided that answer to question on notice, we said that there were 14.
14, yeah, that's what I thought that, last year there were 14.
And then...
and some of them have been completed now? Is that why there's 8 now and others added?
Yeah, so I mentioned before that I wrote, and we've had contact with 26 out of the 43 total institutions. It doesn't mean that all of them are under investigation, but we're having contact with them. So there's ongoing work. We have ongoing communication with their sort of peak bodies, if you like, their councils and peak bodies. As you mentioned at the start, it's a priority for us across the year, which means we'll continue to investigate. What I would hope is that they're all very much looking at their pay, their payrolls and their history and their pay slips. And I understand from those that I am talking to and their peak bodies that is the case. So they have recognised there's a systemic issue. They are addressing it, some more quickly than others, but it's a complex activity for them.
So I just want to clarify with the 26 that you're talking to, with the 14 that were listed in 26 last year, and the 8 that are listed now. Like, I just want to clarify, like, how many are being investigated by you at the moment? And have some of those investigations been completed? So
yes. So we could. So for example, with Charles Sturt University with an enforceable undertaking, that the investigation is completed. So we have an outcome.
Okay.
University of Newcastle enforceable undertaking, we have an outcome. No longer being investigated as such. We will monitor the enforceable undertaking though across the years that it's signed up for. And if they breach that, of course, we can take them to court. And with the University of Melbourne, there's 2 there. I mentioned 2 components. One of those is in court, so it's not an investigation as such, but the other is continuing to be investigated.
Okay, so I just want to be crystal clear. How many are you investigating now, and who are they?
So we might just ask our Deputy Fair Work Ombudsman Compliance and Enforcement Centre, we might take that on notice. As Ms Parker and Ms Velsky said, we've got 8 underway at the moment that are in the public domain, but there are ons and offs all the time.
Yeah, sure.
And there's been a number that have been mentioned as being
that.
finalised, and then new ones coming in. So as I said, there are 8 in the public domain, but we'll take on notice.
And if you could also give us a list of 26 which you have been dealing with. Some may have been investigated, others may not, but that the conversations are happening. I think that'd be really appreciated. So in August this year, Ms Parker, you commenced, FWO commenced legal action against the University of Melbourne, as you stated earlier, alleging it coerced and took adverse action against 2 casual academics to stop them from claiming payment for work performed. And that action, you said, has been resolved now?
No, so that
been
matter is
resolved.
still in the court.
Okay.
And we are now waiting on the court to consider it. So that could take time. Courts run to their own timelines.
Yeah, of course. And is the FWO investigating other instances of universities taking adverse action against staff who have attempted to exert their right to fair pay?
Look, we couldn't. I'd prefer not to comment on those. On investigations or what sort of matters we're investigating.
Okay.
We don't always let the employer know what we're investigating or what we might be going to do. So if we're still in the process of determining a litigation, we prefer not to comment on what it is we're looking into.
Okay, but the Melbourne one has been made public?
That's in the court.
That's in the court. Okay, so the others, if they get to court, you will make public?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
The universities that you are looking into, they're all kind of matters of underpayments in general, right? For different reasons.
Yes, not just underpayments, but yes, generally underpayments, but there may be other issues
ones as
well.
Yeah. Earlier this month, it was reported that about 15,000 casuals at the University of Melbourne will be paid $22 million as a result of wage theft between 2013 and 2021. And as I understand it, that's on top of some earlier announcement on payments as well, and taking, I think the total, I believe, is over 30 million at the moment. I'm just wondering, are you surprised by the scale of this reported wage theft at the University of Melbourne? It seems like a very huge number of employees and a huge amount.
Yes, and we're doing an ongoing investigation into that, Senator. Look, I suppose the positive, if there is one, is that it indicates that they're looking pretty much at their whole workforce, or at least a very large component. What we often find with businesses that self-report an underpayment is they come to us with we've identified an underpayment amongst a particular cohort of workers. We then work with them and start to, they announce it sometimes to the market, depends on how they approach it. And then we sort of go down the track a bit, and then they come forward with another lot. And so it does, it's a massive workload for us. I'm not asking for sympathy, but it does create then a flow on of more and more of payments. But the positive is that the message is getting out there. Businesses are starting to take this issue really seriously, and they are doing their own audits. They're getting...
Yeah, well, I hope universities aren't businesses, but I think that's the way they look at themselves, unfortunately, and I guess that's part and parcel of that picture. And having worked in a university for quite a long time and heard over the last few years, spoken to staff over the last few years, who, and especially casuals are are overworked, and more of them are working more than the anticipated hours. So I guess my question is, what does that say about how universities are being run at the moment, from what it seems like on the back of overworked and underpaid staff? And what, in your view, is it seems to be a systemic issue, as we have seen it, and I think you've acknowledged that. So what kind of systemic solutions do you have to fix the problem, or you can recommend to universities to fix the problem?
Yeah, so I've written to them, and I will continue talking to them. I've been very public about the issues that have led to the non-compliance. Ultimately, it comes back to culture. The fact that so many of them are doing this says that it's cultural as much as anything. But they also have often poor governance. They haven't focused on governance. They haven't employed the expertise they need. They haven't centralised their human resources functions, so they're operating across faculties and schools. So a faculty will do it one way and another faculty will do it another, and there's not a consistent approach. They haven't understood their own enterprise agreements and haven't had it pointed out to them that they're fundamental to the way they need to pay people. In the case of universities, most of them have enterprise agreements that require hourly rates, not piece rates. They also haven't appropriately invested in payroll or time recording systems, and they have... When they've had HR and pay issues dealt with by academic managers, they haven't had that expertise they've needed to take it seriously or do it properly. So this has gone. It's a long-standing issue that's developed over quite a long period of time.
And you are obviously recommending them to change those systems.
Strongly recommending. Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Just in terms of poor governance, could you just elaborate on that a little bit more? Is it governance at the university level as well?
Yes. Yes. So governance starts at the top, and it goes through. So good governance is at every level. So it starts with you. In a company, it starts with your boards and your executive, and how they set up systems to provide themselves with assurance that things are being done properly and within the law. So they haven't been focused on that. They've been focused on a whole lot of other things. We know they're really busy. Most companies have got 100 things they're doing. But this part of it has not been prioritised.
Yeah. I mean, I would say again that universities are not companies and they're public institutions, I guess.
Of course, but quite similar. Similar
the board
issues.
should be responsible, I agree. I mean, there has been raised with me over a number of years that the university governance structures are less and less, populated by people from within the university and more from outside the university, and that is a problem as well.
It could well be. Yes,
and just one last question from me, Chair. So we were just talking about Melbourne Uni and the 30 million that we know at the moment that needs to be paid back to staff. I'm just wondering, in the cases other universities that you are investigating, is there wage theft to the same scale? And I'm just thinking about the huge number of universities that are being investigated, and thinking that even if the scale within those universities is smaller than Melbourne Uni, that's still hundreds of millions of dollars probably that will end up, that has been stolen from staff. Could you kind of tell us a bit more about that?
Probably too early to say.
early? Okay.
When they first come and self-report, we always say, you know, how much they often don't know until they've done their audits, and it's very difficult for them to know the extent of the issue. I mean, that's a big university, Melbourne University, and it's, you know, it's a very large underpayment.
Yep.
So we haven't. The others have not had such large underpayments. So, for example, Charles Sturt was 3.2 million. So relatively, that's you know, I suppose you could say that's small. University of Newcastle was 6.269. So they, you know, there's. I'd be well. I hope I'm surprised. I hope we don't get any of that size. But it's certainly possible.
Yep. And just a very quick one to finish off. Just going back to governance. What role do you think VCs, vice chancellors of universities, have in improving that governance that you have highlighted as being poor?
The vice chancellors? Well, they have a lot of they need to take responsibility. There's no question. Boards or the equivalent cannot be there. As we know how boards operate, they can't be there checking everything. What they can ask for is assurance, and they can ask for evidence that there's been annual audits and there's been in the governance arrangements. That's what they should be doing. But ultimately, the executive and the vice chancellor, CEO equivalent, is responsible.
So the buck stops with the vice chancellor, really, in many ways.
Thanks, Ricky.
Thanks, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Ms. Parker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Parker, if I could just go back to the role of the inspectors. How many inspectors does the Fair Work Ombudsman currently have?
Yep.
And I'm just going to also table 3 articles that will form basis for the questioning as well.
Yeah, so Senator, I'm going to give you a slightly nuanced answer to this, because, and I'll give you the number you're looking for. And I thought it was just a number. But I do want to say we have 194 inspectors.
Right.
We also have 61 lawyers who work in partnership with them. So it's a team-based approach, and then they're also supported by our intelligence reporting media. So we often get asked why the number's only 194 when there's this many million workers. We do have all the other teams. So our inspectors are the centre of our agency.
No, and so just on that, just the 194 inspectors, they are the one that go out though. So, for example, they would. Correct. So the lawyers, I understand, are part of a team.
That's correct.
Correct, but it's the inspectors that would actually go out to site.
Right. Although
to use the word
work's
site.
done at the desk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's. Will you increase the number of inspectors as a result of assuming the functions of the ABCC?
Yes.
Okay. By how many?
We haven't determined the number as yet, Senator, but I'm expecting that it'll be in the order of maybe around 40, I think.
40. Okay, around 40, okay. And I will get you to confirm that. Is there a reason that you haven't confirmed that number yet?
We're having some internal discussions around the allocation of the additional funding that came in as to what parts of the organisation that funding will be directed to.
Did you recall how many the ABCC currently have?
My understanding, Senator, is it's largely an equivalent number.
Okay. And just in terms of the training that your inspectors undertake, what type of training do they undertake?
I might need Mr Ronson's assistance with this, but we require our Fair Work inspectors to have practical training.
Did you say practical?
Practical training, as in on-the-job training through experience. But we also put them through a Cert 4 training program, which I might ask Mr Ronson to provide more details if you would like on that.
And could I just understand, is it different in any way to the training that the ABCC inspectors undertake?
I might need to take on notice the training that the ABCC inspectors undertake because I'm not familiar with that, Senator. But Mr Ronson might be able to talk a little bit about the Cert 4 training that we provide to our Fair Work inspectors.
Yeah, well, so even before we get to the Cert 4 training, when a new officer arrives at the Fair Work Ombudsman to become an inspector, they won't get their inspector appointment mostly till around 6 months into their role. And the reason that is because they have to do an induction program. They are trained in the elements of, workplace law, and then the beginnings of workplace investigations. They do begin what we call as a Fair Work officer, so they are part of an investigation team. They are learning from inspectors, so they are, if you like, they're beginning to do their job from the start, but they don't hold an inspector appointment for some time. And of course, they've also got to pass, under the Act, what's called the Good Character Test. That's in the actual Act, the Fair Work Act. So there's that induction program, then they're given what's called investigative, if you like, tradecraft training, so the elements of investigative interviewing. Then they're put through a Certificate 4 of investigations. Some can do a diploma in investigations, but it's a very thorough investigative program unless there's some recognised prior learning.
Yeah, no, understood. Can I ask, how many of the 194 inspectors are female or identify as female?
I can take that question on notice, but the majority, I think, would be female.
The majority of the Fair Work Ombudsman inspectors are female. If you wouldn't mind taking that on notice and actually confirming that. As part of the training that they undertake, and in particular the Certificate 4, what part of the training deals with being verbally abused on site?
So we have for some time, we've had a range of programs dealing with what is effectively called resilience training.
Resilience training?
Resilience training.
Okay, resilience training.
So we've been offering that training and support for probably well over a decade now. And it may not come as a surprise, but workplace relations tends to be fairly emotional and conflict-based. And so as a consequence, our inspectors have to learn the techniques of, if you like, I think Mr Campbell previously referred to, before the break, defusing particular emotional or volatile settings. So all inspectors receive training in what we call resilience training, plus there's also, allied to that, training which relates to persuasion, negotiation, conflict management. We have a whole bunch of programs around that.
Excellent. Given this resilience training, I just want to refer to the article that I have tabled from the Sydney Morning Herald. The trail of union intimidation of women must be stamped out, and it refers to behaviour undertaken by union official Luke Collier. Collier has a criminal record, a long history of intimidating women, and his history also includes a trail of protection from his union and indirectly the Labor Party. When he was on the Barangaroo construction site in Sydney in July 2014, he called a female inspector from the then Fair FWBC an effing slut. He also used a megaphone to broadcast the name and phone number of a number of FWBC officials in front of scores of CFMEU members and encouraged them to call the number. He then shouted at the official, "You think all I got is your number." Collier spat at another FWBC staff member, then said, "Lick it up, you effing dog." What specific unit in the resilience training deals with that type of verbal abuse, and I would say assault, given the person was spat on?
In terms of the actual specifics of a particular program, I'd have to take that question on notice.
Well,
but-
do you, is this the type of behaviour your Fair Work inspectors, given that the majority are female, currently experience when they go out to site?
I've been doing this job for about 20 years, and I would present that as an outlier.
An outlier. Very interesting, because you see it's not an outlier, and we'll go through a bit more in terms of what you're about to take on. So I have serious concerns, Ms Parker, and I would like to address these further with you in relation to what the government has discussed with you by way of training, in particular for these female inspectors that are about to be exposed to this type of behaviour, and in particular from the most militant union in the country. So, Ms Parker, I ask you, do you expect that, and I'm going to say they are the majority female, inspectors will be visiting construction sites in Australia?
Yes.
Yes. How many individuals are likely to visit the construction sites?
It's difficult to say. We'll be enforcing compliance with the Fair Work Act in the commercial building and construction industry as we do other sectors. We are taking, in line with the policy, we'll be treating the sector the same as other sectors, but we will assess each matter, as I outlined earlier, in line with our compliance and enforcement policy. So in terms of whether an inspector will go out to a site, I mean, the ABCC had a KPI, and I think it was in their legislation or their regs that they needed to visit a certain number of sites per year. We don't have that.
So you won't be visiting sites. I hope that's not what you're saying in terms of assuming this function.
Well, we have discretion around proactive visits, if you like. So our work is a balance of reactive and proactive. Proactive is when we decide to go out to look at something, investigate something, usually, well, always actually, because of intelligence. So it won't be random visits. So there's that part of it. And then reactive, if you like, is when an issue happens and we need to assess that in the same way we assess any other issue. So if it's a breach of, if it's unprotected industrial action, for example, then we will assess it against our compliance enforcement policy and make the decision of our response. So it may or may not be going out to a building site.
Can I just remind Senator Cash that this matter appears to be a matter before the courts. I appreciate that you've got a line of questioning. If I've read the assertions from the discredited ABCC, and we saw them last night, how they were performing. So you just might be mindful when you're asking your questions that we're not.
And I am quoting directly from media articles that I have tabled. Are you aware of comments made by senior union official John Setka in 2017, where he publicly threatened ABCC employees? As set out in the article that I've tabled, CFMEU boss John Setka threatens to hunt down ABCC officials as rallies disrupt sites. And I will quote from it. This is what Mr Setka said. "We will lob in their neighbourhoods. We will tell them who lives in their house and what he does for a living, or she. We will go to their local footy club. We will go to their local shopping centre. They will not be able to show their faces anywhere. Their kids will be ashamed of who their parents are when we expose all these ABCC inspectors. So if they think they're going to walk around and desecrate construction workers, take away our rights and then ride off into the sunset, and there's going to be no consequences, well, they're in for a big surprise." He said people could not avoid three things in life: death, taxes and construction unions, because, I quote, "because when we come after you, you better be careful." So, Mr Ronson, in terms of the 194 inspectors, the majority of which are female, how many have been subjected to that type of threat previously? I'm hoping you're going to say none.
It's probably safest I take it on notice.
Is there a reason you need to take that on notice?
Well, there might be instances of extreme intimidation and abuse that I'm not aware of, so...
Well, Ms Parker, would you know how many have been subjected to this type of behaviour?
None since I've been in this role, Senator.
Thank you. Ms Parker, as the Fair Work Ombudsman, do comments like these against public servants just doing their jobs concern you, given that you are assuming the role of what the ABCC inspectors were undertaking?
Well, obviously the comments are of significant concern. I would say we won't be doing the same as the Building and Construction Commission were doing. For example, a lot of the site inspections were around code-related matters. We're not doing that. We won't be doing those inspections. We will be doing our activities in response mostly to issues as they arise, and we will train our people.
And that's what I'd like to get to. Thank you very much. Given that, as I said, your agency is taking on the responsibility for keeping law and order on building sites, what steps are you taking and what steps has the Prime Minister and the Minister asked you to take, given this behaviour has occurred time and time again by senior union officials against ABCC inspectors, and in particular female inspectors, to ensure that they will be safe on these sites, and we'll shortly get to another quote, but also when they are not at work? What instructions has the Minister and the Prime Minister given to you to ensure the safety of your 194 inspectors, the majority being female?
Senator, I suppose I would hope that, given our long experience as a regulator of workplaces, that there would be some confidence that we will manage the sector, the additional sector. I would say one of the things we do need to do for anyone that's going onto a building site, they will be required to get work health and safety certification as well. So that's additional. So our inspectors will have that. I mentioned earlier that we will have slight restructure, and we will have industrial matters where we will have the opportunity to look at this area and decide whether additional specific training is needed. But it's we're only getting some of the functions tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow. So we're in
no
very.
No training's been undertaken in particular with your female inspectors.
We don't have so that there will be separate teams for this next. We will have an industrial matters team with inspectors in it. We don't need to train all our inspectors on all activities because they're not all going to be going
They won't all be
site.
going out to be abused.
No, that's correct. So it will depend, but absolutely we will look to additional training if we think it's needed and support.
Will you undertake a risk assessment about the safety in particular of the female inspectors for the construction sector, given the abuse that ABCC female inspectors have been subjected to? This is actually a really serious issue.
Yes, I think the answer.
I'd hate to come back here next
yes.
year and find out that female inspectors in the Fair Work Ombudsman, given this issue has been raised, have been verbally abused and spat on whilst doing their job.
So the answer to your question is yes. Risk assessment and determination of additional training that we will need to provide our inspectors.
How will you undertake the risk assessment?
Senator, if I could just add to Ms Parker's answer as well. As we said, the function stands up tomorrow and we are in that intensive recruitment stage, but certainly we are working on reviewing our risks assessment to look at work health and safety risks and what are the appropriate control measures. It may well be, in the examples I think that you've used, that would, I think, constitute a criminal offence under the criminal code for intimidation of a Commonwealth public official. So it may well be that there's escalation points to police as well, if that was to become an issue as well. So those are all matters that we're considering in that review, I guess, to make sure that our risk assessment is fit for purpose, taking on these additional functions.
There was an article yesterday, and again I've tabled it, which highlighted that the CFMMEU was already flexing its muscles in Adelaide, and the article is by David Penberthy. State of alarm as John Setka-led CFMEU flexes its muscles on building sites. An Adelaide property developer is threatening to pull the pin on a $27 million apartment project amid the growing militancy of the South Australian CFMEU under leadership of John Setka. 3 months after Mr Setka took control of the branch, a picture is emerging of the impact the Victorian takeover is having in the historically calm SA construction industry. Building companies are being threatened with rising labour costs and demands for pre-existing EBAs to be replaced with more generous union-sanctioned agreements, and subcontractors are being frozen out or confronted over use of non-union labour. City building sites now bear no ticket, no start signs declaring that non-CFMEU members are barred from entering, and sites where work is underway and being performed in part by non-union members are receiving impromptu visits from CFMM, Construction, Forestry, Maritime, Mining and Energy union officials demanding entry on safety grounds. Does that concern you, Ms Parker, given that the article was only written on November the 7th and this type of behaviour is occurring?
Yes, and we'll obviously monitor the situation.
Can I also just add to Ms Parker's answer as well? I've only obviously just given that it was only an article yesterday, but it would seem to, and we can never generalise.
You don't have anybody monitoring the behaviour going on currently on building sites, given your female inspectors
No, Senator,
may
what
well
I
be
meant was
subject
it
to
was
this
only
behaviour.
written yesterday is what I mean. It was recent in that respect. I was certainly aware of it, but I just meant that it was an article from yesterday. But what I would say in reading that it seems to raise potential general protections, 346, no ticket, no start, freedom of association type issues. Those are already matters that we do investigate, and in fact we've got a matter on at the moment in court, the FYO and the CFMMEU, in relation to the Oaky North mine that does relate to adverse action and coercion during protected industrial action as well, involving various allegations, and sorry, I should say it's not the construction division, it's I think the mining and energy division, involves scab signs, social media abuse and verbal abuse as well, and so that matter is currently, as I understand it, listed for a case management hearing for the 22nd of February 2023. So I guess all I'd say is this is not necessarily new work. I understand absolutely the point about the challenges, but we also have...
It's even worse if it's not new work. Good God. It's even worse. There's a pattern of behaviour here that you've just confirmed. Ms Parker, will you be directing any resources to Adelaide, given that their construction sector appears to be being targeted?
Senator, we do have an Adelaide office. And
yes, no, that's why I asked if you were directing any further resources to Adelaide.
Well, look, we will if we need to. What I would say is that we do also operate on a national basis, so we don't, Adelaide-based people don't just do Adelaide-based work, and so we can send people to various sites or cities or regions if we need to. We've got 22 offices around the country and they do operate quite flexibly. So we can move resources as needed. But do you want to add to that?
I was just going to add, Senator, that At the 30th of June, we had 92 people in our Adelaide office, of which 16 were Fair Work inspectors, so it's quite a substantial presence we have in Adelaide at the moment.
How many are female?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Could you please
Senator.
take that on notice for me? Ms Parker, what discussions have you had with Minister Burke, or what discussions has Minister Burke had with you regarding that you have the ability and the appropriate resources to ensure that female Fair Work Ombudsman inspectors who are going to building sites will not be subject to this type of behaviour, but also are basically protected?
Look, we haven't, and I wouldn't expect to have that sort of level of discussion with a minister.
Can you then guarantee that your female inspectors will be safe when they go to building sites in the future and will not be subject to this type of behaviour?
Well, Senator, I'd love to give you 100% guarantee that everyone in my agency is safe. We absolutely implement work health and safety requirements. The law as it stands is do what's reasonably practical to provide a safe workplace. We will do that. We will take it very seriously, as we do with everything around health and safety. But like anybody, I can't ever guarantee 100% that something isn't going to go wrong.
Just what might, just to help flesh out that answer, just as a fundamental part of the training, Senators, which is where you started, before every site inspection, before every field investigation, at the beginning of every investigation, there is an investigation plan. And so that brings into what Ms Parker's just saying about a full assessment is taken of what is the workplace. That will include an assessment of the workplace health and safety aspects. So
what will you do in the event
investigation is
that
different.
an issue arises?
Well,
And a safety plan is one that says we cannot send inspectors to this site.
Well, as Ms Parker said, we can't give here today 100%.
No, I'm asking you a question. You've put forward that there is a safety plan. You undertake that prior to. So what do you do in the event the safety plan says it is not safe to go to site?
Well, we're dealing just in terms of there's no case in front of me, but just in terms of if the past is a guide, you can also look at parallel regulation. And so, for example, Chief Counsel has just said that if a particular instance appears to be criminal in nature, then it might be appropriate for a parallel regulator to be involved and to receive advice in that sense. But I haven't got a particular instance, a case study in front of me here. One thing I was going to just add before was we do, from time to time, we'll be conducting investigations where it could be in the security sector, it could be in the horticulture sector, where you will come across...
Not the same. Let's talk about the building industry. They are not apples with apples.
Senator Cash, I assume you'd be just as concerned about incidents of abuse or harassment from employers on construction sites.
Absolutely.
Would you like to
and
ask
they
some
should not
questions about
occur. The bad news is, and in particular, given the evidence from the ABCC last night, there is one union in town
we know
that
the
consistently,
ABCC
and if you want to run a protection racket for them, Senator Watt,
I'm just
do
interested in
that.
whether you're being even-handed, because there's also the Fair Work Ombudsman has done a huge amount of work about recovering wages for employees who've been underpaid, including on construction sites, but you don't seem very
I am
interested in
more
that.
worried at this point in time about the abuse that female inspectors at the Fair Work Ombudsman, I hate to say, will probably be getting very near into the future.
I share your concern
Minister
about behaviour
Watt,
on work sites.
Given the behaviour of John Setka, given the behaviour of Luke Collier, I could go on and on and on. Can you guarantee that female or any inspector of the Fair Work Ombudsman will not be subject to this type of abuse and harassment?
I would answer the question exactly the same way that Ms Parker did.
You cannot guarantee they will not be subject to vile abuse and harassment.
I would answer the same question as Ms Parker, but I would absolutely hope and expect that no worker experiences harassment on any work site, whether it be a Fair Work Ombudsman inspector, whether it be a construction worker. I don't think people should experience harassment at work from their employer, from a union official or from anyone.
So you would call out the behaviour of John Setka?
Yes, I have absolutely no time for John Setka.
Ms Parker, if your inspectors are at a building site and are subject to threats from the CFMMEU or any other individual, what is the advice that you have given to these inspectors? Do you advise them that their safety should always come first?
Senator, we get the functions tomorrow. We're working through that at the moment on how we will, how we will train our people, what we need to do. Mr Ronson said we need to do a risk assessment on each particular matter, and it will vary, but of course we're not going to put our people at risk.
But this is what really concerns me in terms of the evidence that was given prior to lunch, that you do assume responsibilities tomorrow. You are clearly aware, all of you, Blind Freddie could sit here and tell you about these cases because they happen time and time and time again. And you were telling me neither the Prime Minister nor the Minister has raised any concerns in relation to whether Fair Work Ombudsman inspectors, given the majority in particular are female, are prepared and will be safe on site?
Well, as I said, Senator, it's ultimately our responsibility to ensure that as far as reasonably practicable we keep our people safe. So that's something that I need to do as the agency head, and I need to assure myself as the agency head. And of course, if there's risk that there's going to be someone injured and we can foresee that risk, then of course I wouldn't be allowing them to go onto site.
Have any of the inspectors raised any concerns in terms of potentially going onto site in the future?
Not with me, Senator, but we're still determining, who will do which work. And
in the
who's best
event
placed.
that someone does raise a concern, what will you do?
What do we? Mr. Ronson, this won't be a new issue, I don't imagine.
No, it's always horses for courses. There are different investigations that require different skill sets, different approaches, different capability levels, experience. So, if an inspector, and this is rare, but if an inspector feels that they're not able to participate in an investigation for whatever reason, that request or aspect is taken very seriously, and I can't recall anyone being compelled or forced to do an investigation if there are good reasons why they shouldn't.
Minister, if the Fair Work Ombudsman was to come to the government and request additional resources to ensure they have the ability to train their inspectors and keep their inspectors safe on site, will the government be forthcoming with those resources?
Well, we would of course consider such a request. I'm not going to sit here and commit funding in a portfolio that I'm not even the Minister for, but of course we'd consider any sort of reasonable request like that.
Ms Parker, how will the Fair Work Ombudsman communicate to the more than 400,000 small and family businesses in the construction sector about the new arrangements that are about to be in place?
Senator, I have already sent letters to
400,000 businesses?
No, and we do, of course, we'll be putting information on our website. We expect that associations of which employers are members will cascade the information, and the information will get out there. We would never. I don't write to the million workplaces now that we regulate. What I do is do it through peak bodies and through organisations that can, I guess, spread the word, and that includes through legal firms and people they generally work, accountants that they would work with. So I've already written to stakeholders on the 27th of October, setting out the changes, the changed arrangements from the 10th, and what that will mean.
I don't want to break your train of questioning, but how long will you be on this line of questioning, just so we can...
I know that Senator O'Sullivan has...
I'm just mindful that we've got the rock there as well, but...
We're happy to forego some time on...
I think we've done that, yeah.
The rock,
yeah.
yep. you just referred to a list of stakeholders. Oh, sorry, I thought
Yeah, how long do you think you're going to be on this line of questioning?
probably for me another 5 or 10 minutes. In fact, it could be 5 minutes. It's
5 minutes would be helpful.
Yep, understood. Just in terms of the list of stakeholders that you referred to, are you able to table that or provide it on notice?
Yes, that's fine.
Too?
Yep.
And just in terms of another, really concerning issue is going back to the Luke Collier comments and the fact that he used a megaphone to broadcast the name and phone number of an FWBC official in front of scores of CFMEU members and encouraged them to call the number. How will you ensure that at all times the personal details of your inspectors, including your female inspectors, are protected?
One of the practices we've adopted now for well over a decade, at least since the inception of the Fair Work Ombudsman, is to advise and recommend to all inspectors to obviously practice private security as well. So, for example, names to be removed from electoral rolls, these are advice points, and so forth. And names not, used to be the old phone book, of course. I'm going carbon dating myself there. But these are just practical measures. So, for example, I can speak for myself as an inspector that I've practiced those methods as well. We can't compel those, but these are practical tips that inspectors in all regulatory functions practice.
Well, I certainly hope at the next estimates your practical tips to inspectors to ensure their personal details are not broadcast to the CFMMEU have worked. On that note, I'll hand over to Senator O'Sullivan.
Senator O'Sullivan, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go to funding, please. Minister, can you please advise the committee how much funding the Fair Work Ombudsman will receive once the once the Fair Work Commission takes over the ABCC's caseload?
Well, I think Ms Parker, has already provided that evidence, Mr O'Sullivan, Senator O'Sullivan.
I think, okay. What I heard though, well, what I'm trying to figure out is what the difference is between the funding of the ABCC and the Fair Work Commission. I note that there, on my calculations, there's about a $68 million difference. Can you confirm if that's correct?
Obviously, the Fair Work Ombudsman is only taking over certain functions of the ABCC, and resources have been provided to the Fair Work Ombudsman for that portion of the work. But why don't I get Ms Parker and her colleagues to just give you that figure again?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Michael.
No.
I mean, by my calculations, it appears to be about half the amount.
Of the ABCC?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're receiving 69.9 million, 80 ASL average staffing numbers. We mentioned earlier, Senator, that we are not getting all the functions of the current ABCC, so we're not getting the code work and a whole range of other things they do. So we did receive the funding that we assessed that we would need in order to do the new functions.
You are taking on a considerable number of existing cases, and we've seen a pattern and a history of recidivist behaviour by a particular union. So the workload by taking on the construction industry must be, you must be considering that to be high, but you're receiving half as much funding as the ABCC.
With all these, with funding, we always have to do an estimate. Obviously, when we put up a policy proposal for budget or otherwise, so that's what we have done. So if we will keep a very close eye on this, and if we believe we're under-resourced and need more funding, we can ask government to assist. Now, there's no obligation, obviously, for them to do that, but we would put put it through, we'd talk to the department, we'd talk about issues, we'd see if we could deprioritise other work. There's a whole range of ways you can do things within an agency. We do have discretion over a whole range of activities. And I do set priorities and put more effort into those areas where there's priority. But obviously we will keep a close eye on this and we will keep reporting back on how it's going.
So you've discussed the priorities. I'm just wondering have you formulated any methodology in terms of triaging and determining those priorities?
Yes.
Can you just talk through that briefly?
Yeah, so we set annual priorities. I mean, there's a whole range of work we get that's what I call reactionary. People phone and say, I've got a problem, I've been underpaid, and we assist each of those.
Sorry, I might just be clear with my question. I want to ask you about the existing cases that the ABCC have in determining the priority with regard to which ones you carry forward.
So we will, when legislation needs to go through for us to receive the litigations that are currently on foot at the ABCC, we will assess them in line with our own compliance and enforcement policy, and it sets out the criteria by which how we will treat a matter. So if, for example, so we do have to prioritise. Yeah. So if we assess it, for example, as being in the public interest to take it forward, if it's going to test the law, if it's egregious behaviour, if it's systematic, if there's no contrition, all of those things come into play in us determining the approach. So if a matter comes to us and it's clearly an issue, but the parties all say, we're really, really sorry, we're going to fix it, we'll show you how we're going to fix it, there's little point in litigating it. As you would probably understand, we can sign them onto enforceable undertakings which allow us to audit them for the next couple of years, make them do certain things without going to court, which is benefit for everybody, much lower cost, much quicker, money back to workers quicker. Litigation needs to be a higher bar. We have to be a model litigant. We also have to have a positive chance of being successful in court. You can't just run spurious matters just because it looks interesting. You have to demonstrate that it's got a good chance of being successful because we're using taxpayers' money, so we have to be careful. So all of those things will be factored in.
And no doubt the other thing to consider is that the building code's not continuing, so you're only working under your act. So there'll be some cases that are currently being pursued by the ABCC that just because they're under the building code, you won't be able to carry them forward anyway, is that right?
Yes. Yeah. So we'll assess each one, and there may be some that we consider are not in the public interest, and we won't continue those on it. I'm speculating.
I want to explore some of these cases with you, and there's quite a number.
Sullivan, if I could just add as well, though, obviously, as we've spoken about earlier, these cases haven't come across to us yet. So they won't land into the Fair Work Ombudsman's lap until at least the day, I think, after Royal Assent. And then there is a 2-month transition period. So in a sense, we are talking about, at this stage, hypotheticals, but because we haven't undertaken, we've started the work in undertaking those assessments, but it hasn't been done in a comprehensive way. I guess if I was to use an example, though, we could talk about the case that was discussed last night with the Lend-Lease matter, which we understand the ABCC discontinued by consent because the building code, which underpinned that, the allegation, or at least many of the allegations in that matter, obviously is gone. And so then there is a question about the utility of spending, Commonwealth money in the event, that there has been a change in the law. That's not to say that will be the approach that we'll necessarily adopt. But I think, as Ms Parker said, it's just, we'll need to assess everything, including against our other priorities and other work that we do as well. But right now, it's premature to talk about that.
Right, okay. But I do want to take you to a selection of cases that are currently have been pursued by the ABCC. I've provided them for the committee to be tabled. I've just got these off the ABCC's website, so they are in the public domain. I'll just run through just a couple of them, just so I can get a bit of a feel for
Before you start that, if it's okay, sure. I won't take this time off you. I'll just thank the Minister Watt and just introduce, of course, now joining us is Senator Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Education, Assistant Minister for Regional Development, who will be representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Sorry, back over to you, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Yes, so I'd like to go to just a number of these cases. There's quite a few here, so I would be here all day if I went through every single one of them. So I'm just going to take a pretty random selection, I've got to say, because I could spend time on each one. To me, they seem quite egregious, the particular situations. So I'll start with the Huntington, the case known as the Huntington Apartment Project. The respondents, the applicants, the ABCC, and the respondents, the CFMMEU. By way of summary, the ABCC commenced court action on the 8th of September against the New South Wales division of the CFMMEU. This is in relation to a picket which was allegedly organised when the principal contractor of the $42 million Huntington project refused to sign an enterprise agreement with the union. The ABCC is alleging in its statement of claim that during the period 7th November to 12th of October 2021, workers attempting to access the site were subjected to abuse being called effing scabs, dogs and grubs. During the dispute, up to 40 picketers led by CFMMEU New South Wales State Secretary Robert Kira and organisers Brendan Hole, Mark Cross, Joseph Uati, Carl Hitchcock chanted slogans, waved CFMMEU flags and constantly used megaphones and sirens to intimidate the workers. The picket resulted in several crane companies engaged to lift concrete decks into place and erect site lifts refusing to work, as did a number of scaffolders. Workers of the head contractor who continued to work were continually harassed, received abusive text messages referring to them as scabs and told that they would never work in Newcastle again. The picketers' actions caused anxiety and distress to the workers and discouraged and prevented them from working on site. Now, given that picketing is not covered under the Fair Work Act, I think it's one of the, I know you took on notice before that there were certain actions, attributes out of the code that won't be carried forward. Picketing, I think, is cited as one of them straight up. So would this case be pursued by the Fair Work Commission?
Senator, it depends if there's other issues. We will assess them each, as I said, when we receive them. So I would have to take it on notice if you wanted more information than that, and that will be the answer to all of them, really.
Okay.
Because we don't have them, and so we haven't had the chance to assess them.
Right.
But you're right, picketing
Minister, this sort of behaviour... Sorry.
Sorry, look, can I also add, I mean, these are matters that are obviously on foot at the moment, and as the regulator, we of course will have deliberations about, how we pursue matters, what decisions are made internally as well. So there may well be public interest considerations that might be relevant as to why we might not be able to, provide you with details of those deliberations when we actually get to the point of having those cases. But right now, we are absolutely, we just are not in a position to be able to advise what steps we might take in relation to a particular case.
Right.
Given that they're still sitting with the for example, a matter might be discontinued, whatever consent order's made, and so it really is hypothetical. So I just don't feel like we can answer that question.
Though. It's a case. I appreciate what you're saying, but Minister, is this the sort of these are sort of actions that are acceptable in workplaces? What is the government going to do to ensure that this sort of behaviour is not able to continue, given that we've heard evidence earlier that picketing, for example, is not going to be carried forward to the Fair Work Act?
I think you've given an answer. I've got nothing more to add than that.
So the government doesn't have an interest in ensuring that people on workplaces, as they're going about their jobs, are not called effing scabs, dogs and grubs?
We think everyone should be treated respectfully on the workplace.
Okay, that picketers' actions causing anxiety and distress to workers, that distress and that anxiety, you'd want to see that stamped out, would you?
I think everyone should be treated respectfully on workplaces all over the country.
Okay. Let me go to another matter. This is known as the 443 Queen Street matter. The respondent is the CFMMEU. The ABCC commenced Federal Circuit Family Court action on the 1st September 2022. There's a case that would be needed to be carried forward if it was going to, because it hasn't been completed yet. As at the time, officials on the 15th of December incursion onto the project site, each of these 3 access gates in use had signs directing all visitors to report to the site office. The ABCC is alleging in its statement of claim filed in the court that CFMMEU official contravened section 500 of the Fair Work Act 2009 by acting in an improper manner when they unlawfully entered the construction site while ignoring safety requirements for all visitors to attend the site office and sign in. They did not show their entry permits and requested to do so, failed to give notice of their entry and held unauthorised discussions with the subcontractor's employees. The ABCC's statement of claim further claims that Mr Maloney behaved in an abusive and intimidatory manner towards the senior site manager when he responded to a query about what was going on by saying words to the effect, "If you effing speak to anybody, it will be the last time that you work in the EBA industry." Would this be the sort of case that might be prosecuted, might be pursued by the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Senator, with respect, I will just repeat what we said previously, but also I know that you're reading off a media release, and that's, obviously the case as alleged. There may well be a defence that we would. So, we need to look at.
Senator O'Sullivan, not again your opportunity to ask questions, but is this a current matter before the courts? I'm very mindful of.
I'm reading off a publicly available document. It's on the. I'm not sure if it's a media release, but it's certainly in the ABCC's Gazette.
But is it appropriate for these officers to be making comments about an existing case that's actually? There may be different ways you can ask the question, but if you're asking for details about the existing case, it's inappropriate.
To avoid that, let me go to another case, and I'll just refer to it in its.
I'm sorry, I don't want to break your train of.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
mindful of time
So,
as well, but please go on.
We have another case here where it's alleged that language has been used against intimidating and offensive comments to site management by a CFMMEU official, which says that this is a small industry. I can make your life hard. Get this C away from me. Get effed, you C. You are nothing but a piece of, and on several occasions referring to the site manager as a C. It alleges that while exercising the right of entry, that there was a contravention of the Fair Work Act 2009. So that would be then
Is that
within your.
current as well, though, isn't it, Senator? Before the courts.
It is, but I have spoken in general terms, though, haven't I?
Oh.
Without going to particular.
I think you have actually, in fairness to the officials,
No,
you've asked an opinion on specific matters.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get a picture of what are the, in terms of your triaging of what is, the hierarchy of priorities, what sort of cases are going to be dealt with. Have you got the resources to do it? I know Senator Cash has taken you through questions on the resources and the training and the facilitation that's been provided. So what capacity have we got, have you got to deal with it?
So, Senator, the triaging it is frustrating for people to understand the triaging because each case is different. So I couldn't say to you, for example, this kind of case will always end up in court, or this kind of matter will end up as an enforceable undertaking, or this matter we would drop, because they're all different. But there's a list of criteria that we provide in our compliance enforcement policy that's public and on the website that sets out the factors we will take into account. The senior leadership team in the Fair Work Ombudsman will assess each matter and will, on advice from our expert lawyers and people from our compliance and enforcement teams, to say what it is that's happened, what the matter is, what's been done to date, what information we've received from the ABCC and transfer of that matter, and then what are the factors we might take into account in assessing it, what other information might we want to seek, etc. But it has to go, each of them will have to go through that triaging, if you want to call it that, process. It will be done very carefully and thoughtfully. And one of the things that could happen before those cases get transferred to us is they could get settled, or the ABCC might take a different approach to them, given they still have those matters. So until we actually receive them, we won't be able to do that fulsome assessment. We can do a preliminary and start obviously thinking about them, which we are doing, but in terms of saying what we will do with each matter, I think it's too early. I would say that I believe we are resourced appropriately, but of course we'll monitor that very carefully.
And the sorts of factors that, excuse me, we would take into account, they're set out. I've just pulled up our compliance and enforcement policy. Those public interest factors are listed from page 12 onwards: nature, seriousness and circumstances of the alleged contravention, characteristics of the person alleged to have committed the contraventions, characteristics of the alleged person who's been the subject of that contravention, the impact of that contravention, general deterrence, administration of justice. You know, there are a whole range of things. It is the case, obviously, and I understand what's being raised in terms of these particular cases, and certainly if it happens that we, as this jurisdiction progresses, that we need to revisit our compliance and enforcement policy to make sure that those, you know, whatever matters need to be taken into account, well, of course we can do that. We did that in 2019 after the Migrant Worker Task Force, you know, firmed up our compliance posture, and there was amendments to the C&E policy there. So it's not a static document either.
Senator Simon, just before you ask the question, how long do you think you might be on this line of questioning?
So what I've been trying to get a handle on here is, and I appreciate you've taken the earlier question on notice with regard, and so did the ABCC last night, in terms of providing us with a table that will give us what's in and what's out, what's been carried in and what the difference is between the Fair Work Act and what's going to be missed by the abolition of the code, building code. So just trying to get a bit of an understanding of the type of cases that are going to be carried forward and would be the type of case that would be prosecuted by the Ombudsman. Clearly, I don't think anyone, well, there are obviously some that think that this sort of behaviour is acceptable, and I could keep going. And there's about, I think, was it 39?
I think it is 39 cases.
39 cases that are currently before there, but
I think
we know that there's a history.
A number of those matter. Have you got a breakdown of the subject matter of each of those litigations?
Most of them are right of entry. There's a few particular ones.
All I'd say about that, and you know, as we always try and do, as Ms. Parker's spoken about our finite resources, we do try and make sure that we, you know, exercise our statutory powers in a way that we get the most bang for our buck. So it may be and I'm just that perhaps we wouldn't run as many right of entry cases because we've got other matters that, subject matters that we'd be looking at as well. I'm just saying that off the top of my head on the basis of what you've just said.
With my reading of them, and obviously these are on the website, anyone listening can go and have a read on the ABCC's website. Most of the right of entry, I should say, cases still involve quite significant intimidatory behaviour. They're not trivial issues. They're involving a lot of intimidation and in many instances coercion and real issues of freedom of association aspects as well. Workers across Australia, employers across Australia, particularly in the construction industry, are concerned about what changes will mean with the abolition of the ABCC, not carrying forward the code, and not giving the power to the Ombudsman to be able to pursue certain issues because you won't have the powers to do it. And I guess, Minister, we. As you've said, you don't think it's right or fair that anyone should go to work and experience any sort of intimidation. What can you tell us about, what assurance can you give us with regard to steps that the government is going to take to make sure that this change that's about to be made is not going to lead to people feeling intimidated, people being intimidated, and people experiencing harassment in the workplace? Particularly women.
From what I've heard, the Fair Work Ombudsman have given a good appraisal of how they intend to operate and the resources they have to operate. As a government, we certainly don't stand for any bad behaviour or illegal behaviour on workplaces throughout the country, and I'm confident that the Fair Work Ombudsman will be able to do their job effectively and appropriately as a result.
Well, I hope so. Thank you.
Thanks. No other questions then. I'll release the Fair Work Ombudsman and I'll ask the ROC to come up and join us. I understand there's only a few questions, so we'll take a break after that for the ROC, but we'll see. Famous last words. I think we're going to be about 15 minutes with the ROC.
Sorry?
15. I'm going to go what they'll tell me. Came a bit late. I now call, just welcome Mr. Bielecki. Do you wish to make any opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I want to get your pronunciation of your surname correct. Was Bielecki?
Bielecki.
Bielecki. Thank you, Mr. Bielecki.
Sorry, Mr. Bielecki. I should know by now, shouldn't I? My apologies.
I have heard it several times, but I heard a different pronunciation just there. Look, thank you. I realise that, was there going to be you said no opening statement?
Sorry, Senator?
No, okay. I understand, though, that this is likely to be your final appearance.
It could well be, Senator. Part of the Omnibus Bill is the abolition of the ROC.
Yep.
That will really involve transfer, thankfully, of all my staff to another agency.
Okay.
And the primary casualty from the change.
That's where I wanted to go with my questions primarily. Yes. Thank you. Well, firstly, thank you. Can I just put on the record thanks for your role and the role of your agency in the work that you've done. I speak on behalf of former government in that relation, and I thank you very much indeed. So, Commissioner, can I just understand firstly what consultation process has occurred with you in regards to the ROC being disbanded?
there's been no consultation with me about that particular outcome. Post the election, I had one meeting with some members of the department where I was told that the government was going to pursue a machinery of government move in relation to its policy about us. But I wouldn't really classify that as a consultation. It was just really saying, well, this is going to happen. And
Any engagement with the Minister, the Minister's office?
no engagement in terms of consultation. I have received one letter from the Minister, which was dated the 30th of October and provided to me the following day, and that letter advised that the bill was introduced into Parliament on the 27th of October and that my functions would be transferred to the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, that my role would be abolished, that all staff and budget of the ROC would be transferred to the Fair Work Commission, and that transitional arrangements would be put into place to ensure that the General Manager can in due course request information from me to enable a transition to take place.
So that can't occur, no transition can occur till the legislation passes, I take it?
That's right. At the moment, all the powers and functions under the Registered Organisations Act are vested in me as the Commissioner.
Yeah. Excuse
me, Senator Chris Enright's my name. Just
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Enright.
Executive Director of the Registered Organisations Commission. Just to assist you in relation to that consultation process, the department engaged in a series of consultations with a range of organisations, as I understand it, including the Ombudsman, the Fair Work Commission, and me, and sought input and advice in relation to the government's proposed machinery government move from the Registered Organisations Commission to the Fair Work Commission. So I was given that opportunity to provide feedback in a consultative way to answer your question.
Right, so in terms of the MOG change and your discussions with the department, I think you said that all staff are being able to be transferred or as
That's my current understanding, and they will be eventually moved to the Fair Work Commission together with the budget that the ROC had. When that might happen and whether that happens and how it happens and so on, I have no information about.
Okay, but as far as you're aware, all employees of the ROC would be would retain a job.
Yes, Senator, and just a point of clarification, the employees that assist me in discharging the functions of the ROC are actually employees of the Fair Work Ombudsman who are made available to me to assist in those functions.
Like on a secondment type arrangement.
So the transfer will be technically
pretty
legally
seamless
from the FWO to the FWC.
Okay. Has there been a handover procedure? Has there been a handover procedure started so the ROC's work can continue to be delivered by the Fair Work Ombudsman?
No handover procedure's been
you don't want to be preemptive or
discussed with me. I'm aware that one of the agencies that are involved, because there are three of us, Fair Work Commission, Fair Work Ombudsman and the ROC, has suggested that some committees be formed to start looking at issues, but that's, I think, just a preliminary suggestion.
On tomorrow meeting with the Fair Work Commission, Senator, in relation to these proposed changes, how they might be done, and sorts of resources, the sorts of issues, IT, people, anticipating all of the things that would need to be done to effect a seamless transition. So that I suppose the introduction of the bill has been what's been holding us up in terms of that. Now that the bill's been introduced, that formal process will start tomorrow, and then that'll be subject to how the bill transpires through the Parliament.
Okay. I just want to ask about any current investigations and litigation that you've got. I appreciate it's all subject to the bill passing, but will the Fair Work Commission, Ombudsman continue any investigation which is currently underway with the ROC?
So our functions, if they're transferred, will be transferred to the Fair Work Commission. So the question will be whether they would continue. The answer is I don't know. We're currently conducting 3 inquiries and 2 investigations.
Sorry, have I got that wrong? Fair Work, it's Fair Work Commission that takes it on.
Everything's being moved to the Fair Work Commission.
I beg your pardon. Thank you. So will the Commission then continue, the Fair Work Commission, continue any litigation which is currently underway? Do you know?
As my understanding from the bill is that the General Manager would step into my shoes as a party to that litigation. What he might do with it would be a matter for him. I have no information as to his attitude to that. We have one current matter in court which will actually go to trial at the end of this month, and one other matter that we're about to commence.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
I might assist you, Senator, that the investigation and inquiry powers that are currently available to the Registered Organisations Commission are being transitioned in total. There's no diminution or no change to any of those powers other than to assign the power to the General Manager, who's able to delegate in the way that the Commissioner can now delegate. So there's no reason to suggest that those matters won't continue.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for hanging around for that. Cheers.
Thank you, Senator.
There's no further questions, so I now release you and thank you for joining us this afternoon. And we now break until 4:10.
Thank you, Chair.
It's from the Australian Skills Quality Authority, and welcome Ms. Rice. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. You ready? Or otherwise? Yep. Senator Grogan.
Can I just take you to the Chisholm TAFE and online courses that there have been some challenges with?
Certainly, Senator.
Okay. Can you explain the timeline of the complaints raised about the Chisholm TAFE?
Certainly, Senator. Saxon Rice, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Skills Quality Authority. In relation to Chisholm Institute of TAFE, it's worth noting that ASQA has been engaging early in particular in relation to a pilot across all Victorian TAFEs, engaging early in relation to renewal of registration. So we actually began engaging with all Victorian TAFEs approximately 12 months ago now, certainly late last year. And so in the context of that engagement with all Victorian TAFEs, we were engaging with Chisholm Institute, and we undertook monitoring activity and engagement around their preparedness to make their application for renewal of registration. And in the context of that engagement, we worked with them around a range of matters that they were identifying. This is right across all of those TAFEs. And we understood, with all of that engagement, that there was ultimately a finding of compliance in relation to the consideration of the registration of renewal application. And I'll just check the timing of that actual registration renewal.
Yeah, because I was going to say, so as you said, you were engaging early with those TAFEs in terms of their renewals.
Yes.
When was that, and when were the renewals due? And then when did these issues started to come out regarding Chisholm?
So we were engaging between June and December 2021 with all Victorian TAFE providers, including Chisholm Institute, and that was prior to their renewal of registration applications falling due.
Sorry, I wonder if you could just speak up a little bit. Sorry.
So we were engaging with all Victorian TAFE providers, including Chisholm Institute, between June and December 2021. And this was prior to their renewal of registration falling due.
So it was due in December 21?
No, it was due actually in 2022, but it was considerably prior to their registration falling due. So we understand as part of that overall engagement that Chisholm Institute had identified that there were issues relating to its own quality assurance processes, and they decided to suspend delivery of the Certificate 4 in mental health in order to address those issues that they'd identified. And it's really, I guess, that self-identification, which is an area that we have been working on as the regulator across providers right across the sector in terms of really enabling their own self-assurance of their systems and processes and their assurance of their achievement or focus on quality outcomes. So in that sense, it was that model in action where Chisholm Institute was able to identify those issues for itself and take action.
And then sort of 6 months later, they were in a situation where they had quite a lot of media attention around complaints raised by students. So if they have gone through that process and done all the self-identification at December 21, and then in July 22 there's quite a storm sort of kicks up, what were they doing in the meantime then? I'm concerned that you're saying that the process of self-identification of issues and such is something that you're saying is a really good thing, but it doesn't appear to have done a very good job here, or maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe you could just step that out for me.
Certainly. I will just check the timeline of when Chisholm identified those issues for themselves. I will check the timeline, as I say, but I believe it was around about February 2022.
That they self-identified that they had an issue?
That's right. In terms of why that is reflective of an effective system of governance, that is what we are really seeking in the context of, I guess, some of the underpinnings to the broader reform agenda that ASQA is implementing in relation to our own regulatory practice, is in order to build that capability and capacity of the sector in relation to their own self-assurance, which is not self-regulation, but we are wanting to work together with the sector so that they can both be clear on their regulatory obligations and our expectations as the regulator, and in doing so be able to have the systems and processes in place to be able to assure themselves that they are delivering quality outcomes for students. And it's in the context of that process being undertaken by Chisholm Institute that they identified the issue with the Cert 4 in mental health, and in identifying an issue, rightly then took the necessary steps to address the issues that they had identified, which resulted in some of those implications for students during the period that they were addressing the issues.
So, as the regulator, how does that role interface? How's your relationship sort of role with an organisation like Chisholm? What's the oversight piece that you have on those organisations, and particularly on Chisholm?
Yeah, I might ask our Deputy CEO, Christina Bolger, to respond.
Hi, I'm Christina Bolger, Deputy CEO. I think where we're moving to, Senator, is that traditionally applications for renewal of registration were a point in time, and they focused on point in time compliance. And we are seeking to engage with providers through a whole range of mechanisms. In this instance, we actually met with TAFE CEOs on a number of occasions and made clear the expectations of the regulator in relation to their obligations, and engage with them over a period of time, including conversations to support their own self-assurance, so that we could move from that sort of cliff edge, if you like, in terms of compliance at the point of assessment, and actually start to build those sustainable systems of governance and feedback and evaluation within organisations. And we have undertaken this with TAFEs because they actually had a large number of renewals that were occurring at the same time, which gave us an opportunity to really test that approach. We've also undertaken evaluation to seek to learn from that and apply those learnings in how we are, applying this more broadly.
And so then they would be accredited for another 7 years, is that right?
In this instance, each of the TAFEs had a risk assessment of their performance, and the regulator, ASQA, was satisfied and was able to renew those registrations. And I would need to check those periods for the TAFEs in terms of whether or not they were all for a 7-year period.
Certainly in relation to Chisholm Institute, it was a 7-year renewal of registration.
Yes.
Okay. And they would have received that renewal prior to these issues coming to light?
I'd have to
I
take
guess
on
that's
notice,
the
Senator,
kind of
the
timeline
date
that
that
I'm
they...
kind of interested in. You maybe take that on notice.
Yeah, I think
that would be great. And just the other thing is, have you finalised your strategic review into online learning? Because my understanding is the issue with Chisholm was an online, and I should be careful, not Minister Chisholm, but Chisholm TAFE. Just to be clear. Oh, that's probably about the third time I've said it, and I've seen you go, oh, all right. Let's be clear. The review into online learning that you were undertaking, can you tell me where that's up to?
Yes, Senator, we have finalised the report, and it's currently with the Minister.
Okay. Sorry, and it's been completed?
Yes, the report has been completed.
And has it been released?
Not yet, no.
I was going to say, I haven't seen it.
No, apologies. It's currently with the Minister. We perform our strategic reviews under a specific section of our functions under the Act. So we have, I've provided that report to the Minister and engaging in that sense prior to publication. We will be publishing the final report though.
Cool. And I suppose it's inappropriate for me to ask you what's in it.
Well, we were certainly, throughout the course of the strategic review, we have provided information throughout because it was certainly an evolving space at the time. It was very much in response to the rapid move that many providers were required to make as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and being able to respond and still be able to deliver quality outcomes for students. So there is a variety of information available, certainly on our website, in relation to some of those progressive outcomes and the way in which we were considering and engaging around both the risks and the opportunities associated with online delivery throughout that period. The final report, though, is not yet publicly available in terms of some of those final outcomes and next steps.
And so how did you find that transition through that sort of COVID period? Obviously it would have been a very challenging period of time. From a regulatory perspective, what were the challenges that you were facing there?
Well, I guess it was engagement with providers who were at varying levels and stages in their implementation of delivery online or through blended methods. So for some providers, it was a method of delivery that they were very cognizant in and were able to upscale in many areas. For others, it was a new area. So we were particularly emphasising our educative and supporting and guidance function around our expectations, regardless of the method of delivery, in relation to delivery of training online, and really being able to support providers around that transition. And I think that's part of the reason why we had taken the approach with this strategic review for it to be iterative, in order to be able to support the sector as it continued to evolve. I know, just recalling that we certainly sought a lot of information from providers at the time as to the number that were delivering online, thank you, at the outset of the pandemic and those that transitioned. And certainly have some information here that the number of subjects being delivered via an online-only mode increased by almost 24% in 2020 compared to 2019. We certainly know that hundreds of providers transitioned to that, some form of that method of delivery during that period. There's certainly been some great innovative application of that method of delivery throughout this period. That's one area that we'd sought to highlight. From an opportunities perspective in the delivery of vocational education and training, we also obviously encountered or were alert to poor practices, and we're keen to draw those to the attention of the sector as well in terms of being clear about our expectations. I can certainly provide you with any further detail on notice around the number of providers that have advised us of their move to delivering all or part of their training online. Of course, it does encounter, one of the areas that was encountered with some difficulty is training packages that require workplace exactly, work placements. And in those instances, we were supporting providers to understand how they could reorganise the delivery of the training to be able to deliver the theoretical aspects up front, and then, you know, with the view to the opportunities around
waiting,
lockdowns being lifted and face-to-face delivery. Of course, that was a particular challenge in some of the health industries in students being able to access those workplaces.
And how did that wash up in the end? Because it was quite a lengthy period of time. If you had for some of those courses, they wouldn't run over multiple years.
That's right. I can just give you some high-level information around, obviously, some of the challenges that were encountered around the delivery of some of those qualifications, particularly in the health space. I think it also is encountered in the hospitality area as well, in terms of their resulting in a backlog of work placements needing to be able to be worked through. Something that we were certainly engaging with peak sector bodies about at the time, with industry more broadly, right across government with the department, in terms of also supporting the Australian Industry Skills Committee Emergency Response Subcommittee, in order to be able to facilitate those. Facilitate is probably not quite the right word in terms of our role, but be able to support the potential solutions to that backlog of work placements at the time. As I understand, that's less of an issue now. It certainly hasn't been raised as being one of those critical issues by the sector in recent months.
Well, I might have a look at that strategic review and chat again in February. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for taking my questions. I only have a tiny part of your enormous area to ask a question around, and my colleague, Senator Rice, has already questioned you on it, so I hope I'm not overlapping. It's the Carer Workplace Initiative, which I understand the department has allocated $2 million of its own money within budget over the next 3 years. Have I got that right?
Senator, not for ASQA, but for the department. It's not.
We've just started with the Australian Skills Quality Authority, of which Ms Rice is the CEO? Yes. Yeah. So the department are due to start when Ms Rice finishes.
I'm in the wrong spot. I should have been here earlier.
Only by... No. Next. Yeah. You're just ahead of schedule.
For running between committees. My apologies, Chair.
That's okay. Happens to
Ahead
me,
of your time.
unfortunately, too often.
Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Senator Little will take most of the time. I've just got a couple of questions. Just interested in... I was elected 3 years ago, and I've got to say I received a lot of representations from training providers that felt that the regulator was, I guess, more regulatory rather than educative, and played what they felt was a bit of an adversarial role. I've got to say, though, I haven't heard that complaint as much of late in recent years. So has there been a shift in terms of the role that you're playing in in providing an educative role for providers to improve their performance and meet their requirements.
Thank you, Senator. Taking you back a couple of years, as you say, ASQA's been on something of a regulatory reform journey, and really that's been centred around really in emphasising and improving our best practice approach to regulation, essentially. That was certainly an expectation of skills ministers back in 2019. We, as a result of the engagement of skills ministers at that time, they were very much seeking ASQA's expansion of our educative function, and ASQA was provided with additional money, additional appropriation in relation to being able to expand that particular function. We also then undertook an independent rapid review of ASQA's functions, our culture and our governance. And throughout that review, that certainly identified areas in which we have, since that time, been working through a very systematic and planned approach to improvements in our regulatory practice. And that has, as I say, certainly emphasised and expanded our educative function, which is what I was talking to Senator Grogan about earlier in relation to our support to the sector about being able to understand, for us to clearly articulate our expectations of provider obligations so that they're very clear around all of those, but also being able to support them in terms of what we expect of them in relation to their understanding of self-assurance, as I say, which is around their own system, how they understand their own systems and processes. It is very much about us focusing in on our intelligence and being risk-based and data-driven, and really improving our intelligence throughout our understanding of risk. And as we've been as we've been undertaking these improvements, it's all been at the same time as ensuring that we've got that focus on maintaining safeguards in the system. But it was very much a recognition that traditional audit for a sector that we regulate of more than 3,800 providers is not an efficient or an effective sole treatment for risk. And so we were looking to, and are currently still working through, a program of implementation of broadening the full use of our regulatory tools, very much still maintaining a focus in relation to audit or performance assessment as we refer to it, but also extending that beyond that into a broader range of monitoring activities, separating out market entry from the entities in the market, and a variety of other measures, including that continued and ongoing focus around our educative function and being able to engage in our understanding of risk and our regulatory impact, and creating those feedback loops for providers around that.
Do you regularly survey providers? Do you have a mechanism of getting feedback from them?
We do. We certainly survey providers annually as part of understanding our broader performance. And we have also reintroduced surveys of providers that undergo an audit or a performance assessment with us. So we've certainly undertaken both of those mechanisms.
And what's the headline results of the survey?
What's it instructing you of?
I might just ask my Ms Bolger to respond to that one in terms of some of those outcomes.
Thank you, Senator. Christina Bolger, Deputy CEO. Yeah, we're certainly starting to see increasing confidence in our regulatory processes and how they are overarching, promoting quality outcomes and helping to build the sector capability. I think we've got some key measures in our performance report that are reported in our annual report. 85% of providers responding to an independent survey that was conducted around our regulatory processes, really confirming that that is supporting and ensuring quality outcomes and building capability for self-assurance in the sector. There's also been, evidence through the way in which we're seeing the regulatory program as a whole moving to be more effective in supporting providers to understand their own risks, and the information that we're providing back to the sector about risks and risk mitigation is supporting those providers to take action themselves to address those risks rather than waiting for the actions of the regulator. So we have a range of those indicators that are reported in our annual report. I think probably the other outcome that is worth mentioning is how we have really been seeking, through a planned program of work, to provide greater clarity of the requirements, our assessment reports, and our focus on those clauses of the standards that require providers themselves to understand, evaluate and continuously improve, are starting to shift the behaviour of providers. So rather than focusing on point-in-time compliance, those measures are increasing their own focus on how they are understanding compliance themselves and striving for continuous quality improvement. We're seeing also that we're starting to shift from what was historically a very high disputation culture in the sector, and through affording earlier opportunities for dispute resolution, including through the establishment of an internal review function in ASQA, that we're able to resolve those issues faster, and that then means that we can pursue through the courts and the AAT those matters where we are most concerned about risks to quality vet.
And what aspects of the feedback you've had from providers, where are they calling for more support or greater improvement on your side? What you need to be done?
I think probably some greater transparency around reporting. That was probably one of the indicators that was lagging behind the others, and we do have some recommendations in the suite of recommendations from the rapid review that relate to that, which are on our work plan. And so through that planned program of work, we hope to be able to provide greater transparency of our regulatory outcomes, but also to feed back the results of our regulatory activity in a way that actually both supports providers to understand what's required, but also acts as a deterrent in providing just greater visibility of the regulatory program.
Okay. Do you perform any performance reporting role with providers? Like, do you do an assessment of how they're performing at all?
Yes, we do. So we undertake performance assessments against the standards, and in doing so we prepare an audit report or a performance report that provides feedback to the providers on any non-conformances with the standards and areas identified for improvement.
And what's that measuring? Is it just the courses and the they're compliant with what's on scope, or do you actually look at the outcomes of students and that sort of thing?
It looks across a whole range of evidence, but is underpinning their compliance with the standards for delivery and assessment of vocational education and training, which has regard to the qualifications framework and what specific requirements there might be in those training packages.
And do you seek feedback from industry and employers with regards to the performance of that provider? So, to use I guess a bit of a cameo, like if someone undertakes a course and they get a job, do you get feedback from employers with regards to the quality of the training that was delivered by that particular training provider?
Yeah, we have a range of mechanisms to engage with industry, including our environmental scan, where we will reach out to industry and a range of other stakeholders to understand issues and performance in the sector. We also have complaints and matters raised with us, so we get that feedback. Perhaps there's some other mechanisms.
I'd also add, Senator, that the standards themselves go to industry engagement and all of those sorts of things. So it's entirely conceivable that in the context of a performance assessment, those are some of the things that our assessment officers might be engaging with the provider about in relation to the provider being able to demonstrate that engagement with industry and those outcomes.
Okay, and is there? You're not the only regulator, though, are you? Like, there's some states have their own. Like, I think in Western Australia, there's a. Am I right? There's another.
That's right, Senator. So we are the national vet regulator for all states and territories except Western Australia and Victoria. Yes. But we do regulate.
Like to do things a bit differently over there.
We do regulate. Providers in Western Australia and Victoria if they deliver outside state boundaries or to international students.
Okay, and is there any difference in performance that between a private provider and a public provider, like a TAFE? Is there any sort of standout differences?
Senator, none of our e-scanning, environmental scanning or compliance data would suggest that is a differential in terms of the performance of the provider. And ASQA's approach is really looking at those risks that operate across the sector, irrespective of the nature of the the status of the entity. Yes, and so we will see those same risks pop up in the full range of providers, and our focus is in assuring that all providers are taking action to mitigate those risks.
Okay, thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. Some of my questions relate to the questions you already asked around assessment and consistency of assessment across providers. You mentioned that you actually assess those providers. Who has access? If I'm one of the 180,000 potential students who are going to take up fee-free, it might be free, but it's not my free time. I'm contributing a lot of my energy and effort to getting an education. Where do they get access to information so that they can choose who the provider actually is of choice for them?
Senator, the MySkills website provides information in relation to all providers and the courses that are delivered by all providers.
When you say courses, I'm talking about the detail. I'm wanting to know completion rates, actual, not just completion rates, but student attainment, student performance at the end of their qualification. Because in the education system, you see this word all the time that's about participation, which is actually a completely irrelevant, erroneous performance indicator when it should actually be completion outcome.
Senator, in relation to ASQA's information and the information that we publish, we have a register that connects to the training.gov.au website, which articulates any of the decisions that we have made in relation to our regulatory activity. Part of the forward program of work in relation to our implementation of the recommendations from the Rapid Review also involve the publishing of both more information about the performance of the sector as a whole, as well as the publishing of audit reports or performance assessment reports for providers. There's just a number of intersecting aspects to the delivery of those specific recommendations that are all in train, but that are part of our forward program of work. We are certainly, in the context of this financial year, looking at the ability to start to begin that publishing of greater information around the performance of the sector as a whole.
So how important would that be for, say, a student who's thinking about taking up TAFE education? I've just seen in the last few days the 5-year productivity inquiry from Learning to Growth interim report. That's obviously quite detailed. A lot of government reports are quite detailed. I want something really simple where I can just go to and say, why would I go there or catch a bus or a train to the other side of town to go to that TAFE as opposed to that TAFE? Or that private provider as opposed to a TAFE. What's something simple?
I'm certainly aware of the work that's been going on across government in relation to this. It is very much an intent in relation to being able to provide much more consumer information, and it is certainly that intent from ASQA's perspective. So there is certainly work in train in relation to being able to provide that information for consumers, for students, and inevitably parents working with their children around selecting the provider that they would like to undertake training with.
So thank you. You've said the intent is there. What sort of time frame do you understand is going to happen, given we've got current students, but we've also got 180,000 potential fee-free places being offered to people who would want to make a decision about that?
What I can tell you, sorry.
I was just going to respond within the scope of ASQA's role in terms of our publication of regulatory decisions. We have some short-term, medium and longer-term goals here, and in the short term, this financial year, really looking at providing more information on our regulatory decisions. I mentioned before that was an area that we were receiving feedback on in terms of transparency. So that would include, information around the decision and really improving that transparency of ASQA's decision making in relation to the performance of the sector. There are some longer term recommendations that we are working obviously with the department, because they relate to the broader range of information that might be available to inform students from a consumer perspective that go well beyond the regulatory information that we can provide.
Right. Senator Chisholm, I'm not sure whether you're the right person to ask this or there is someone else, but what does fee-free actually mean to a potential student?
Well, I'd be happy for the department to add more to this, but my understanding is it'd be fee-free TAFE is what we promised in the election.
So does that mean free? The course is free? Any additional costs associated with that, tutorial costs, anything to do with that is free?
I have to get the department to add more detail in terms of exactly how that would work.
Okay, so you can commit to providing that detail around?
Yeah, well, the department will be on next, so yeah.
All right, thank you. And the department will provide some detail. I've got some questions around when these places will become available and when, what the breakdown is in each state and territory.
I think that work is ongoing, but I'm sure they'll be able to provide some detail.
They'll be able to provide that. Okay. All right. I think I'm okay with this stuff. No, I haven't actually. Yeah, if you can you go to those? No.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. Just in relation to the budget, there's been what I can see is a reduction in your budget, and I'd like to understand how you're going to deal with that. Can you just let me know what measure? What your firstly, have you got a reduction in your budget?
Yes, Senator, we have in this financial year.
Yep. How much?
Overall, it is a reduction in this financial year of just under $3 million.
And are you still expected to perform the same work, or what?
No, Senator, that reduction relates to the transition of the training product assurance function to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And that's not a function that ASQA will be performing, and so it's relative to not performing that function, that reduction in funding.
Okay, is someone else picking it up, or?
So it's transitioning to the Department of Employment and Workplace and Workplace Relations. It's been indicated as being a transfer to the department on an interim basis.
Okay. Are you aware why is the government making this change?
Well,
It's been explained to you.
Senator, some of those that might be better directed to the department, but the change has been announced as being one to facilitate the implementation of the other aspects of the broader vet reform agenda in relation to industry clusters, and to enable the establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia, and for further consideration to be given to the placement of that function.
Will the
just a follow-up question on that.
Yeah,
Just very helpful.
So can I just confirm, are you saying that there's an element that was taken out, so it's not a cut, it's a redirection, so it's taken from you and put into another area?
That's right. So the funding has transferred to the department.
Okay, so there was no cut, of just basically taking a function and placing it into the department?
It was transferred from ASQA to the department. So for us as an entity, it's a change in our budget, but the allocation of funding has remained approximately the same, is my understanding. It's just transferred from our budget to the department's budget.
Great, thank you.
So,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So can you just explain to me what's been transferred? So I'm not quite up with the...
Earlier this year, Senator, the former government announced that the training product assurance function would come to ASQA. This is part of the broader vet reform agenda. It was transitioning to ASQA, which is a component of providing assurance over the development of training products in accordance with the standards for training products, was going to transition as a new function to ASQA, to be performed by ASQA together with education and capacity building for the new industry clusters. In just last month, in October 2022, the government announced that it had decided to transition the function to the department, as for the reasons that I outlined previously.
I see. So for you, the reduction in funding won't mean too much because, well, you obviously won't be performing that function, but it's not going to impact your any other area within your operations?
No, Senator, we retained funding for the work undertaken during the period that the function was given to us, and we have been working very closely with the department throughout that period in that transition, and have continued to work closely with the department in this transition to their performance of the function. And so we retained the funding that accommodated the work that we'd undertaken during that period, but the funding that's now transitioned to the department would, in effect, be future funding for us had we retained the function.
Given ASQA is an independent agency, what does it mean for the industry cluster reform? Who's in charge of this now?
Senator, I'm not sure I can really comment on that beyond the transition of the function having moved over to the department.
So the department will be responsible for the industry? Okay.
That's right.
Right. Are you familiar with the Productivity Commission's report from Learning to Growth interim report?
Yes, Senator.
Does ASQA agree with the Productivity Commission's assessment that free TAFE policies such as those by the Victorian Government did not increase quality of outcomes for students, so was unlikely to provide community-wide benefits, and would be better allocated elsewhere
including by supporting students to access training at industry-led registered training organisations?
Senator, our focus is on the quality of the outcome, and in terms of, I think as Ms Bolger was indicating previously, in terms of risks to poor quality outcome being identified based on the funding attached to to the delivery of those outcomes tends to be in relation to more high risk, the actual delivery occurring in high risk industry areas, as opposed to I think the way in which the Productivity Commission has conceived of it there. So it's not the kind of area I think that ASQA has a view in terms of what has been seen through our information and intelligence.
Okay. For about a decade before I came into Parliament 3 years ago, I was involved in recruitment and finding jobs for long-term unemployed Aboriginal people, placing them into work, and tens of thousands of people across Australia. I work a lot with businesses, a lot with industry. There was a real desire among them to have a much greater say over the courses, over the content, so that they could, of courses, so that they had people that were skilled for the jobs that they had and existed. There was the experience that I had, and certainly feedback I got from lots of employers, from big and small, was that the agility provided by, particularly by private providers, or they themselves wanting to run it themselves, meant that they could deliver those very sometimes bespoke programs and courses. If we go down a model where, it's where you've got essentially just the TAFEs that are providing, there's real concern among employers that there might be, that they'll lose that agility and they'll lose that ability to get bespoke and tailored training to the needs that they've got. It seems that the Productivity Commission's assessment that just going down that single track path of TAFE only seems to cut across what industry is looking for. Do you have a view on that at all?
Senator, I'd probably just really make a comment, I guess, around the way in which we understand risk in this sense. And as you really just mentioned that, and Ms Bolger was alluding to before, it's not the nature of the provider that delivers the training hasn't sprung up necessarily as a specific risk area for us. But notwithstanding that, as I said before, the nature of funding programs inevitably raises a level of risk for ASQA as the regulator in any way in which they're being delivered. So in the nature of funding, whether that's being directed to, it can always incentivise particular behaviour depending on where that's directed. So we seek to engage early around being able to identify those risks so that we can be alert to them. In relation to the current announcement of funding programs or the delivery of any funding programs, we're engaged very closely with state and territory governments. We work very closely with the two state-based vet regulators in order to be able to identify where quality outcomes might not be being achieved. So in the context of the most recent funding measure, it's also the case that we obviously are engaging with the providers concerned in order to be able to continue to seek their assurance around the delivery of quality outcomes. So I guess from ASQA's perspective, that's the approach that we take, recognising that there's always the potential for risk, and therefore it's in our engagement, in our detection, intelligence and understanding of that risk and the way in which we go about treating it. I think Ms. Baltimore might actually also add to that.
I'd just like to add that irrespective of the funding, I think the point that you're making around diversity in the sector, through our regulatory functions, we really can see the opportunity through our self-assurance pathway to really be engaging around those outcomes with providers and how they are seeking those outcomes in the communities that they're serving, and the ways in which they are assuring quality in a way that is flexible enough to support those outcomes and not overprescribe the way in which that's done by providers. So we really see our role as regulator in being able to support that diversity in the sector and promote those more equitable outcomes across across vocational education and training.
Yeah, and I guess the issue that I see, and it's probably more of a political statement, so I don't expect you to respond, is that the government is prescribing their skills agenda around TAFE, and it seems to be a very one-track pathway, whereas in order to meet the full needs of the labour market, we need much more diversity and capacity. I want to go to the question of capacity.
I think the relevant point, Senator O'Sullivan, is that the TAFE system across the country suffered from almost a decade of the previous LNP government. And we accept that there is a big rebuilding job that we have to do with TAFE. We're absolutely committed to doing it, and we think they're the right partner and the valuable partner to deliver on our election promises, but also helping to solve that jobs and skills crisis that we inherited as well.
Thank you, Minister. What percentage of students are currently enrolled in TAFE versus private providers? Do you know?
I don't think I have that figure handy, Senator, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
I've got a figure here of about 87% with private providers. Does that sound right? Or?
I'm certainly aware that there are significant numbers of students that are enrolled with private providers.
Right. Yet they only receive 22.9% of funding. Do you know if that's correct?
I don't, Senator. The information I have in relation to the percentage of students enrolled with private training providers in 2021 is 74.1%.
So I just need to lean towards the microphone, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The figure I have in relation to the number of students enrolled with private training providers during 2021 was 74.1%.
Okay. That's very high, and yet they receive less than a quarter of the overall funding. Do you have any idea as to why students and employers are choosing private providers more?
Senator, I'm not sure that that's something that the regulator can comment on.
Okay. I just want to ask a final line of question. Just want to ask about the capacity to deliver. There's been some big announcements by this government in terms of delivering 180,000 places across Australia through TAFE. Have any state governments or TAFEs raised any concerns about their capacity to deliver on that quite significant number of places?
I'm not aware that they have, Senator, no.
You haven't had any state government raise any concerns?
I can take it on notice, Senator, absolutely check, but not that I'm aware of.
And any TAFE provider as well?
As I say, I'll take it on notice, but I'm not that I'm aware of.
I don't think so. I've just done a round of site visits and engagement with state-based training authorities, and that issue hasn't been raised.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Senator Dave.
Just relevant to that, are you also working with private registered training organisations, and If so, what level of involvement are they going to have in meeting this increased demand?
Senator, I can advise you the way in which we work with private training providers across the sector, and that's at a variety of levels in the sense of our engagement with the peak sector bodies. We have a provider roundtable which includes representatives of all of the peak sector bodies that we engage with regularly. We also have a stakeholder liaison group which includes a diverse representation of providers from across the sector, which includes a number of private providers. In relation to the second part of your question, though, I think that goes to is probably more appropriately put to the department in relation to the implementation of that
I am
funding.
planning on doing. That's great. So you are working with them. Thank you. Thanks, Matt.
So, thank you. So, Minister, are you able to guarantee that all 180,000 places that the government have announced will be delivered through TAFE?
That's our intention to deliver on next year, yes.
Guaranteed?
Well,
is not quite.
That's our intention to deliver on.
Okay,
We know that Australia has a skills challenge that we inherited from our predecessors who really lacked any plan to actually deal with it. We had the Jobs and Skills Summit where we brought Australians together, where this was highlighted. We've worked collaboratively with states and territories to actually put this package together. And we're committed to delivering it because it's the right thing for the country and it's the right thing to do for the economy as well as we confront those jobs and skills challenges around the country.
Well, I look forward to asking you in, I guess, in 12 months if 180,000 places were delivered through TAFE. Thank you. That'll be it. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. There's no other questions, then I'll release Asquith and thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
I now ask the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations in relationship to Outcome 2, Skills and Training. Oh, actually, we're seven. Thank you very much for joining us and bringing your soda order. Ms James, would you like to make an opening statement?
Chair, I have nothing to add from my opening statement yesterday other than I might just mention one thing, if you indulge me, in relation to the Deputy Chair's letter to us seeking certain matters ahead of the hearing. Item 16 on your list relating to training apprentices and trainees, Deputy Secretary Nadine Williams has some information here that we would be happy to provide you now if you would like, or we would also be pleased to take it on notice.
If I can have a few minutes and I'll come back to that so I can find it in my notes. But
if
we're going to go to Senator Little first.
Sorry. Senator Little, thank you.
Thank you. Ms James, Can you explain what fee-free means for the 180,000 students that are going to take up this opportunity?
Certainly, Senator. I'll ask Deputy Secretary Williams to talk you through the government's commitment in relation to the fee-free TAFE places.
Thank you, Secretary. Nadine Williams, Deputy Secretary, Skills and Training. So, Senator, fee-free means essentially that the student is not charged a fee for the tuition for the training that they are undertaking. So, as you'd be aware, most courses attract some sort of fee that covers the costs of the training. And in this instance, fee-free means exactly as it says, that the student won't be charged a fee.
So there's no skin in the game for the person who might take up that opportunity. And I talked before in the question I asked about completion rates, and you would know that the 5-year productivity inquiry from Learning to Growth, which is timely, talks about some students facing a higher risk of non-completion due to factors that require mitigation through better supports and guidance. What's being done to ensure that what we don't end up with is a large number of people who are actually enrolled but don't actually complete?
So, Senator, I think in terms of skin in the game, as you noted earlier, the students do invest quite substantial time and effort and energy into studying, and that does represent a personal investment on their part. Certainly in the fee-free TAFE measure and the agreement that we've negotiated with the states and territories, we've ensured that there is funding available for those sorts of wraparound supports that a student might need, particularly students that may be more vulnerable, who may not have studied before, or who may have particular challenges with learning. We've ensured that there is funding available to ensure that that level of support is also available, and that's really fundamentally important in terms of ensuring completions and helping the student progress through the full course in order to complete it.
Now, with the number of opportunities that are being made available, what was the modelling done in terms of the need for a larger number of people to actually teach these courses?
So, Senator, we are working very closely with the states and territories on the capacity of the TAFE system. I think you mentioned earlier to deliver the places. We're confident that the places that we've negotiated with the states and territories will be able to be delivered and that the TAFEs will be in a position to do so. We're very cognisant, however, of the workforce challenges that exist across the economy, and that those workforce challenges, of course, are also present in the delivery system, whether that's in TAFEs or more broadly. And we are working very closely with a range of people within the sector on a workforce blueprint. I think that was announced by the government following the Jobs and Skills Summit, and really that blueprint is designed to sort of examine these particular challenges that you're describing, and happy to go into more detail around that. But with respect to these particular places, we're very confident that we have the arrangements in place with the states and territories to ensure that they will be delivered.
Coming from South Australia, you know, it was interesting to hear the Victorian government talk about increasing the number of students in Victoria, but the week later we saw a whole heap of ads on television that were about offering incentives for South Australian teachers to go to Victoria and teach. So I'm interested to understand, if we're talking about more teachers, we're talking about more courses, where are we going to get those from in a place like South Australia, which has a smaller population and a different geographic structure in terms of, you know, some of those other states, it's not as centralised as South Australia. So what happens to a state like South Australia?
Yeah,
smaller.
So I think you're right about the challenges, and we have been that piece of work that I was describing around the VET workforce blueprint is designed to examine what sort of solutions might be available. I think, Senator, as you'd be aware, the VET workforce is slightly different from the teaching workforce. You know, it is usually drawn from industry, so teachers tend to be practitioners or former practitioners.
You still need qualifications.
Sorry,
You still need
Senator.
qualifications, though.
Yes, certainly, and you do need a qualification in the vocation or the occupation that you're teaching, as well as teaching qualifications through VET qualifications. But but generally they are practitioners. So they're practitioners who have a qualification in the thing that they're teaching, and they're people who have generally worked in that occupation. So finding people with those sorts of skill sets has always represented a challenge, and I think, as you say, with the pressures on the workforce, we are looking very carefully at how we can start to alleviate those challenges. I think there's certainly a role for industry in this. The industry is the source of those teachers. They are also the recipients of the students once they are trained, and that close partnership with business is going to be really fundamental as we go forward to ensuring that the sector itself is supported to keep training workers.
I talked before about, and I think you were in the room, about student choice. And my view is that it's important that students have good information to help them determine where they're going to invest their skin in the game. How soon will we see some improvement in that, given that even this report, that's very recent, talks about improving the information available for students to make a choice?
So there are a number of avenues for students to sort of make those choices. I think Ms Rice in her evidence mentioned the MySkills website and also the Your Career website, where all of that information is aggregated. That is the central or single source of advice for students on the sorts of course where they're keen on studying something. It allows them to locate the sorts of courses that they're interested in. It allows them to see who within their area is offering those courses. It provides some fee information and things that allows them to compare. That sort of information is really crucial, and I think, as I say, I've provided evidence previously. We've commenced some work to start to sort of bring that together, so it's a more consolidated, and that we have the opportunity to ensure that students are provided with better information and better advice. So that is a piece of ongoing work that we're undertaking.
Now, in the work that I've done previous to coming into Parliament, I've actually helped probably more than well over 1,000 disadvantaged young people move into employment and education. And one of the things that's really clear is the support that's required to assist them to be successful as students. Given we've heard from Senator Chisholm about where the vet sector is currently in terms of its capacity to respond, this report talks about the choice in higher education remaining deficient in vet in terms of the information being available. What are we going to see in terms of improvements to TAFE currently that will make sure that if there are students who want to go into TAFE, will actually be confident of being successful, because the last thing you want to do is have a whole heap of students who, not that all people who will take up a TAFE opportunity would be in this category, but who are looking for an opportunity to join the workforce at a time when the economy is where it is, making sure they're not unsuccessful because the structures that they're going into that are offering them an opportunity aren't ready to receive them.
No, I completely agree that that's fundamental, Senator. And the Fee-Free TAFE initiative is targeted at a range of people who, may not have studied previously or have a unique set of vulnerabilities. As a result of that, I think, that as I was saying earlier, we've focused very carefully on ensuring that the design of the Fee-Free TAFE initiative includes that wraparound support that some of those particularly vulnerable students might require. I think TAFE is well placed to provide that sort of support. TAFEs have a long history of providing sort of teaching and learning to the more vulnerable cohorts of our society. And the Fee-Free TAFE initiative is designed to provide those learners and those students with access to that sort of learning. The measure will be explicitly focused around, for example, First Nations people, young people, people who are out of work or who are receiving income support, unpaid carers, women facing economic security, and a range of people with disability. And the measure is designed to ensure that those students, as they go into those courses, do receive the additional support that comes with training. So the funding is not purely focused on the places and delivering the places. There's funding also in there to ensure that those students are able to be successful in completing that training.
So there's a bit of work to do in terms of talking to industry to actually turn it towards the opportunities in the future across the range of sectors that graduates might go into.
Absolutely.
TAFE itself, I guess, would be responding to that demand. You've got providers out there already that are working pretty closely with industry that are doing that. What do we say to students in terms of who's ready to go now, given the opportunity, given the announcement at 180,000, and able to respond to what you need, in terms of training?
So you're asking about the timing of the measure and when the training will be available, Senator?
I'm asking about timing of courses that would respond to market need, given that we've got an announcement now, you've got a heap of people that are probably keen to take up these opportunities. You've got providers that sit outside of TAFE that are already engaged with industry, quite nimble from my experience, and accessible when you actually pick up the phone and call them to help students and people wanting to go into training. So my concern here is the readiness to actually respond to these potential consumers.
So I think, Senator, there's a couple of points there. I'll probably start by just noting that the Fee Ferry TAFE funding is additional to the existing funding in the system. So it will build on the quite significant funding that the Commonwealth provides to the states and territories currently, and it will build on the current training places that are available in the system. To go to the question of need, I think important to remember that this is a 12-month agreement that we have with the states and territories. So it is responding to the short-term needs that have been identified currently within the economy. The jurisdictions have 12 months to ensure that this training flows into the TAFE system, and enrolments will be able to commence as soon as each jurisdiction comes on board. It will run across the course of 2023, and the arrangements that we have negotiated with the states and territories are for that funding and for those courses to be in areas of high national need. So that includes things, for example, such as the care sector, technology and digital, hospitality and tourism, etc. So in a range of areas, but really focused down on those areas of high need within the economy. So I think, in summary, that funding will be rolled out immediately. The states will start opening up enrolments into these courses. Those courses will be in areas of really high economic need that we're seeing the skills pressures in currently. And, that arrangement will be in place for the next 12 months.
Just supplementary, so it's exclusively in areas of high labour market need?
So it's focused on the areas that I was just running through then. Areas that we would describe as kind of national priority. It is a national funding arrangement. There is scope, of course, as there is with any of these arrangements for the states and territories, to identify areas of local need. So that would be, areas of explicit concern to a particular state. But as you would expect, national need and state need often align, so it's not inconsistent. Every jurisdiction has pressures, for example, in the care sector, or in construction, or in technology and digital. So the funding will flow into those areas of priority.
And where's your data coming from? How are you assessing that?
So, as you'd appreciate, Senator, we have quite sophisticated data sets that are available to us through the National Skills Commission and elsewhere to identify those sort of areas of priority.
Yeah, and that's now the role of the Jobs and Skills Australia.
That's correct, Senator, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So given, as I understand, the places will become available early next year, are you able to provide an outline of the breakdown of those courses by state and territory, and how soon would you be able to do that?
So we're still in the process of negotiating with jurisdictions. I would anticipate that we would be able to provide that at the next hearing, potentially, Senator, or out of session if and when that becomes available.
So,
Senator Little, just the last question of this round, but we'll come back to
okay.
opposition.
Okay, I'll just throw these two in together then. So the 15,000 places for aged care, as announced, when will they be available? And are they the same positions that were already announced and committed by the Coalition?
So the 15,000 places are part of the overall package of fee-free places. So they will roll out progressively in each jurisdiction as each jurisdiction comes on board with the agreement. But as with the other places, they will be available from the first signatory until over the course of 2023. So they will be available along with the rest of the measures. Yes, that's right.
I just need clarification, Chair. So the 15,000 was the amount already committed for aged care, or is there an additional amount in there for aged care places?
So the aged care places, yes, there was a budget measure in the previous budget that related to the extension of the Job Trainer Fund. Senator, you recall that. The government was of the view that it would be appropriate to honour that commitment and to continue to negotiate with states and territories as part of this new arrangement for the delivery of those places.
Thank you.
Good, thank you, Senator. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming here to answer our questions. I just want to continue on with the fee-free TAFE places. So, in the recent federal budget, the government allocated $493 million to deliver 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vocational education places. But in the election promise that Labor committed to, it only referred to fee-free TAFE places. So I just want to know what has changed and how many of the places will be delivered by TAFE.
Okay, so the majority of the places will be delivered by TAFE. It is a fee-free TAFE initiative.
Okay, do we have a number on that?
As we were just discussing,
Yeah,
a range of additional places have been added to that commitment. And we are working with each state and territory at present to work through the actual allocation.
So it will be more than 180,000 now?
180,000 is the first phase,
Okay.
And that will be delivered through this 12-month arrangement. And the arrangements that we have in place allow for some flexibility where that makes sense.
So from the department's portfolio budget statement, it said fee-free places will be made available through public TAFEs and public dual sector providers and other providers in exceptional circumstances.
That's correct.
And they are the VET providers, I'm presuming?
So
for exceptional circumstances?
Exceptional circumstances would include, for example, potentially an Indigenous RTO where it makes sense for that delivery to First Nations people to occur through an Indigenous-owned organisation. And I also mentioned a little earlier the care places. Where there's a predominance, for example, of care places delivered currently outside of and inside of TAFE, where there's that additional commitment, it would make sense to potentially.
It also
provide
says
that.
where TAFE does not have adequate existing capacity.
We're negotiating that with each state and territory at present. We would expect that to be the exception, and certainly the bulk of this funding is going into the TAFE system as intended.
Yeah. And what will be the process of allocating the places? Is that will that be transparent, and will the public know where the places are going and what the process is?
Certainly, as I said earlier, once we've negotiated it with the states and territories, we will be able to provide some of that information, Senator.
Okay, so we're just talking about the 15,000 of the 180,000 fee-free TAFE and community-based vocational education places dedicated to aged care. How many places have been dedicated to early childhood education and care, or have there been any as yet?
So we are working through that still with the states and territories, Senator. We're in a slightly awkward position where we are still negotiating, and these sorts of details around, the breakup or the allocation of the number of places across courses or across sectors is still being worked through with each state and territory. But I would hope to be able to talk to you about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think
Senator Little did ask a question about when will this be completed, but I don't know if I heard the answer. So when do you expect the process of these places being allocated, when will it end?
So we're in active negotiations with the states at present. The states are working through the implementation arrangements, and we would expect that the majority of those would be settled very, very shortly. These places do need to roll out in 2023, and we would expect that rollout to occur as part of the enrolments at the beginning of the year. So we're working very closely with the states and territories to finalise these arrangements ASAP.
Okay. And then will the government release a full breakdown of where these places will end up?
So, you'd be familiar with the way in which vet delivery works, Senator. We've talked about this before. The states and territories will work through the allocation of these places within their TAFE systems, but we are working very closely with the states, and we'll have a very good relationship in terms of receiving information on where they're allocating. In particular, the breakdown of the types of courses and which sectors, such as
so you can provide that
aged
to
care
us.
and the like.
Yep.
We'll certainly be able to.
Okay. Minister, as you very well know, that over the years, TAFEs have been decimated through privatisation, through contestable funding, through routing of funding by for-profit providers and other things. Is there a plan that the government has for improving TAFE's capacity to deliver in all parts of the country and all types of courses?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. And that is a significant job, and I've highlighted it here today already. We do have a commitment that was in the budget for $50 million over 2 years to establish a TAFE technology fund, which would go some way towards that. And the department might be able to add some more details for that. Obviously, it's traditionally been something that states have been responsible for. And I know some, not aware of what all states are up to, but I know some states have been focused on that as well. So there is a fund that we have through the budget, but I don't know if Ms Williams might be able to add more to that, more detail to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to add detail to that. Before I do that, though, Senator, I probably would just point out that this agreement that we're talking about is just the first phase of the investment that the government has committed to in the budget. The full investment to the Free TAFE initiative is $921 million over 5 years, so that is a substantial investment. And as noted, there is also the investment in TAFE infrastructure, the $50 million TAFE Tech Fund. In addition to that, we are working with the states and territories on what a longer-term funding arrangement would look like and what that investment would look like going forward. So there are sort of substantial pieces of work in the pipeline that will go to enhancing the capacity of the system.
Of TAFE is particularly what I'm asking about.
Enhancing the capacity of TAFE, that's correct.
Okay,
happy to provide more detail on the TAFE Tech Fund as well, Senator, if that's useful. Now.
Yeah, sure.
So the TAFE Tech Fund is it's essentially a capital fund, $50 million set aside to improve kind of TAFE facilities, in particular IT facilities, workshops, laboratories, telehealth simulators, etc. It's that really critical kind of capital that a TAFE needs in order to operate. A number of projects have been committed under that fund already, and we are now going through the process of working with the states and territories to identify other areas of critical need. As I was saying, however, though, that's kind of not the end of the story. We will be working with the states and territories very closely to look at funding of the delivery system as a whole, in particular at TAFEs. And that will be a longer-term funding arrangement over the course of the next 5 years. Starting from the 1st of January 2024, and that really is the opportunity to look at whether the investment is right.
Okay, so my last question is for the Minister. Minister, Labor promised that they would end privatisation by stealth, ensuring at least 70% of Commonwealth vocational education funding is for public TAFE. I'm wondering if whether you or maybe the department might know better, what is the current proportion of Commonwealth vocational education funding for public TAFE, and what is the plan to get to 70%?
Thanks, Senator, and the department might be able to add some of the detail, but we're unashamedly pro-TAFE. That includes our policy that we took to the election, and that's what we're delivering on in government. I think where we announced in the budget around some of those changes around how we deliver on some of these things. I think probably the good example of that is the Northern Territory, which doesn't really have TAFE system, is my understanding. But obviously we want to ensure that the skill shortage that we have around the country it's impacting everyone. So that's where some of those private organisations and community training organisations, and obviously the Aboriginal-owned RTOs as well, will play a role. But overwhelmingly our focus will be on ensuring that the TAFE system is strengthened, and they're the ones that are delivering the important skills solutions that we need across the country.
So do you have a proportion of Commonwealth vocational education funding for public TAFE?
So, Senator, there's a couple of different sort of ways of looking at that. The VET system is a shared system. We run the system with the states and territories. When you look at funding levels across every single jurisdiction, the level of funding into the TAFE system versus other sources does vary. But on average it sits around, in 2021 it sat at around 71%, and that's all sources of funding. That doesn't include universities or dual sector providers.
71% is already going to public TAFE?
In 2021, the art obviously, Senator, is to ensure that future funding flows reflect that, and that we do see more investment going into the TAFE system. And obviously with the most recent agreement with the states and territories, well over 71% will go into TAFE. The majority of it will. And we will be working on this commitment with the states and territories as part of the broader agreement that I mentioned to you that we negotiated. I think notwithstanding that being the average, it's fair to say that in different jurisdictions you see much higher levels of investment in the TAFE system. I think, for example, in Western Australia you're looking at 80%. In some jurisdictions you see much lower investment. But that does reflect, I think, the different types of delivery that occurs. Like as we say, the Northern Territory, for example, has a very different delivery model due to its remoteness
I
and its
understand
challenge.
that. But I guess, Minister, then if 71% of the funding is already going to public TAFE, can you commit to providing more funding? Because obviously it's not enough.
That's certainly our intention. That's what we talked about during the election campaign, and
the election campaign you said 70%, but that's already there.
That's what we intend on delivering in government.
Could you increase to 90% or 100%?
As Ms Williams went through, we're still negotiating that, and there is a skills crisis that we confront. We want to make sure that we're training as many people as possible, and our priority is to do that through the TAFE system.
So more than 70% you promise will go to TAFE?
That's my expectation.
Excellent, thank you. And could I hand over to my colleague?
I've just got a directly relevant supplementary question. So 71% is already going to TAFEs. That's funding for student places, separate to capital funding. Can you tell us what percentage of vocational education students go to TAFE compared to independent RTOs?
So, Senator, it's not separate to capital, so that is that's a full amount. So there's both delivery and capital funding. It doesn't include, for example, dual sector universities where you do see public provision. So I think it's just important to sort of ensure that's clear. So the number of students that go to the TAFEs versus the number of students that go to private providers is a difficult statistic to kind of unpick. I think we need to start by thinking about, in the first instance, the type of training that people are doing in the public and the private system. A lot of students who study in the private system are doing kind of what we describe as short courses, or courses that are, maybe just a single unit. I mean, if you think of the difference between, for example, first aid training and a full Cert 3 in individual support, like there is a lot of short courses and the like that tend to go through another example, yes. So, I mean, while we look at there being a high volume of students that may go through the private system, the nature of what they're studying is very different. So when we look at it, we tend to think about it more in terms of the type of training that we are funding. And do you have some figures there, Mr. Conn, that maybe would assist?
Thank you. Lewis Conn, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Skills Reform Task Force. As Ms Williams was outlining, there's a difference between the type of training. So when you look at all students involved in the vet sector, including fee for service, ranging right through from people doing a first aid course through to a full diploma or a certificate, there in 2021 there was 778,000 at TAFE and 3,561,000 at independents, and 248,000 at other institutions. But when you look at government-funded students, so that's where the government is providing support and a subsidy towards, then TAFEs are providing 652, are supporting 652,000 students. Independents, including privates, are supporting 601,000 students. And other institutions are supporting 172,000 students.
So back to Senator Pocock, and you have 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
But we will come back to you as well.
Thanks.
So
I can just have a go in here. So can you just say those again, Mr. Con? Did you say, sorry, I was just trying to get my head around that. The TAFE private, the first set and then the second set.
So I think before Mr. Con goes into that, I think the distinction that he was making is that the market is very diverse, and when we look at this question of funding, the section or the proportion of the market in which where we see government-funded students is much smaller, of course, than the entire market. There are quite a number of students that self-fund, like they'll pay for their own training, and quite a number of employers that will pay for their workers to undertake training. So where that occurs, you see quite a lot of activity, particularly with private providers or with enterprise-owned RTOs. So a business may have their own RTO, for example, that falls into the private provider category. They're putting their workers through that RTO. It's still an RTO. The students are still counted towards that count of private students. What we are interested in, for the purposes of the stats that we look at, is where the government funds the student, funds a proportion of the course, subsidises the course, etc. So the numbers that Mr. Con was talking about was in that government-funded category, where we are putting government funding or public funding into training, and maybe just run through that.
You can interrupt me later. We'll trade. Yeah. With those private providers you're talking about, you're talking sort of first aid, those kind of programs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it would not be appropriate for the government to fund those. They are appropriately funded by employers and such like.
Well, this does go back to what I said earlier about this being a shared system. That's quite right. So it is appropriate for employers to fund the training of their employees, particularly for those short courses, and in many instances, individuals are also undertaking those courses. So, a responsible service of alcohol unit is a perfect example of that. Yeah. Before someone goes to search for a job in hospitality, they may decide to do that themselves, or equally, like you said, there's a raft of fee-for-service training that occurs both in the private sector but also in some TAFEs, which is paid for purely by the employer or by the student themselves. When we're talking about government funding, however, the numbers are a little different for government-funded courses and government-funded students.
Thank you, Barb.
I'm wondering if you could, just on notice, give us those figures as you spoke them in writing. And would it be possible to get them by gender? I think that would be interesting as well. Anyway, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but it's very important, of course. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Chair. I've got 2 rounds of questions, and I'll stick with apprenticeship and training to start with. Then I would like to go to employment programs if I get a spot later. As I look, I'm involved in a select committee on work and care, which has asked a number of questions on notice about apprenticeship training, and particularly the participation of women in apprenticeship training and traineeships and so on. And I wanted to refer you to a few programs and then ask some questions in relation to them. Of course. The first is the Australian Skills Guarantee, which I understand assures us that 1 in 10 workers on major projects will be an apprentice or trainee or cadet in the coming period, and The Jobs and Skills Summit said that sub-targets would be set for women, at least. There may be others. I'm interested in whether you're setting sub-targets for other disadvantaged groups. But I wondered if you could illuminate what level of target you're looking at for women. And then I've got a couple of follow-ups.
Yeah, certainly we're happy to answer that question, Senator. And you're quite right. We have the government has announced that the guarantee will include targets, and we are going through a process now of working through what those targets might look like. And I might hand to Ms Sharp to answer that question.
Sure. Claire Sharp, First Assistant Secretary, Apprenticeships and Foundation Skills Division. So we are working through what the targets are, and I know you asked some questions of the Officewoman. We haven't set them yet. We're going through a pretty detailed design process, and we're just about to release a discussion paper. How we go about setting the targets will depend a lot on what the definition of a major project is, and particularly what sectors we pick up. So major projects in the states and territories where they have similar types of policies are in the construction sector. I think it's pretty clear we'll certainly pick up the construction sector, and we're looking at where the states and territories have set theirs and also how they've defined them. So some states have got definitions that pick up the entire workforce. So they'll say, I think New South Wales has, 2% of their target is set at 2%, but it's for their entire workforce on that project. Where
2% of women in
2% of the workforce working on that project are women, for certain New South Wales government projects.
For example, construction of a major road project.
Highway upgrade or something.
2% target for women.
I think that's,
I'm sorry, my jaw has fallen to the floor. That would
for
be
projects over 100 million, that's their target.
That's probably lower than the current rate of apprenticeships in non-traditional areas held by women. Is that correct? That's
Yes,
a target that's not worth aspiring to.
So this is the challenge. As we go about setting these targets, we are looking at where the targets are sitting in other jurisdictions and trying to set a pathway for a target that will probably end up, and the government's language has been that we're likely to have targets because we need to make sure we're driving meaningful change by sector, which will
Meaningful change means an increase. At present, electrical apprenticeships, I'm informed by the industry, women make up 5% of
That's correct.
So,
That's the same.
So a 2% target is, on the low side, would be an understatement.
So that's across their trades workforce. So
yep.
You will see differences within the trades workforce depending on which one. But yes, absolutely, we are. So it's quite a complex. I guess what I'm trying to say is we're doing a detailed design process. We're going to take the next few months to figure out both what the definition of major project is, what the level of the target should be, and what the time horizon, what a sensible time horizon is that will allow industry to adapt their workforce and their hiring patterns and create a pipeline. Because really, addressing this issue, and I listened to your questions and the Officewomen's evidence, is really going to take, I know this has been going on for many, many years, but we are going to have to start from the beginning with careers education and increase the number of girls picking up these and seeing this as a viable career pathway to really shift the dial on those numbers.
I have no doubt your heart is in the right place on this, and I admire you, and I know how hard the work is, but the target was 2% in Newcastle in 1981. 40 years ago, when I worked on exactly this kind of program. And I must say, I am very, very disappointed that you are countenancing a target of 2%. It makes my blood boil because women deserve better than that, and we need to be more ambitious. I'm not putting this on you, Ms Sharp, but I would ask the department and the minister, we need some ambition in these targets. We do not want to replicate the past, and we do not want to go lower, which is what this target would deliver.
I think Ms Sharp gave that as an example of what she discovered when looking at what New South Wales were doing rather than what we're contemplating. But we certainly think it's important. I think in terms of the process we went through in terms of the 180,000 places, we obviously had a focus on ensuring that there was opportunity for women to be upskilled in that process, but obviously you're focused on the non-traditional trades in this, and I understand that needs to be a significant part of it. The discussion paper, I think, work is underway, and I'm sure the Minister would be happy to engage directly as part of that process with you as well.
Okay, I'll calm down now. Senator
I mean, I may not be adding anything to what the Minister said, but my reaction is the same as yours. I'm somewhat surprised the New South Wales target is so low. The New South Wales government has done some good work around women in construction, including some trials of work sites working for 5-day construction sites, which many of us think a 5-day week is normal, but in construction it is not. And so there's some good work going on in New South Wales, and I think it's absolutely important to understand what targets might be set in other states, but also to understand what other activities going on. And as Ms Sharp said, to understand what's going to impact on that pipeline. As we know, gender norms are one of the things that sits behind women's choices. So too, whether there is a toilet on site. I think we got to that at some point in the proceedings over the last couple of days. And so there are both practical and deeply embedded social issues at play here. And I hope I'm not sticking my neck out when I say I promise you, I undertake to you that the target will be more than 2%.
That's good to hear. That's great.
And
You're definitely not
and no one's keeping me under the table. It's my prerogative as the person at the table to make that kind of statement.
I think we're looking very carefully at the data for the main trades and seeing where we're at. As you said, electrical's at 5.1%. We know that in construction generally it's at 4.9%. So we are aiming to drive change and move towards closing the gender pay gap. That means the targets have to actually be higher than... Yeah, so I don't think, Secretary, that's sticking your neck out.
Excellent. Yeah. Great. Well, look, that's great to hear that the ambition is there, and you know, it takes leadership. When I worked in Newcastle, I was a direct appointment of the Premier. Like, it was crazy, 2 people to sort that out, and we got it up. And in this state, in this territory, the ACT, we have a group training scheme. I have nothing to do with it, but I admire it, which has got apprenticeships in electrical trades up to 15%, and that's through, you know, leadership and wraparound service supports and all of that. I'm telling you to suck eggs, but that's what it will take. Which takes me to the next program I wanted to ask questions about. Unless, you look like you want to say more?
No?
You're
I
good?
think I know what you're going to ask.
I know time is short.
Senator Pocock, if you like, you're going to another...
No, it's about the continuing question around apprenticeships.
Yeah, but just, well, we can come back to you on this, but how long have you got?
I've got 2 more areas that I just wanted to probe on, but I'm happy to
Yeah, we'll come
back.
back to you, yeah. Yep. And we haven't...
Yes.
You've done yours, haven't you?
Thank you. Me next?
Yeah.
Can I just go to the National Skills Agreement? The Labor government was elected in May. At what point did negotiations start on a new National Skills Agreement?
So, Senator, there's two pieces to this. I think we've talked about the 12-month arrangement.
Yeah.
The new National Skills Agreement we have only reset negotiations very recently, and I'll just turn to Mr. Conn on this, but you know. This is a very recent piece of work, and the intention is to negotiate on this over the course of the next 12 months with a view to having that new 5-year arrangement in place by the beginning of 2024. So in terms of sort of the timeline, Senator, so you'd be familiar with the negotiations that the previous government had with respect to the National Skills Agreement.
Well, all I'm aware of is that it was quite protracted and there was no agreement reached. Is that right?
That's right. So there was no agreement reached ahead of the election. No state and territory government agreed to the Australian government's offer.
Can I just ask, my understanding is there was a letter provided by the states and territories at that time outlining their issues. Are you familiar with that?
I feel like there may have been a few letters, Senator.
Right.
So I may need to take that on notice and just determine which one you're speaking of there.
What were the kind of key sticking points? I'm just sort of, projecting forward, what do we learn from what went so badly wrong previously?
Look, I think, Senator, I've provided evidence on this previously. The former government was seeking to introduce what was described as an efficient price, and a range of other measures around sort of the harmonisation of fees and prices, etc., and subsidies.
Is that kind of code for cut?
No, not at all, Senator. It was essentially a funding model or a funding arrangement. It was also seeking to have the then National Skills Commission play a very fundamental role in determining areas of national need or a national skills need. And those are very difficult negotiations. So you'd be familiar with that general tension between the question of state autonomy to direct funding and to direct courses and to direct activity versus the Commonwealth desire to have a greater level of control and direction over that. So this is not an unusual set of circumstances for the Commonwealth and the states to find themselves in. But as you noted, those negotiations became protracted. And the former government was not able to land them prior to the election.
But we have an agreement in place now.
So
for that
essentially,
12-month
we have the 12-month arrangement in place.
And is everyone happy with that?
We are finalising negotiations on it, but yes, states and territories are comfortable with that agreement, and we are satisfied that we'll be able to land that. Yes.
And so going forward, you anticipate having that 5-year agreement in place quite swiftly?
So we have restarted negotiations. You'd be familiar, Senator, with the fact that on the 31st of August, First Ministers, the National Cabinet, agreed to commence work on this new agreement, and they also agreed both a vision statement and a set of guiding principles that would frame or guide the negotiations and discussions with the states and territories. Skills ministers have met several times to talk through the process of starting those negotiations, and certainly at officials level we have commenced those discussions with the states and territories around how those guiding principles might be translated into a new set of arrangements between the Commonwealth and the states.
Great, thank you. Just on the... I heard a brief element of the questioning around the job trainer program. I'm just trying to understand what measures, what the sort of free TAFE is looking like. What's the difference? That's now gone, and we're bringing in other pieces. When we're looking at the fact that the Labor government's been very clear, TAFE is the bedrock of the vet system. Big fans. That move from a job trainer type scenario, what's the fundamental shift there?
Well, job trainer was fundamentally a pandemic measure, Senator. It was rolled out during a period of high unemployment. As such, it was really targeted around people who were out of work or unemployed, or young people under the age of 25. It really encouraged people to study either a short course or a full qualification, but it did tend to skew towards short courses fairly strongly, probably because of the economic conditions at the time and people's desire to study things that could assist them to go back into work. The Fee-Free TAFE initiative has a much broader reach in terms of eligibility. I think, as I went through a little earlier in my evidence, the eligibility is really focused on a broad range of cohorts. It's no longer simply people who are unemployed, although they are, of course, a critical a cohort of people who are able to access the Free TAFE initiative. But it is also available to First Nations people, people with disability, as I noted earlier, women who are facing economic security or who are training in non-traditional trades, unpaid carers, etc. So the eligibility requirements are very different. The Fee-Free TAFE obviously is predominantly delivered within the TAFE system as opposed to being available more broadly across the board. And of course, the areas of priority are really focused at present on those critical skills, areas of skill shortage that we are seeing in the economy at present. So it's designed to meet the needs of our current situation.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Senator Pocock, thank you.
A couple more questions, and thank you for your answers thus far. I wonder if on notice, for the purposes of keeping to time, you could provide progress or on how the target unfolds in the Australian Skills Guarantee, the process that we heard is underway. I'd really appreciate some information about that. And similarly, I just want to commend you on the government on the Australian apprenticeship wraparound support that you have invested in. That's just so important to make any target come true, to help people find pathways in there, get support on their way through, get the toilet they need, all that stuff. But I wondered also if you could talk a little then about the $100 million that's been allocated to new energy apprenticeships. Now that's public money. It's not asking a large construction company to employ a carpenter. It's our money, and it's a lot of money. If we have a 2% target in that, that will mean 98 million going to young men and 2 million going to young women. So I'd really love to hear about the positive target or where you're at in terms of setting a target so that a fair allocation of those resources go to young women, and women of all ages actually, older women as well.
Thanks, Senator. So the new energy apprenticeships measure is a little different to the way we run most of our incentives in that the entire $10,000 per apprentice will go direct to the apprentice. So no money is going to the employer. It'll go to apprentices who choose to train in occupations that are directly relevant to the clean energy sector. And so what we'll be asking is that they're assessed that they're in a relevant occupation and they're employed in a job where they're working on new energy projects or clean energy projects. In terms of the gender split, you're right, like electrical's a really good example. We expect that quite a lot of the jobs will be taken up by people doing electrical traineeships because they're such an important part of the powering the transition kind of plan. As we've talked about, electrical apprentices, 5.1% are currently women. So the way we see the two measures running, the women in non-traditional trades measure that you mentioned, the 38.8 million that is now rolling out, so a woman who takes on an electrical apprenticeship will get support via that measure with the specialist female mentors. They will also get support through the new energy mentoring program as well. So there'll be, I guess what we're trying to do is load in as much support as possible to maximise those people's access and success, and to really try and we're throwing everything we can at completions for that group, for particularly women electrical apprentices in clean energy. We're getting as much support as possible to help them maximise their prospects of success. In terms of then, are we tilting the system because there isn't a gender target within the 10,000 places, but there is a lot of effort going in at the moment to encourage more women into those industries, and we're seeing some reasonably good trends, I think, with the back that more women are starting to move. Like, it's slow, and we're kind of hoping to turbocharge that, but there is a bit of movement that more women are moving in. Electrical is one of the top, of the trades, electrical for women is one of the top, it's certainly in the top 5.
So perhaps we should retitle this program the New Energy Apprenticeship Program, 95% of which will go to men, unless we set a target which is more ambitious than that. So I would request that the department consider setting, for such a large amount of public money, a target which will require reach, and to make sure that that wraparound program successfully unfolds. I'm just making a wish there.
I think that the other thing, Senator Pocock, to consider though is the other measures that we have within the system about encouraging women into those non-traditional trades as well. So we think it will work in conjunction with that.
We'll look forward to estimates next year where you bring forward a great success story. I can go on with questions about employment programs or defer to others.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Ms Williams, earlier you said that there are some exceptional circumstances. Sorry, before I go on, that table that or the data you referred to, question 16, is that a table?
We certainly could.
I don't want to take up time.
We could table it, Senator, if that would assist. Yeah.
If that
it is
could
in
just
a
be
form that we could table if you wish.
Great, and then I can maybe come back and ask questions on it. Yes, if we could just get that tabled, Chair. Now, you mentioned that there are some exceptional circumstances where a private provider may be funded. So, if the priorities are key areas of skill shortages, for example, aged care or in the care sector, where an employer has an agreement with a provider, if that happens to be with a an existing agreement with a provider where they've done all the heavy lifting in terms of making sure that the course that's delivered matches their needs, so it's very much industry and employer driven. Is that an exceptional circumstance if that employer who's got jobs, has got demand, has already got an existing arrangement? Could that training provider be funded?
So, Senator, I think the important thing to remember with the fee-free TAFE initiative is that it is in addition to the training that currently exists within the system and the really good arrangements like the ones that you've described, where a training provider would have worked closely with a business or with an industry sector to develop up training. This training is in addition to that. It's predominantly, as I said, in the TAFE system. The exceptions that I talked about previously are the ones that would apply here. They really go to circumstances where a TAFE may not be able to deliver for a range of reasons, or where delivery by another organisation, such as an Indigenous RTO, makes more sense with respect to the circumstances. This is first and foremost a TAFE initiative, Senator, and the majority of the funding will flow into the TAFE system. The exceptions are exceptions.
So what if that arrangement that employer has with the provider is funded through Job Trainer and that comes to an end? What would happen there?
I couldn't speculate on that, Senator. There's a lot of funding in the system, as you'd be aware. In addition to things such as Job Trainer or the fee-free TAFE initiative, states and territories flow quite a substantial amount of funding, both the funding that the Commonwealth provides them and their own funding into subsidising training. And there is a range of contractual arrangements that they have in place with training providers based on need in those jurisdictions and their own criteria for what is important to subsidise and what is not important to subsidise. And as I said, those arrangements are going to continue and states will direct their funding to areas of importance. That is a fundamental way in which the VET system works. The states are responsible for making those decisions around delivery.
So you have to have the agreement in place, or it's destined to be in place by the beginning of next year, so 1st of January. That's 6 or 7 weeks away.
I anticipate that it will be in place well before that, Senator.
Well, okay. So that you're quite advanced in terms of the negotiations.
Negotiations are proceeding extremely well. All ministers have agreed to the arrangements. We are now working through the implementation details with jurisdictions.
Right. And is there... what are the expectations from the states in terms of the... will it be... Are you requiring that the training is only for jobs that are in those high demand labour market areas?
So the agreement is focused around those areas that I provided evidence on a little earlier. And as I said earlier, there is also scope and flexibility for the Commonwealth and the individual state to come to an agreement on areas of state priority where that makes sense. But as I said, for the most part, Commonwealth and state priorities tend to align, particularly around those areas of high need in the economy. So I expect that even though we will have those conversations with the jurisdictions as part of implementation, that the variations are going to only be minor.
Ms Williams, you know that I'm a stickler for there not being training for training's sake, that there be a real focus on jobs that exist, so we can be guaranteed that every place will be for a job that is in need, that there's a career opportunity for someone if they're undertaking training?
So I can guarantee you that they will undertake training in those areas of the economy where we know there is demand.
Sure.
Can I just do a supplementary to that? One of the things when you see these kinds of announcements, particularly in the Aboriginal employment training field, is a proliferation of people who've got great ideas about what people should be doing. It would be extraordinarily disappointing, and I really don't want to be back here in a year's time to hear that there's a proliferation of courses that are titled Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander forklift driving, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander caring for whatever, as opposed to just a qualification. The people that come with that qualification already have those things that form their identity and their culture and their language that don't need to be defined by a qualification. You can add bits into that, like some of the university courses have done, whether you're an architect, whether you're a teacher, you put Aboriginal teaching components into it, but you don't confine people to having a qualification that they can't take more broadly and stick on a table with a whole heap of other job seekers. I've seen this over and over again when there are these kinds of announcements where there are all these people who've got these great ideas, and the people that we intend to help the most are the people that are less advantaged by good intentions.
So, Senator, we will be agreeing the courses with the states and territories on a one-on-one basis.
Doesn't give me any comfort.
The states and territories will be proposing which courses or which units will be captured by the arrangement and the agreement. As you would be aware, training is part of the national training system, and therefore, you know, we have a fairly strong. There is really strong integrity around the type of training that is offered. I'm confident that the states and territories will be putting forward only courses that are appropriate, and I'm confident that we, as we look at those courses, we'll be in a position to be able to agree only to that training that is going to be appropriate and meet the right criteria. Like I said, it'll be training in areas of specific need. And, you know, I think that we do have the controls in place to ensure that this is going to work in the way that we intended to.
I'll certainly be very excited alongside you when I see that. So, could I ask some questions about the Australian Skills Guarantee, please? Thank you. Happy for that? Sorry? Happy for that? Or did you have questions?
I've got questions on, still on the fee free tape.
Sorry.
We're back to fee free tape again.
Sorry.
So there's a bit of confusion at our ends. If we can stick to the TAFE questions.
We're back on tape.
It's just to get your steps up.
That's
it. The bench is very agile, Senator.
I call it an exercise regime for my staff, but they just did not appreciate it. My apologies, but over to you, Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I just want to come back to the commitment of 180,000 additional training places. Is that my understanding or my reading of it, that these will be additional fee-free TAFE and vocational education places from January 2023?
So no, Senator, the commitment is for a combination of some new places, so additional places, and some top-up of existing places to essentially make places which currently attract fees and which students would have to pay for free. So they will all be newly free, if that makes sense, but some will be new or additional places, and some will be existing places that are topped up.
Okay. In the Minister's media release of the 25th of October, they said the $1 billion 12-month skills agreement will support access to the 180 fee-free TAFE, which I accept you've just said is a combination, from January 2023, and is part of a commitment for 480,000 places over 4 years. So previously we've done sort of year-by-year agreements with the states. Over the last 2 years, under the job trainer package, we delivered 448,000 places, is my understanding. So really the commitment to 480 is only 40,000 extra over and above what we were delivering under job trainer. Is that?
So I think, Senator, and I might ask Mr. Conn to talk a little bit about the numbers of places, but I think, you know, it's not like for like. The cost of a short course that takes a couple of months to complete is very different to a full 4 or 3 or 4 year qualification. As I provided evidence on a little earlier, Job Trainer contained quite a number of short courses. It was designed during a period of it was designed during the pandemic, and the primary objective of Job Trainer was to quickly reskill or upskill people so that they could move into work. We were most concerned at that point in time with the potential for people to stay in unemployment and for the scarring effect that would occur there, particularly for young people. And so a lot of the Job Trainer places, even though there seems to be a lot of them, many of them are short courses, I think about 40%, or short courses or single units, the sorts of training that would upskill or reskill someone very rapidly. They're not full qualifications. What I would expect under the fee-free TAFE initiative, there will be some short courses, of course, but the majority of that training is going to be in full qualifications. And that's partially because of where we are at currently, within the economy, but partially also because for the cohorts that we are, that this training is available for, the more vulnerable cohorts of our society, access to actually full qualifications is really fundamental. It's important for them to be able to move into full-time work, but also important for a range of other reasons as well. So I think it's not a like-for-like comparison, and I'd be hesitant to suggest that it is, Senator.
Okay, so that would mean, so the Minister's media release of 24th of October outlined some of the areas identified for fee-free places, which includes care, aged care, early education, technology, digital skills, hospitality and tourism, construction. I think Senator Faruqi asked before if you had a breakdown of those places. You said you were working through it, you were still in negotiations with the states.
That's correct.
When will we expect that breakdown, given that the program's due to start on the 1st of January?
So, as I said, I anticipate that we will finalise those discussions with the states very shortly and well ahead of January. As you appreciate, most enrolments would need to start by that time. So as soon as those negotiations are finalised, we'll be able to provide you with a better sense of some of those things.
That would be great. So does the $550 million skills package that was announced in the National Skills Agreement, does that include the $50 million for the TAFE Technology Fund that you mentioned earlier?
So you're talking about the $550 million for the 12-month skills agreement. So yes, that does include I believe it's $48.5 million that was provisioned for the aged care boost from Job Trainer. So
right, and does it also include the $100 million for new energy apprenticeships?
No,
No, it does not.
That's separate.
Separate.
So how much of the $550 million is specifically for training places?
So of that $550 million, $493 million is to support the fee-free TAFE training places. 50, and then there's $7 million for improving data infrastructure and $50 million for the TAFE Technology Fund. That's the Commonwealth contribution. And for the fee-free TAFE training places, there is the expectation of the matching with states and territories.
Okay, so close to $500 million though is for subsidised training places.
And noting, Senator, that the states and territories are committed to match that funding, so it's double that essentially.
Now we've been speaking a lot about this going to TAFEs. Mm-hmm. The Minister's press release is quite specific in saying fee-free TAFE and vocational education places. I note that you explained earlier that Northern Territory is quite different. Across jurisdictions, it's quite different. In regional areas, often TAFEs have left town and the only people left are RTOs or the like. Have you yet got a breakdown of how many of these placements will go to regional areas and a breakdown of the difference in TAFE places compared to independent training providers?
So, as I've said, Senator, we're still working through those details with the states and territories. That's the implementation arrangements that really do need to be settled before the states are finalising their sign-on to the agreement.
And does this also include group training providers?
So the initiative is predominantly targeted at TAFE, Senator. So, like I said, there are some exceptions, and we are working through those exceptions with the states and territories, but they are exceptions, as I've outlined earlier.
And I just want to come back to the job trainer program. I accept what you said, that a lot of that was short courses. So, you know, we had 445,000 people over 2 years who accessed some form of training through Job Trainer. Some of it was short courses. Have you worked out what the sort of equivalency would be, or done a conversion factor for what was delivered under Job Trainer compared to what will be delivered for these longer courses, longer placements, to try and compare a like for like? Because
well, a little difficult, Senator. As I said, we're still working through the composition of the 12-month agreement with the states and territories, so that mix of short courses versus full qualifications is not entirely settled. So I think it's a little early days to be able to work out what the comparability would be. I think the important thing to note as well is that for this, the 12-month agreement is the first step in the government's discussions with the states and territories around the delivery of training. As I noted earlier, the residual of the fee-free TAFE arrangement needs to be rolled out. And in addition to that, we are commencing negotiations with the states and territories around a longer-term 5-year arrangement. And, you know, there's much to work through in that, but the delivery of training will be a core component of those discussions with the states.
So, and can I just clarify, the Job Trainer program is no more?
It ceases on the 30th of December.
It ceases on the 30th of December. So in 2021, the Coalition in the States delivered $1 billion for the 300 Job Trainer places. Then again, the following year, it was another. So this $550 million is, I mean, to a cynic, call me a cynic, is just that same state Commonwealth agreement under a different name, with a longer term targets as far as longer term courses being delivered, but not necessarily any new places or any new funding arrangements.
So, Senator, as I outlined earlier, the intent of the agreement is very different. The students that receive access to free training is very different. Job Trainer was a combination of free and fee-free, so it's slightly different in terms of the arrangements whereby the funding is delivered. The prioritisation in terms of areas of need differs. And similarly, we would expect that the mix, as I said, of courses and that mix between short courses and full qualifications is going to be significantly different as well. So I don't think that they're comparable at all, Senator. It's sort of apples and oranges from our perspective.
I think one of the keys, though, is that the Prime Minister clearly said 180,000 additional places and additional free places, right. Okay, so it's the free that's the key word, not the additional.
Well, there are significant additional new places, but the 180,000 was the free.
And just lastly, because now the focus is on longer term courses, so the diploma style courses, career courses, some would say, this is a 1-year agreement with the states that's been negotiated. What happens for someone who's entered into a multi-year diploma course are they guaranteed that the whole course will be fee-free even though your agreement is only 1 year?
The agreement with the states is for a year, but the funding is for the full course, Senator.
That will be good to know for all of those people. So if you could just, once you've finished your negotiations with the states, and provide that information back to us on notice, but also if you could take on notice and maybe provide us a breakdown with the breakdown of numbers between states that this funding will deliver, and also if you could break down regional versus urban to the best of your ability.
So we'll do the best we can there, Senator. As I said, once we've finished those discussions with the states, I think we'll be in a better position to talk to you about some of that detail. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Senator Chisholm, when the question was asked about are these 180,000 fee-free additional places, you said the fee-free component is the additional. So I'm assuming what you mean is that somebody who would normally be going into TAFE next year, 180,000 places will be fee-free. So how many new places are there? That's the component of that.
60,000.
60,000. Thank you. Thank you. And the other question I did want to ask is, I was asking earlier about timing, because obviously timing is really important. We're 6 to 8 weeks out from the start of the new year. You know, there's university students, potential university students that are already probably tick the boxes. There's people coming to the end of the student year, year 11, year 12 shortly, who probably would have already made their choices. How much impact will this have, or do TAFEs have to be even more flexible? My experience is they're not known for being flexible and nimble in terms of when they start delivering these courses, to give a bit more time for people to get their head around the opportunities that are being presented here.
So I think a couple of things, Senator. As I said earlier, states and territories run the TAFEs. They manage the delivery of training. This commitment has been on the table since government was elected. The states are fully aware of it and have been working very closely with their TAFEs to prepare them for this. We would expect that, as I said, that this agreement will be in place very shortly. And states and territories are already gearing up to ensure that these courses will be available. I think it's important to note as well, with VET, notwithstanding sort of the obvious influx of students that occurs at the beginning of the year, particularly as school students start to think about what their choices are, VET is really really flexible in terms of the fact that people enrol at various points within the year, and we would expect that the way in which the states and territories plan the rollout of these courses will accommodate those sorts of trends and what we see around when and how people enrol.
I think there might be jurisdictional differences in the level of flexibility. That's really clear, I think, in my experience. Can I continue on with some questions? I'm just wanting to talk about the National Skills Agreement. What are the terms and conditions of the one-year National Skills Agreement that was announced in September?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat that?
The terms and conditions of the one-year National Skills Agreement announced in September. So what are the terms and conditions? Are you able to provide those? Table them?
The one-year agreement is the agreement that we've been talking through, the one that we're negotiating with the states at present.
Are we able to have that tabled? Are we able to see that or not?
So, as I said, we are in the process of negotiating. As soon as we've finalised those negotiations, then that will be available, yes.
Okay. Sorry. Yep. No, that's fine.
Senator Payman has a couple of questions as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, according to the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, 3 million Australian adults lack the fundamental skills required to participate in training and secure work. Do you guys have the number of participants for the workplace English language and literacy program before it was cut in 2014?
So, Senator, I'll just get the relevant officers to the table, but yes, we are able to help you with that. Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
Sorry, Senator, you were after the number of participants in the WELL program
Before it was cut in 2014.
Certainly. The participant numbers in 2013-14 for the Workplace English Language and Literacy program were 12,458.
Quite a lot of people. And what is the target for the foundation skills for your future participation?
So, Senator, the Foundation Skills for Your Future program, which is currently operating, has a target per annum of 2,750 participants.
And what is the actual number of participants currently? In 2021-22, we're expecting 1,277 minimum participants. I would note that COVID-19 has had a substantial impact on Foundation Skills for Your Future. That program delivers workplace-based training, and with the very tight labour market, we are seeing that for employers, finding the time to release staff to participate in training has had a knock-on impact on this program, as has the various shutdowns we've experienced, which has meant people aren't there to be trained some of the time. That's fair, thank you. And over the past 10 years, what initiatives has the government implemented to improve foundational skills in adults?
Over the past 10 years?
Yeah.
I can probably take you through, in terms of new initiatives, programs that were implemented. Probably the key ones were in the 2019-20 budget.
Sure.
And that was when the Foundation Skills for Your Future program was announced, alongside the Remote Community Pilot program. So Foundation Skills for Your Future was a... do you have the value for that one, Carmen? I think it was $52.5 million program, announced in the 2019 budget, as I said, targeting workplace-based LLND training, language, literacy and numeracy, digital skills training. And the Remote Community Pilots program was a program that invested $9.9 million in 4 remote communities to deliver community-led and based training in remote Australia. We also saw some further investments in the 2021-22 budget, with further funding going into the C program.
Sorry, just Ms. Williams, did you have something you wanted to add to?
Oh, no, just Senator, I think you asked for sort of a longer time series. Those, of course, are the most recent investments, but I mean, as you yourself mentioned, there were several programs that were in place before that. Probably the most significant, as you said, was the Workplace English Language and Literacy, or the WELL program, but also the Skills for Education and Employment program, as Ms Sharp mentioned, has been in place for quite a number of years, tracking back well into the early 2000s. Commonly, was it 2001? So that program, which is a program that provides literacy and foundation skills support to job seekers, has been in place, as Ms Saunders said, for quite a substantial number of years. There's a range of other programs that have been in place over the years, including things such as the National Foundation Skills Strategy, and the Language, Literacy, Numeracy, LLM Practitioner Scholarship programs. So there's been quite a number of foundation skills programs that have been in place over the course of the last 10 years or so.
And in essence to that, can you please detail for the committee the savings from foundation skills between 2014 to 15 and 2017 to 18?
So a number of those programs that I mentioned would have been subject to a series of saves. just as I look at the notes that I have here, I think in 2014-15 you asked?
And 2017.
In 2014-15, the WELL program, which was the program that you mentioned earlier, I think that was terminated in 2014-15. We also saw some savings in that year to the C program, as well as some further savings to some of the other programs that I mentioned there, the National Foundation Skills Strategy and the Language Literacy and Numeracy Practitioner Scholarships program. And I think there were subsequent saves both in 2015-16 and 2017-18 to the C program. So the C program itself has gone through substantial changes. As Ms Sharp noted, however, there were some additional spends across the years that she mentioned, in particular the 2019-20 that related to the C program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's all from me. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'd just like to ask about the Jobs and Skills Australia transition, please. So firstly, do you want me to wait a pause a moment?
Sorry, Senator.
I was just asking if you wanted me to pause while someone
Yes,
came
well,
to the
we'll let
table.
people come
Thank
to the
you.
table. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Trying to be efficient. Very good.
Indeed.
Can I start with the Skills Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
What's the current status of Mr Boynton's role as Commissioner?
So Mr Boynton remains the Commissioner. You'd be familiar, of course, with the legislation that introduced Jobs and Skills Australia and abolished the National Skills Commission. That legislation is yet to go to royal assent. When that occurs, of course, the National Skills Commission role will no longer exist.
So there must be something, because we passed it. The
Sorry,
Senate
Senator?
passed that legislation.
27th of October.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Laura Angus, First Assistant Secretary, the National Careers Institute.
Sorry, I missed that. Do you mind just leaning towards the microphone?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Laura Angus, First Assistant Secretary for the National Careers Institute.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Angus. During the Senate deliberations on the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill, Mr Chisholm, you confirmed that Mr Boynton would not be continuing in the comparable role in JSA. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Anyone else want to confirm that?
Sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Mr Boynton's not going to continue, even in a comparable role with the Jobs and Skills Australia?
So that is our understanding, yes, Senator.
Okay. Minister, were there any considerations given to that decision? Did the government not have confidence in the performance of Mr Boynton?
I'd have to take the detail, come back to you on notice, but I certainly, my briefing at the time was that Mr Boynton wouldn't be appointed to the new role.
Mr Boynton's very well respected. I'm sure you'd agree with that. He brings an extraordinary skill set to the role and was respected across industry. Was he determined not to be suitable for the role of JSA Director?
I'm happy for the department to add more, but obviously the focus we have when it comes to Jobs and Skills Australia is a broader role in terms of what we want this organisation to undertake in terms of workforce planning. Obviously the big agenda we have, delivering on our promises in the election campaign as well. So that was the, I suppose, motivation for setting up the Jobs and Skills Australia and needing someone who could fulfil that new role. Was determined that it should be someone with a different skill set.
Okay. Ms James, do you want to add anything?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. So can I just ask, is there some sort of severance package being paid? Because he was contracted for a longer period than now.
Mr Boynton is engaged under a remuneration tribunal determination, and so the circumstances of him no longer being in the position because the legislation or the role's been abolished would be set out in that rem tribunal determination.
So I'm not completely familiar with that determination.
I'm pretty sure Ms Williams might
But
have
is there,
some more
I get my question is there a severance package?
Yeah, and that severance package is as Secretary James noted, is usually set out in the remuneration tribunal determination. It's a pretty set formula as a rule. It relates to generally the length of time that the individual has left within their role within the office, with a couple of parameters around that.
Okay, can that be provided?
Yep, I'm happy to provide that on notice, yes,
On
certainly.
notice? Okay, that's fine. What will happen to the staff at the Skills Commission?
So all staff of the National Skills Commission will transfer into Jobs and Skills Australia.
All of them, 100%?
All staff, and all staff, all positions transfer into Jobs and Skills Australia.
Minister, you mentioned in the deliberations in the Senate that there were 2 lead candidates for the role of JSA Interim Director. Are you able to go into any detail as to who those individuals are?
No, I can't provide an update on that, Senator.
Okay. Can the department tell us, please, what the requirements are for the role? What are the qualifications that you're seeking?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The appointment of a JSA Director will be in line with the Act and will also comply with the Cabinet Handbook and the APS Commission's Merit and Transparency Policy requirements in terms of how the appointment will occur, and following the approval by the Prime Minister or Cabinet as relevant. The qualifications and skills and experience that are expected from a JSA Director include knowledge and experience in line with, to the Minister's satisfaction, in line with the Act and the role of Jobs and Skills Australia.
Minister Chisholm, you mentioned that in relation to the permanent model of JSA, that consultation is underway and we expect the legislation to be released early next year. What consultation has occurred?
I'm happy for the department to give an update on that.
Yeah, certainly. So quite significant consultation occurred, obviously, in the first draft of the legislation. We spoke widely to a broad range of stakeholders, including the states and territories, around the Jobs and Skills Australia model that it currently exists within legislation. In terms of the next stage of development, to get the final model into place, we will be starting a process of consultation, or continuing, I guess, that process of consultation. Certainly what we heard and what we learnt from those discussions will be a really important consideration as we design the final model.
Did you have to pause while the deliberations of Parliament were going through for the legislation? Is that, or was it ongoing?
Yes, it was we've continued to have discussions around a range of consultation mechanisms that we've used to inform the work that we're doing, and that includes things like the Legislative Committee inquiring, the hearings and the submissions that were part of that, and roundtable discussions led by the Minister feeding into the Jobs and Skills Summit. So all in all, the Commonwealth has consulted and reviewed around 70 submissions from governments, business unions, to inform the program and the advice and the sorts of things that JSA might do, or just talking through the workforce planning and skills shortage issues more broadly. And then you would probably already be aware that the committee itself reviewed 55 written submissions and had 11 witnesses, including Ms Williams, to provide input and advice. So there's been a number of activities that have been undertaken over a period of time, and we continue to engage around people's thoughts and stakeholder views.
And is the Minister and his office involved in those consultations?
So some of them I've read. So the roundtables were led by the Minister in terms of the consultation. Some of them with our colleagues across Australia, across the Commonwealth, we've had directly, sort of interdepartmentally, if you like. So there's been a mixture.
Okay. And what's the time frame for the new legislation? What are you aiming for?
We're anticipating introducing the legislation in the autumn sittings.
Ms Williams, you were with the department when the former government was implementing the recommendations of the Joyce Review, I recall. Can you please go into how the National Skills Commission model was informed by that review?
Well, the Joyce Review had a range of recommendations, as you'd be aware, Senator, and the establishment of an evidence or a database body such as the National Skills Commission was one of those recommendations.
Yeah, and I sat through, well, I think most of us here sat through the inquiry into the new body, and it was, I think, stakeholders by and large, I think, mostly supported it. But one of the things that I struggled to really understand is what is the difference between the two bodies? How would you describe that difference?
So I think one of the key sort of lessons from the National Skills Commission model, and certainly one of the lessons over the last couple of years, has been that one of the real gaps in the national data and evidence base that exists or has existed is the availability of broad workforce planning data, both at a national level and also at an industry level, and also that sort of data at a cohort level. So better understanding, for example, the impacts of the workforce impacts for women or for different cohorts of society. And that workforce component is a really strong feature of the new Jobs and Skills Australia model. It will be really fundamental, I think, to tackling some of the real significant economic challenges that we have at present, in particular the skills shortages within the economy. And it's going to be crucial when it comes to some of those big areas of transition that we're seeing emerge. One of the first pieces of work that Jobs and Skills Australia will undertake will be the Clean Energy Capacity Study, and that capacity study really goes to that workforce function. I think the other key difference around Jobs and Skills Australia is the intention behind the design, that it will be a tripartite engagement model that will have a lot wider and deeper reach into the sector, and that its work will be informed by a deep sectoral engagement across all parts of the skills system. I think, as I was saying earlier, the skills system is very much a shared model. It's shared with not just between governments, between the Commonwealth and the states and territories, but it's shared with employers, it's shared with unions, it's shared with a whole raft of delivery experts. And being able to bring together that expertise and that knowledge into the work of Jobs and Skills Australia is going to be a really fundamental and important way that the organisation goes forward.
The job description for the Commissioner, so you're searching at the moment for an interim Commissioner. Is the job description going to be different from the interim? Is their role informed by the consultations that you're undergoing right now?
So we would expect that individual would have good broad experience in both the VET and the higher education sector. This is a tertiary model. It's kind of agnostic in some ways to the delivery mechanism. Some level of expertise certainly in sort of the sorts of work that the organisation will be doing around economic modelling and workforce planning, but also the capacity to do that outreach and that engagement piece that I discussed. It is an interim position. It's a position that's in place until the full model comes into play. We would expect that we would have to go through a process, obviously, of selecting then the final commissioner, the person that's in charge. And so this is only an interim role. It's a very important role. It's going to be fundamental in establishing the entity, to turning Jobs and Skills Australia towards its really critical set of work plans that it's got in place, in determining what the work program needs to look like in the future to getting started on that critical clean energy capacity study and some of the other work that it will be working on. So it's going to be an important role, and I think we will be looking for someone who has the ability to lead the organisation through that complexity.
Okay, so it sounds like you need someone with a bit of a combination of that CEO management experience but with that labour market specific labour market understanding? Because in particularly during this period of change. Is that right?
Without preempting, of course,
Sure,
the process of selection and the like, certainly it is going to be an important role during an important transition period for the organisation, as you say.
Okay. So some of those key roles that we've discussed, and we certainly went through when we were examining the legislation, one of the key roles that really comes out is the developing the skills priority list. Is that, while we're in this transitional phase, is that, I mean, that's an ongoing role. Is that still an active, is that still being developed, and is there any distraction from that work?
So there's quite a number of pieces of work that you'd be familiar with that the National Skills Commission has had carriage of over the last couple of years. Those are all critical and important pieces of work that will continue. So certainly that piece of work is a really fundamental one that we will be looking to continue.
One of the outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit that we saw was saying that the Jobs and Skills Australia will have analysis of skills shortages and setting priorities for the skilled migration program. Is that work already commenced, or is that waiting?
So the National Skills Commission and as it becomes JSA, will continue to engage very closely with Home Affairs around migration issues and around providing support and input into that sort of work. The migration review is being conducted by Home Affairs. I'm sure you're aware of that. And part of that role will be to look at various inputs that they use and how they and how they are best used and how they're most fit for purpose. But we will continue to provide support. We will provide support to that review process, and we will continue to work closely once JSA is established.
Okay, so, but because the new body hasn't been established yet, is anyone working on? Is anyone working on that?
There's an existing role. Sorry to talk over the top of you, Senator.
No, that's okay.
There's an existing role where we provide support to the Home Affairs Department around those issues, and that is continuing and ongoing.
Okay. Just a couple more things. The industry training hubs. Can I ask about that, please?
We'll just swap staff over. That's all right.
Just to indicate to those present that we'll be running a little bit over time, so the dinner break will be starting a bit late, but we hope to go through this section before we change over.
And I can assure you I'm as ambitious for dinner break as everyone said. We will get there. So my understanding is that they're being cut, that there's no more funding for the industry training hubs. Is that correct?
There was a save taken from the Industry Training Hub program budget for 22-23, but there is funding still in the program. So
okay, sorry, keep going.
So the government reduced the administered budget for the training hubs by $9 million as part of the October 22-23 budget process. That reduced the administered budget from $16.735 million for the year to $7.735 million. And there is also a departmental component. So the total budget for the industry training hubs for this year is $8.388 million.
Yeah. So that was a program aimed at youth. What programs are replacing that?
So the program is still running, as I said, and our judgment is that there is sufficient funding within the program that remains to fully run it as it was running, if not more activity than there was in previous years.
Okay, sorry.
My understanding is it's more a realignment about what the expected expenditure would have been. So the program continues on, and that there's enough funding in there for it to run.
Oh, okay. Right. So timeframes haven't changed at all?
No.
No, not at all, Senator.
How much was the save?
$9
million, did you say?
Yeah. But last financial year, the program spent 3.387 million in that administered budget, and we have left, there is for this financial year 7.735 million available. So there's some headroom on what was spent last year remaining in the project budget.
Senator, to interrupt. I was just going to say that I think we've provided some evidence on the training hubs previously. They are pilots, and I think as we've worked through the pilot, it's become increasingly clear that the model is less resource intensive than anticipated, than when originally designed. And as Ms Sharp said, we're confident that we can deliver the activities that the hubs have been contracted to deliver within that much smaller budget envelope.
So the government's committed to retaining the hubs beyond the pilot phase then?
So the hubs remain funded for the length of the program, or the pilot program.
Minister, can you, beyond the pilot program, we can expect to see it funded?
No decision's been made. We accepted the realignment, but no decision's been made on future funding.
And as you would expect, Senator, with a pilot program, we will be conducting a full evaluation of the model, and that will tell us something about how useful, how it has been in achieving those outcomes, and that's perfectly appropriate with a pilot.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Can I ask about the vet fee help recovery, please? The debt recovery, please. And then this would be my last. Yeah. Great, thank you. Can I please ask, when did the department become aware that the ATO had been raising historical vet student training debts?
Senator, I think that's maybe if I could just step us back a little bit. The department first became aware of these historical debts on the 2nd and 3rd of August, shortly after the 2nd and 3rd of August. These are debts that have been sitting pending in the department's IT system. They are not debts that have been raised by the ATO. Okay. They are loans or records of loans that the department has transferred to the ATO, and then they have become apparent within the ATO system.
And But they're quite historical, some of them.
So the records that have been transferred to the RTO relate to loans that were taken out by students between 2017 and 2022. The majority of these loans, or the loan records, relate to study that students undertook in 2017.
And what was the IT glitch that we're seeing reported?
So there was an update to the IT system. Like I said, Senator, these were loans or loan records that were sitting in the department's IT system as pending. When this update occurred, those loans went from pending within the IT system to being transferred over to the ATO. But I might ask Ms Livingston to provide a bit more detail on that point.
Thank you. Ms Rachel Livingston from the VSL and Vet Compliance Division. So just to add to what Ms Williams said, there was an update made to our system in July this year, which was done to recognise that student loan records that related to training undertaken prior to 2021 did not need to contain certain information that wasn't mandatory at the time. But the unexpected result of that update was, as Ms Williams has explained, the transfer of records that were pending in our system to the ATO.
Okay. Did the department put out a media release on this, or was it only the notices to the individuals?
So, Senator, as you'd appreciate, our first priority was to ensure that the students themselves, or the former students, were appropriately informed and understood what that had occurred and what steps the department was taking. So we provided information on our website fairly immediately on the 2nd of September that set out information on the issue, advised them that the department would be contacting them and then directing them to an online inquiry form. We then went through a process of issuing correspondence, both email and letter, to each individual students that provided them with that information, with further information, over essentially a 9-day period. And then we followed that up where necessary with phone calls with some students.
Did any public communication option was that ever considered?
So we placed that information on our website, Senator. That's correct, and that was absolutely the case.
If you put something on your website, does that get pushed out as a release to media, or do you have to be proactively going to your website to find out what's going on?
So it is available publicly on the website.
Sure.
And then, as I said, we were very active ensuring that individual students were contacted as soon as possible. Yes. And we went through a raft of channels to do that, both email and via snail mail. In the event that, it may be that, people's emails change, etc., it's useful to use both mechanisms. So we were very active in moving pretty rapidly forward on that. Our highest priority, obviously, was to ensure that the students were contacted, that they understood what, if they were seeing these loans appear on their ATO record, that they understood what they were, that they understood what what they were able to do in response to that, who they could contact, and that the department was looking into this matter.
Okay. Was the risk of historical debts being issued known?
Sorry, Senator?
Was the risk of discovering historical debts, is that an issue that was known? Is that a risk that was?
So the existing of the historical records within our system was a matter that we were made aware of when students contacted us. So this was the first instance where we became fully aware of it. Subsequent to this, the department has commissioned an external review of this situation so we can better understand what has occurred. We're looking to see why these historical loans were marked as pending within our IT system. And not sent to the ATO in a timely manner, as we would expect. And we're examining sort of the full raft of technical and other elements that would sit around that.
Was the Minister's office made aware?
Certainly, as soon as we were aware, we were concerned to ensure that both the office and the Minister were as aware as soon as possible. Oh, I wouldn't be sure about that. Ms. Livingston, do you have any detail on that?
Wasn't today though, was it?
So Senator, we first became aware of the transfer of those pending loan records to the ATO on the 9th of August, and we provided briefing to the Minister on the 24th of August.
So, did the Minister have anything to say about it publicly at that point?
Senator, as Ms Williams has advised, we did put information up on our website as quickly as we could, and as soon as we were able to ascertain, I think, the full extent of the issue. It was a particular priority for us to also understand what the impact was for students. There was a lot of work that needed to happen, particularly in partnership with the ATO, so we could see from a student perspective what was turning up on their account. Right. So yes, certainly from our perspective, that was a key priority to make sure that information was readily available as quickly as we could on the website, and then as soon as we were able to contact students individually, we provided that same information to them as well.
So the Minister was made aware on the 24th of August, but it was only today, the 9th of November, that the Minister put out a media release on the matter. and my understanding is that's come as a result of media inquiries to the minister. Like, was there any other explanation? Why is the minister only put out a media release on this today, when it happened on the 20th? He was made aware on the 24th of August.
As you've heard from the department, there was a thorough process going on in terms of how the department handled it. They put information on the website. You can't get any more public than that, I would have thought, Senator. And the Minister made an announcement today because there were some details around waiving the indexation of those debts, which I think is an appropriate thing to do. So that's why the Minister made the announcement as he did.
So when was the decision made to waive the debts?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you, but I know the announcement was made today.
Why are you extending the scheme for a year?
So that is the redress scheme that's being extended. The Vet Fee Help Student Redress Scheme was due to end at the end of this calendar year. The government has made the decision to extend the scheme should students require access to it as a result of these historical debts now appearing within their ATO records.
So was that funded in the budget?
Funding will be made available for that, yes, Senator.
How much will it cost?
We are still working through the fine details of that, Senator, but funding will be available for it.
Still working sorry, shuffling of papers, I couldn't quite hear.
So, Senator, we're still working through the costings with the Department of Finance, but as Ms Williams said, the funding will be provided.
Okay. How many remaining debts does the government believe remain out there?
So we've done a very thorough examination of our systems, Senator, and we've undertaken quite a deep reconciliation process. As a result of that process, there are a further 26,000 debts or thereabouts. Ms Livingstone may wish to confirm this, pending within the system. That's in addition to those that have been transferred to the ATO. And those are debts that date from around 2009 to the present period.
Okay. Ms Williams, when did the Minister's Office ask you to brief them on providing the waiver?
Senator, we would have briefed proactively. I'm not sure that we would have been asked specifically to brief on this, but I would have to take on notice exactly when we provided that briefing.
Yes, thank you. Minister, is this level of... are you comfortable with this level of transparency?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're going down that path?
I would like to know why...
identified...
So the issue became known on the 24th of August. A brief has been provided on how how individuals could be... how they wouldn't have they'll have the waiver on the indexation. That would have been provided at some point. We'll get that on notice. And yet after media inquiry, there's suddenly a media release. I mean, it just seems that there's only ever transparency when there's a bit of scrutiny.
Well, look, that's just complete nonsense, Senator O'Sullivan. The department identified a problem. The Minister was alerted. He asked the department to treat it urgently, which they have done. I think you'd agree that they've been thorough in their explanation that they provided to us today. The Minister made his announcement, and the reality is we are cleaning up a mess, another mess, that occurred under your government. That's actually when this occurred, was under your government.
We heard that the IT glitch happened in July, so...
Well, no, it started much earlier than that, and you never picked up on it. That is the reality, is that these debts were incurred, most of them, under your government.
Well, debts can be incurred, that's correct. But the handling of it is what's important here. I've got no doubt at all about the professionalism of the department and their timeliness and their proactivity.
I've seen that exemplified many, many times, and I want to be clear that I'm not questioning them at all. It just seems a little strange that we've got estimates and then all of a sudden there's a media release. It just seems quite cute and convenient.
Well, you can engage in conspiracy theories if you want, Senator O'Sullivan. I think you've got a thorough explanation and a minister that acted appropriately as well.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pocox.
Thank you, Chair. I'm conscious that I stand between this room and dinner, so I'll try not to take too long, but I've got some questions about employment programs that pick up on some questions on notice that I placed through the Select Committee on Work and Care. And I'm really keen to hear about these employment programs because when they're done right, of course, they can change lives. But I really want to focus on evaluation of programs and what your leadership team and the Minister sees as proper evaluation. These are programs run by the previous government. So I'm interested in, I just want to hear your response to this, the mid-year career checkpoint pilot, a program that, as I understand it, ran over 2 years. At a value of about $56 million. It commenced in mid-2020 and I understand it's assisted about 1,584 people. That's not a lot of people to be assisted for a very sizeable spend, $56 million and 1,500 people. That's the first case I wanted to put before you and hear your reflections on that. The second one I wanted to draw your attention to is something called Career Revive, which the question on notice said assisted 58 businesses. The Career Revive program was actually run by KPMG, according to the answer I received. I'm very curious about why a large consulting company is actually running a labour program, which I would see as mainstream government business. That program, I don't know the value of it. I'd like to know the value of it. Yeah. Assisted 43, mainly large businesses. So I'm curious about what the evaluation on that tells us and how much money was spent on it. It's a small number of large businesses to be assisted, in total 58. And I'm interested in your comment on KPMG actually running a mainstream labour program. And the third one I'm curious to hear about is the local jobs program, which was allocated $62 million over 2 years. $62 million, that's a lot of money in my world, in all of our worlds. And when, in the question on notice evaluation, I just want to read the evaluation. An analysis commissioned by the Department in April 2021 found the collaborative nature of the program resulted in outcomes frequently being achieved indirectly through other programs and hidden to employment facilitators. As the focus of the local jobs program is to improve the effectiveness of other local programs and regional supports, quantifying the effectiveness of the program is particularly challenging. We're talking about over $60 million here. And then the evaluation goes on to say that between January and August 2022, the employment facilitators reported details of more than 500 meetings. 500 meetings. Now, my maths arithmetic is poor, but 500 meetings for $62 million is $125,000 per meeting. I just want your reflections on the amount of expenditure in the Career Revive program, so we can make an evaluation about that, but your view about value for money here, also your view about a large consulting company contributing the whole of a program, and then what your commitment is about future evaluation, because I see this as a lot of public money with very limited outcomes and no systematic, in-depth review for large programs.
Senator, look, thank you for your question. I'm going to ask the team at the table to talk through the mid-career checkpoint piece. That was a budget measure, as you say, was impacted by low take-up of the program.
Yeah, sure.
And that is a responsibility of this outcome, skills outcomes. Unfortunately, the other two programs sit within the employment part of our department, which the people who were relevant to that were here yesterday, not today. So I'm just going to have a look at what I have with me and see what I can give you.
Or could you take those on notice?
But I think I would like to take the substance of it certainly on notice, because your questions go to both the nature of the programs themselves, but the nature of the evaluation, and I know that our officers would be able to give you some detail about that. So let's take those ones on notice and deal with the mid-career checkpoint.
Thank you, Ms James.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Okay, so Mid-Career Checkpoint it was a program announced as part of a Women's Economic Statement in the 2019-20 budget. It rolled out on 1 July 2020, right in the middle of COVID. Just to be clear, we certainly haven't spent $56 million on the program.
Good to hear.
Yeah, so to date, since the program commenced, the total expenditure on that program has been $7,121,992, GST exclusive, since it launched. The figure, though, you referred to, the 56 figure, is the saving. The government decided not to continue that program as part of the October budget. Yeah. So it was running as a pilot. The pilot was due to end on 31 December 2022, and it was due to move into a national rollout. But due to the low take-up, the decision was taken that we wouldn't proceed with that model, and instead that money would be set aside, and we've been tasked with designing a new program to support more women into higher-paying vet careers. Right. So that money is not going to continue rolling out through the mid-career checkpoint after 31 December.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Further to that, Senator, an assurance that there will be consultation on that as well.
Mm-hmm. Terrific. Thanks, Minister. Quick.
Thank you. I know there's just a very brief question, I think, by Senator Payman.
Sorry, I am actually standing between you and your dinner. So it's just a yes or no. It's just a point of clarification about my question earlier about the savings from foundation skills between 2014 to 2018. And can I confirm that that's a total of about $428 million?
So yes, the programs that I walked through, Senator, they do total over $428.9 million in saves, yes.
Wow, that's $500 million of cuts to a very significant program. But that's all. Thank you, Chair.
I'll just give it 10 minutes.
Good luck. You know what? You might be on my side, but I think I've got the numbers.
Thank you.
Look, I'd like to thank if you could be released, and thank you very much for your time and questions and answering questions tonight. We'll now go on a break until 8:15, and Education will be joining us at 8:15. Yep, we're right. Welcome back to the Senate, Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Education and Assistant Minister for Regional Development, representing the Minister for Education. We'd also like to welcome representatives from the Department of Education, including the Secretary, Dr. Michelle Brignes. Is that Brundages, thank you. Okay, yeah. My apologies. Mr. Chisholm, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks, Chair.
Would you like, Director, Secretary, would you like to make a statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Then I'll hand over to Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Little, thank you.
Thank you. My questions relate to understanding a bit more about ministerial responsibilities. I'm wanting to understand the roles and responsibilities of Ministers Clare and Ali and Assistant Minister Chisholm.
Michelle Brundages, Secretary of the Department of Education, Senator. In terms of, we have three, the education portfolio has three ministers. The Honourable Jason Clare MP is the Senior Minister in the portfolio and a Member of Cabinet, and his role as Minister for Education encompasses school education policy and programs, higher education, international education, research policy and programs, and in early childhood education and care, Minister Clare's role is around the cheaper childcare plan changes to the childcare subsidy, which was the election commitment, Senator, the CCS program administration, including financial integrity, inquiries by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission,
and the Productivity Commission into the childcare system, implementation of the early childhood transparency measures, which was an election commitment. The Honourable Dr Anne Alley, MP, is the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth, and her role encompasses early childhood education and care policy and programs, excluding the CCS that we've spoken about. Minister Alley looks after the National Quality Framework, the Preschool Reform Agreement with states and territories, early childhood education and care, and closing the gap targets. And she works very closely, the Minister does, with the Minister for Social Services, the Honourable Amanda Rishworth MP, to develop the early years strategy. So it's a combination between portfolios. Minister Alley also looks after youth engagement model and the Office for Youth, and is lead for early childhood related matters at Education Ministers meeting, noting that Minister Clare is the chair. Minister Alley also works closely with Minister Clare on the Preschool Reform Agreement and the Early Years Strategy. Both ministers work closely around early childhood education and care workforce, so there's a combination of work there together. Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm with us tonight is Assistant Minister for Education, and he assists Minister Clare on regional education and all things that cross-regional education across the education portfolio.
Right, so I'm just wanting to understand this clear. So Minister Clare is the Senior Minister as the Cabinet Minister, then there's Minister Ali, and then there's Minister Chisholm, Assistant Minister Chisholm. The reports directly to Minister Clare, that's right?
As Assistant Minister for Education.
Okay, thank you. So, do you, Assistant Minister Chisholm, have delegated responsibilities from Minister Clare or Minister Ali, or both? Because it'd be handy if I just, before you go to that, to actually get a break. Have you got a breakdown or a chart or something that has all those?
Just
Minister
Clare.
Just Minister Clare. Right. So, which minister has the final say on the administration of the department?
The Senior Minister for the portfolio. Normally we would work closely with the Senior Minister in any structural situation, Senator.
Okay. So who's actually responsible then for legislation, or is that delegated based on those lists of portfolio responsibilities you explained?
Yeah, so it can be delegated, Senator, but the legislation on early childhood, the Cheaper Childcare Plan, sits with Minister Clare, but in close consultation with Minister Ali.
Right. So, I just haven't seen Minister Ali around recently. Why did she not introduce the legislation given her role in childcare?
That would be a question for the Minister, I guess. Senator, those things can change, to be frank, over the experience that I've had. Often the Senior Minister, often there'll be letters of expectation, charter letters written, there will be a series of responsibilities that may vary during the year, but Minister Ali, I can assure you, has been very closely involved, but Minister Clare would take the major carriage as a Senior Minister, Cabinet Minister, for the portfolio on legislation matters.
Yeah, and I think the relevant thing to add to that, Senator Little, obviously it was a real centrepiece of our election campaign and a significant, I suppose, achievement for us. And Minister Clare, I think, as the Senior Minister, would have been appropriate for him to be the one introducing.
So as the female Minister responsible for childcare, we probably see a bit more of her.
Well, I've seen lots of
You've
her
seen
around.
a lot of her, but
Senator Little. So yeah, I think it's very hard to miss Minister Ali. When she's around, you know. Very bright personality, but also very capable as well.
Mm-hmm. So, Senator, I reassure you, I've done a number of roundtables over in Perth with Minister Ali in the childcare area. So certainly in terms of responsibilities and the work that we've been doing around childcare, I've been engaged, and the team in the early childhood area on the Preschool Reform Agreement, and all the ministers in each of the states and territories who have a portfolio responsibility for early childhood would be working closely with Minister Ali on the Preschool Reform Agreement.
So were all three ministers given identical briefs from an incoming government or different briefs? How does that work?
We had a general overview brief, Senator. So if you remember, we had a machinery of government change as government came in, and so we had provided a portfolio overview to each of the ministers in terms of the responsibilities of early childhood schools, youth and higher education. That would have gone to two ministers. A general overview about who we were in the portfolio, things like copies of the previous annual report, the initiatives, the election commitments that the government had made. We would have provided that, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
So is it as conventional as sort of been made out that like the minister with the title, Minister for Childcare, is not the one actually delivering and you know, out there front loading the
minister, as we
Sorry?
did. It's more conventional than having a sideline minister like we did for 6 months under your government, Senator.
So we've got a Minister for Childcare, but she's not the one actually fronting the legislation or the announcements or...
Well, she, it's incorrect.
I've got a lot of respect for
Senator,
Minister Ali. So I'm not...
Minister Ali has been doing exactly that, as I said before. Obviously a significant bit of legislation. The Senior Minister, Minister Clare, introduced that bill. Minister Ali has been very active as the Secretary had gone through and will continue to be so.
Senator, it's not unusual. The previous form of the portfolio had similar arrangements around education.
Okay.
You can keep.
We're happy to pass it around, Chair, if you want.
Have you?
Okay. Can we just go to one of the issues that I've noticed across various portfolio areas is that the budget papers seem to be very light on the detail of programs that are no longer continuing for offsets that the department for measures that are being surrendered. So, what offsets? I'm just trying to understand in the education portfolio what offsets did the department provide against each budget measure?
Senator, are you referring to the October budget papers?
Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
yep. In terms of the measures within here?
So what offsets are there against the expenditure? So anything that's been surrendered, it's not really clear from budget paper 2.
So very few, I think, but I'll ask Mr Markovich to go through for you and make sure that we address that question.
Thank you.
So, Marcus Markovich, Deputy Secretary, Corporate and Enabling Services. Senator, can I just clarify that you're referring to the efficiencies in our portfolio budget statement on page 30? There's a single line item there and you're asking us to explain what those savings are.
Correct.
So I'd probably draw your attention, budget paper 2 provides an itemised list of all of those savings measures. I'm happy to read that out for you if you'd like. So just for the committee's reference, that's page 92 of budget paper 2. There are 4 savings measures. So the first one is a $5.9 million reversal over 4 years, partial reversal of the Respectful Relationships component of the 2022-23 March budget measure. The second measure is $2.5 million over 2 years from 2022-2023 from the partial reversal of the 2022-2023 March budget measure titled School Education Support. The third measure is $2.4 million over 2 years through the cessation of the budget measure titled Endeavour Language Teacher Fellowships. And then the final is $600,000 in 2022-23 from the partial reversal of the 2021 budget measure titled National Partnership Agreement on Universal Access to Early Childhood Education. So those are spelt out, as I said, on page 92 of budget paper 2 and itemised there and then aggregated in our portfolio budget statements into a single line item.
Are there any items that are, any measures that are being reviewed at the moment? So they're not listed and are currently under consideration?
So these are the measures that were reviewed in the lead up to the budget that's just gone. So we've gone through a process. Department of Finance facilitated a process of reviewing measures, and these are the ones that were identified through that process. Obviously, in each budget round, there is a review of expenditure measures and new policy proposals, which would be normal practice.
Okay. All right, thank you. Happy to move on.
Thanks. Good. Thank you, the Corporate and Enabling Services, and we'll now go to outcome 1, early childhood and youth. You're welcome to go first if you want to. Did you want to crack that? Good. Senator O'Sullivan?
Yes, I'd like to hand over to Senator Perrin. Davey.
Senator Davey, thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got several questions on the new measures, particularly the childcare subsidy reforms and integrity package. God, it's too late in the night and I can't talk. Budget paper 2 says one of the integrity measures will be the removal of the cash fee payments as an option for gap fees. Can you explain, or does the department know how many centres currently accept cash as a payment option?
So Senator Brenton Philp, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood and Youth. On our analysis, it's less than 3% of the sector accepts cash as a form of payment for the gap fees.
Tristan Reid, I'm First Assistant Secretary of the Childcare Division. So we don't know how many services accept cash, but we know that, yeah, it's less than 3%. It's about 2.5% of payments are made by cash currently. And if you exclude family daycare, it drops to around 1 to 1.5% of payments are made by cash at the moment.
So have you done any work to establish where cash is used? Because my concern is that cash is used quite regularly still in regional areas where people, you know, we're losing access to our bank branches. And even ATMs are getting removed. So people are going, when they go to the regional centre and they visit the bank, they're withdrawing enough cash to get them through for the next fortnight, and that's how they're doing business, because they're not comfortable using credit cards or cards. They can't control their budgets that way. We've also got a lot of people in lower socioeconomic circumstances who operate the same way. When they know they've got cash in their wallet, they know how much they're spending, whereas using a card, they're not as confident have you done any work to see who's going to impact the most from the removal of cash?
So we have consulted with services that are in regional and remote areas about this measure and the use of and the requirement to only allow electronic funds transfer. So we have done some consultation, and we think the majority of people, or the advice we've got is the majority of people, even in those services, would still use electronic funds transfer. So I think the important thing to note is there are a range of ways people can pay electronically. So it's not just through direct debits or with their card. They can set up with their bank other means to do it. People can pay via Centrepay or BPay. So there's multiple ways that people can do it, and it's not just through the payment with a card or a direct debit. And the other thing to note is there are going to be exemptions for exceptional circumstances that we're consulting on now. And so if there were very genuine reasons why people couldn't pay via electronic means that wouldn't jeopardise the integrity safeguards that this measure provides, there'll be provisions for us to make exemptions either at a service level. So if there's remote services where there may not be the infrastructure or technology to enable electronic payment of the gap fee, or individual circumstances, then there are provisions in the legislation to exempt those people or services.
So the budget papers claim that this, amongst other measures, will claw back around $34.3 million in this financial year alone. How are those savings going to be made? Is there that level of fraud through cash services? Have you got that data that backs that claim?
We do. We've got an independent organisation that essentially verifies payment accuracy for us, which is where payments are made based on the percentage of payments that are made based on, the policy and per the legislation. And we know that the most significant part of payments lost to fraud and non-compliance is as a result of, it's a result of the non-payment of gap fees and and it's very difficult to audit the non-payment of gap fees when we allow services to accept cash payments. So there is quite a strong evidence base to show that requiring gap fees to be paid electronically will have a significant impact and disruptive of fraudulent practices.
So the item also mentions that savings from this measure will be redirected to fund other government policy priorities. Can you confirm that those priorities will be back in the early learning sector, or I've heard in other estimates with other departments that savings are actually going back into general revenue?
Well, it's a decision for government around where funding is directed, but I would say that the savings from this measure do not outweigh the cost of the new spending in early education and care in this budget. So it is a fairly small amount of the additional funding going into early education and care, but that's probably a decision for government around where savings go.
Okay, I'm not confident, but I'm also very interested in some of that new spending and the new support that is being provided for parents. How much, what level of engagement did the department have in developing that policy, and was any research done into the impact and effects that additional financial support for parents will have on access to childcare places?
So, Senator, you're referring to the election commitment, the cheaper childcare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that was an election commitment of government, so we would have had no input in that government election. The government went to the election with that commitment.
But since the government's been elected, has anyone come to the department to say, we've got this great idea and we're going to increase support for families to access childcare, but has anyone looked at what actual impact that will have on the ability to access childcare?
Senator, I think there's probably a range of researchers who've done a lot of work. There's Grattan Research, there's Chief Executive Women who are very much on the public record with their research about the positive impact that will have on women's workforce participation and the research that they had done. Some of that has been post-election and some of that was clearly pre-election. And so we've looked at that research as we're working through the election commitment, and it's highly valuable and I think probably pretty fundamental to a whole range of things, not only the individual children who access childcare benefit, but also women's workforce participation and the social emotional growth of students who attend early childcare. So I think the evidence is very, very clear. That they're just from a number of organisations, but there are also individual researchers who've worked in the field of early childhood development as well.
I take your point, Dr. Bruniges, and I accept that the policy is good for women and encouraging female workforce participation, absolutely. But as I'm travelling around the regions and I hear things like childcare drought in regional areas, and I'm talking to regional childcare centres saying we've got a waiting list of 200 in a town that's population is only 7,000, and they're saying we are capped by the places we can offer, we don't have staff, and all of a sudden we're going to be encouraging more women into the workforce, they can't get access. So what work has been done to address the access issue?
Yeah. So, Senator, I misunderstood your question. Sorry, I went to the policy development. So when you go to the access point, there's no doubt, and I think it was the Grattan report that referred to childcare deserts. That was a significant one that we saw pre-election. But the work we in the department are working very hard to look at a regional level, in particular. To have a look at what provisions are in regional area, what population growth might be from 0 to 5-year-olds, what training provisions are in those areas, and so we're going through the due diligence of trying to identify. We're working with some of the providers very closely with their data because they're clearly on the ground, and as you rightly point out, some of those providers will tell you they have long waiting lists. We're looking at the provision of services, not only centre-based care and long day care, but also family day care, and what we can do to facilitate greater access in some of those areas that you're clearly having a close conversation with.
There is evidence that there is more incentive for providers, and particularly chain providers, to operate in advantaged areas where they can charge higher fees, and there is greater competition. There's also greater population, more stability of service. But this really does impact on disadvantaged areas with lower levels of childcare accessibility. Is there any work being done within the department, with government, to try and address those instances, as opposed to just addressing the getting women into the workforce side of it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we know that from the research and data that those students who are disadvantaged have probably most to gain by access to early childhood education. So I might ask the team to go through some of the programs that we've got in place and looking at trying to facilitate.
So, thank you. The comment you made about metropolitan areas being more advantaged than regional areas is true in part. We also know that in some metropolitan areas there are increasing rents, and we're also hearing of staff unable to afford accommodation and other things in those areas. So there are trade-offs with some of those things. Within the programs that we have a community childcare fund. There's about 900 services in thin markets, predominantly in rural and regional areas, that we support as part of that fund to continue those services. There is an ongoing measure from the May budget to continue for about $29 million to support the further services through that fund, particularly in disadvantaged rural and regional areas, to ensure that access to markets available as well. And this is in addition to all the workforce activity, because clearly there's one thing to have the infrastructure and there's another thing to ensure that the workforce is present as well. Within that workforce space, there are those measures that we're continuing, the government's continuing from previously, the workforce strategy agreed with the states and territories in the sector, and then a range of further additional items like Commonwealth supported places, fee-free TAFE and VET programs, or the 1,400 Commonwealth supported places that have been provided, as well as supporting things like the minimum wage case that has had an uplift in wages in the sector for about 113,000 early childhood educators. So we're alive to that issue, and there's a number of ways we're dealing with that and trying to bring that to bear.
When it comes to workforce, as you quite rightly point out, I mean, it's not just an issue for early childcare, but it is an issue. I've also had it put to me, and I'd be interested in whether the department has had similar feedback, but that in states like New South Wales have now adopted a policy to have an extra year of early childhood education as part of the school, but that early childhood teachers get paid more through a state school than they do at a childcare centre. Has that come up, and is there that feeding into the considerations?
Yeah, really important point, Senator, you raised. So, for example, under some education acts, preschool is included in education acts. Here in the ACT, it's P to 10, for example, where preschool is a part of the schooling system. In other jurisdictions, such as New South Wales, long daycare, I'm sure you're aware, long daycare is quite a big element, and they use a resource allocation model that funds on needs, so they factor in a disadvantaged component. In Western Australia, they also have attached preschools to schools. So I'm sure Senator O'Sullivan will be aware of that. There's a preschool attached to a range of schools in WA to facilitate that continuity of learning. So those access points are really important. The pay and conditions that you raise, where it comes to fully qualified teachers, they would be on an enterprise agreement that goes to teacher salary. In the school setting, struck under industrial relations in the school setting. For early childhood teachers, there's a differential there. And so we tend to get the drain, and that's part of the rationale for why some states have actually put preschools into their education acts to try and get parity of salaries for those fully qualified early childhood teachers who can work in both sectors.
So then coming back to the family support policy, have you done any modelling on what impact that may have on the workforce as well, particularly when we're talking about getting more women into that workforce, but what impact when we've got a workforce shortage in early childhood, and how are we going to address that?
Senator, we've got some pleasing results coming through the system. So we know that in 2020 we had 13,589 students enrolled in early childhood teacher bachelor and sub-bachelor programs at Australian universities and other providers such as TAFE. So remembering there are dual providers now, where you have TAFEs offering university degrees and universities who are dual providers who also offer diplomas and so forth. We have in early childhood teaching programs, we've got an increase of 19.4% to 16,224 students in 21. So we're seeing an increase in people going into training for early childhood. And in 2020, there were 99,975 students enrolled in early childhood education qualifications within the VET sector. So at this point, we're monitoring that really closely in terms of the training, but some of those numbers look impressive. In fact, in the VET early childhood area, the qualifications increased by 14.4% to 114,355 students in 2021. So we're seeing year-on-year increase, the take-off that would be. Now there'll be a lag effect because those quals can be 2 years and so forth. Some can be up to 4 if you're doing a bachelor degree. But that is promising data coming through on workforce for us in early childhood.
And are we doing any monitoring of where those students end up? So, because the other thing that was raised with me at a regional childcare centre was because of the ratios that they now have to abide with, they can, if it's they've got 3 people in one of the rooms for under 2s or something, they all have to be qualified. They can't have one as a trainee going through the system. So they actually feel like they're missing out on opportunities of attracting people into the system because you've got to pre-train, but you're in a regional area where they've actually got to go away to do the training and they don't bother coming back. So is any work being done to address that and to actually look at ways that we can train in situ, train on location, and to try and beef up particularly our regional workforce where they're struggling to get people?
Big question again, Senator. I think one of the avenues that government has done is actually invest in micro-credentials, which are online and in the early childhood area, in both short courses in university and indeed in the vet sector. The concept of getting micro-credentials where you can upskill from one level to the next by stacking micro-credentials is a really important initiative. Do we know some of the answers to that? It's early days yet in looking at some of those courses. I might also say that we're probably on the residual tail end of Job Trainer and what that put in place in terms of the courses, and early childhood was a really good take-up. And there's some of those qualifications that were out in Job Trainer that go across the care sector in a way like, so if I think about infection control, that would be a micro-credential that could be used in whether it's disability care, aged care, childcare, and so you can get a pattern of things actually happening there where people can upskill qualifications through micro-credentials.
So I'd be really good at that.
I have to rotate the questions.
Sure, the last one, just because it's so relevant to what we were talking about just before, be good if that Job Trainer package carried on under the new fee-free TAFE courses that are being offered. We hope that that's being heard by the Minister who's listening. You can rotate the call.
Thank you. Senator Gray.
Has the availability of childhood education places plummeted in the regional areas in the last 5 months? No? No. Has the balance between availability of places between regional and metro areas changed markedly in those 5 months?
And not that I'm aware of. I mean, outside of closures because of floods and natural emergencies.
Yeah.
No?
So the issue we're seeing in terms of availability of places is something that's been going on for a few years, many years?
Yeah, there's probably, I mean, it'd be fair to...
10 years? 10 years, you reckon, Marie?
It'd be fair to say, Senator, there's probably been skilled needs and workforce shortages in a number of areas, including childcare over the last, at least 5 years, yeah.
Okay. And how much has the cost of early childhood education gone up in the last 8 years?
By recollection, it was about 41%.
So it's increased by 41% in that time?
That's right.
That's enormous. How many people, and I believe the ABS has some stats on this, how many people are not looking for work because they cannot make the childcare payments?
So the last ABS survey, and I've forgotten the name of the survey, sorry, but I can probably get it for you. I think it was 73,000 people. So it's the ABS
Labour force, there you go.
Participation and Job Search Mobility survey. It was 73,000 people.
So 73,000 people are not looking for work because of the cost of early childhood education?
Yeah, based on that survey.
Okay, that's huge. And obviously we've got skill shortages all over the place, so having those 73,000 1,000 people actually in work would be highly beneficial for us as a country, economically, of course, not to mention the advantages for their families. So the thing that I like to go to now is we keep hearing that people who have maybe got 3 days where they have their children in education and care would lose between 80 and 100% by taking a 4th or a 5th day. Is that about the pattern of subsidy or...?
So it depends. So you're talking about the workforce disincentive rate?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it varies based on family circumstances. So it varies based on if you're a sole parent versus a dual income family and your income levels, particularly if you're earning under $100,000 and you have welfare payments, for instance, that taper off. So welfare disincentive rates can definitely be that high at 0.8 to 1%, even higher in some circumstances, I believe, particularly when there's multiplying effects like childcare fees, welfare payments, and then tax on top of that.
Okay, so you've got many levers moving at the same time. So these 73,000, are they overwhelmingly women? That would be my assumption.
I think that would be right. I don't know whether I've got stats on that, but it would.
Breakdown somewhere in the
Would
end
imagine
of the
that's
data. We
probably.
can check this.
That would be great.
That would be
Thank
right.
you.
That would be
really
correct, I would
appreciate
That's a
imagine.
fair assumption.
And are you aware of how many of those women like work part-time? What's the part-time rate for women in work?
Relatively high percentage, I think, if they're in the
I'll take
workforce.
relatively high.
Well, I think it's relatively high, but if I can take it
Maybe
on
you
notice,
just pop it
I'll
on
try and
notice,
check
that would be lovely.
Yeah.
So Treasury's workforce participation modelling, it is late, isn't it? Found the impact of Labor's policy on making early childhood care and education more affordable. Was that same modelling used, and you may or may not know this, but was the same modelling used for the higher childcare subsidy that was a policy of the previous government?
Yes.
Were we all working off the same numbers is what I really want to know.
Or the same assumptions.
The same assumptions?
That's right, yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we know that, well, from what I've heard, we know that this policy of cheaper childcare, or as we like to say, cheaper child education and care, is good for families, good for the economy, good for women. What about the children? What's the impact on children?
Yeah, substantial. I think the research evidence would be substantial about those who access, and in fact, I think we have some data using just even NAPLAN, those children who access and how far they're advanced on entry to school in terms of access. I'm sure the team has a lot, but in terms of education, Senator, there's no doubt that social, cognitive outcomes for students who interact with other children in that early years is there's a whole lot of worldwide research that would confirm that having that access will increase a whole lot of skills and growth in cognition, language acquisition, executive functioning, a whole range of things around that area. But I think a team has some research that we have here in Australia.
We know children who attend a quality preschool program, for example, are 3 to 6 months ahead of their peers when it comes to grade 3 under the NAPLAN results. And typically the children who get the most benefit out of these are those who come from a place of disadvantage or vulnerability.
So it'd be a bit of a leveller?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we see a faster rate of growth a faster rate of growth for students from a disadvantaged community who have access to good, high quality early education.
Great, thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite passionate around the genuine engagement with young Australians. So can you please outline for us what the merits of engaging young Australians in policy and program design are?
Absolutely, thank you, Senator. So engaging young Australians as part of the policy design process and the program design ensures that their voices are properly heard, that the programs and policies have proper regard to those things that are important to young Australians, and that they have an engagement in the democratic process that ensures the success and the better opportunities that come from that.
Absolutely. So would you then agree that having a Minister for Youth and a youth portfolio at a federal level is pertinent to achieve those goals?
Absolutely assist.
What were the negative impacts of the coalition government removing a permanent youth portfolio in 2014? The 19-year-old version of me felt very hard done by, and having no federal minister for youth for the subsequent 5 years.
Senator, what I can speak to is I was here when Minister Garrett was the Minister for Schools and Youth. At that time we had a youth voice and youth parliament, a whole range of things that went on. Unfortunately, I wasn't here in the intervening period, but to have the Office of Youth back now puts a laser-like focus on the importance of youth, and I think youth engagement and as opposed to youth disengagement and the consequences and benefits of ensuring that we have a strong youth voice in both policy formation and that we have a good listening ear to youth of today is extremely important, not only in the education setting.
Yes, no, I agree.
It's more broadly than that.
Absolutely. In every area, because it is our young people that usually slip through the cracks.
Yeah. Senator, could I just point out that youth was a feature in previous years, but in the Department of Health, there was a small youth team in the Department of Health. The Department of Education took that over a couple of years ago, so we've had a very small contingent in the Department of Education in previous years, but the recent budget initiative will expand that capacity in our department.
Okay, great. And just sort of talk about those subsequent 5 years that we don't have a federal Minister for Youth. Are you aware of any significant investments made by the Liberal government to rectify the impacts of these cuts and re-establish a permanent youth function at a federal level?
Senator, that question is probably best with the Department of Health. I can talk about the Department of Education. We had a dedicated team of 5 students, and I think in previous estimates, Senator O'Neill asked me lots of questions about the youth function in the department. We developed, under the previous government, a youth strategy with those voices in that time, but I really couldn't talk to the intervening period where health had that function.
Okay, so moving on to, I guess, a positive outlook now. How has the current government turned the lack of investment around to ensure young Australians are represented in government policies and programs? And perhaps the Minister can add on to it afterwards.
Sure, thank you. So there's the investment through the budget. That's that $10.5 million that's been as part of the budget process. The most significant part of that is the establishment of the Office for Youth that sits within my group. That'll have 10 ASL to bring together the work and to really have that focus. There's also funding there for ongoing funding for the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition Council. Yep. Of $1.5 million, and that's to really engage and research and coordinate that activity. Part of this is also going to be youth advisory groups, and when the Secretary mentioned before that there are, it's not just confined to the education portfolio, these advisory groups will be formed based upon the advice from youth about the areas that they're interested in to assist other portfolios in areas of concern to youth. So,
And sorry, how many people are in this advisory group? How many young people?
We're looking at up to 8 groups at this stage. Yep. And of course, then there is a creation through the Office of Youth, and that's the youth advisory groups and the steering committee. I didn't mention that before. There's 15 young people as part of the steering committee, ages 12 to 25, and that will create and bring forward a youth engagement strategy. So at this stage, it's about bringing those groups together to assist government in that policy development.
And so, finally, what will the National Youth Engagement Strategy seek to achieve?
So the main things that we're seeking, so obviously will be in the hands of the steering group and the advisory groups here, but it's really in that participation in policy and program design, that advocating, improving and harmonising policies as they affect youth across all portfolios in the Commonwealth.
Fantastic. Minister, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd add to that, Senator Payman, is just, I think the timing of it, obviously a new government with a focus on this and a minister responsible, but I also think I don't think we fully understand yet the full impacts of COVID on young Australians. So I expect that will be something that we will help learn through this process, and then obviously that impacting on policy and decisions that government make, I think will be really important across all portfolio areas, but also I think particularly relevant to education at all levels.
I look forward to it. Fantastic. Thank you so
And
much.
Senator, I just need to correct myself. For those advisory groups, there are 5 groups of 8 members, not 8 groups of 5.
5 groups of
8 members. That's right. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fruity.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Dr. Brunges and team. Treasury estimates that the government's early childhood education and care reforms will increase the hours worked by women with young children by up to 1.4 million hours per week in 2023 and 24. And that's the equivalent of up to an extra 37,000 full-time workers going to work and needing early childhood education and care services. These are Treasury estimates. So I'm just wondering if you have done any work on how many additional educators that will require to meet this demand.
Thank you, Senator. Anne Twyman here. I'm First Assistant Secretary, Early Learning Programmes and Youth. Hello. The modelling that we have done has been through the workforce strategy, as you would be aware. So we have been looking at the extent to which the workforce needs to grow, to look at to be able to cope with the reforms. The National Skills Commission have predicted in their reporting that by 2026 we will need an additional 21,800 educators and
that includes just changes, because I thought the modelling was done before these reforms were even introduced.
Yes.
So that doesn't include
that is correct. It doesn't
this
include
increase in demand.
Not in
so it will be much higher than that, I'm presuming. But no work has been done to predict that.
We've got work in train. We're also working closely with the National Skills Commission as it becomes Jobs and Skills Australia to update those figures in line with that. And we've got work in train that we're procuring separately, which I can't report on tonight because it's not finalised as yet, but we are doing that modelling internally.
Okay, and when will that be completed?
We're hoping in the very near future.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
I can't be more specific.
Yeah, there are some numbers that some providers have, talked about. So one provider has stated that 9,000 additional educators will be required as a result of the reforms. And we also know that there are currently 7,000 vacancies in the sector already. So I'm thinking, assuming this, this attrition rate continues, it is estimated there will be over 10,000 vacancies next year. And that would mean that there would be a need of at least 19,000 educators in next July. So that kind of aligns with the 21,000, but that's in 2026.
That was 2026.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a huge number, I guess, of educators. Treasury also confirmed to us in the Senate inquiry into Labor government's bill that the policy benefits in terms of increased workforce participation were modelled based on assumptions that there would be sufficient ECEC workers to accommodate the increased demand in July. I'm just wondering if you think that's a reasonable assumption, given that we will need tens of thousands of educators by July.
I think, Senator, I wasn't quite sure whether you were here or not, but I talked about the encouraging sign about the workforce kind of participation in terms of sub-bachelor and bachelor, that we've seen some increases in both the vet sector and so forth, but the lag effect, I think...
So July is 6 months away.
Yeah, so I think the interesting part is the work that we're looking now at the end of the year. How many graduates will we have at what level in both vet, sub-bachelor and bachelor? What's that likely to do, and how are the provision of services? I think Senator Davey raised the issue of regional, and what are the models of care that could go in, whether more family daycare might be needed in some to create more access. There is no doubt that we have a task before us in terms of workforce in many areas. I would not say anything different, but we are working very, very hard to look at the numbers we've got, to look at that at a micro level, as well as what graduates we've got. The fast tracking of some courses, you might be aware in some jurisdictions, I think New South Wales has got some fast tracking of some courses. The most important thing, I think, is to have quality educators.
Absolutely. And so
Quality
that's, I guess that's my question.
Yeah.
In 6 months, how are we going to get 20,000 or more than 20,000 educators? What's the plan here?
And so one of the components of the plan is to have a look at how we can upskill existing workers to a graduate level or higher, and then you have entry-level workers coming in at the vet level, so that you have a bit of a domino effect. So that work's underway. As I said, we don't underestimate some of the challenges there, but be assured that we are working very hard to look at who will exit, what is a system in which we can micro-credential up, and have workers in at the bottom end as well. I mean, fundamentally, we've got a population problem. You know, when you look across so many areas, what we've got to do is make the best of what we've got domestically, and if that means us doing some fast tracking and re-looking at traditional ways of doing, I think we probably have to do it.
Yeah, I think we've also got a huge turnover problem and a problem of wages, I guess, is, you know, we've heard how low pay, burnout and lack of professional recognition are some of the main factors that are driving people to leave. So do you agree that those are factors, knowing that the sector?
So, Senator, what we've seen is an increase in tenure, in average tenure in the sector. What that tends to indicate us in our discussions with the sector is that the attrition, there are two problems. One is attracting people, the other is retaining them within the sector.
Yeah,
and that
it's
retention,
a huge attrition rate.
And the attrition issue is one that tends to occur in the first year of staff staying within the sector. So there are measures that the government within the workforce strategy that go to attrition and maintaining those staff that are in there. As to attracting new staff, there is also the streamlined skill migration work that the government's committed to as well, so as part of the workforce strategy.
I think the attrition rate last year was 40%. Do you know what it is this year?
Senator, we don't have that figure, but what we do know is that we have information from our providers who are telling us that the turnover rate is high. What we do know as well is what the workforce census is telling us, and just to build on Mr. Phillips' point there, because our workforce census, which, as you know, came out this year, we hadn't done one previously since 2016, so it was really important to refresh that work, is telling us that actually the longer serving ones are staying longer, but it's the early ones. So the attrition rate is happening in that early stages, which is why we think we need to be really looking at what's happening for those entrants.
So you don't know yet why?
Well, the work that we've been doing on the workforce strategy and from our providers is actually saying it goes to leadership and it goes to supervision and professional development in those early stages to really cement the learnings and to cement the support.
And it has nothing to do with wages?
Wages have certainly been raised as a part.
Yeah, because I guess the next question is, has the department considered and costed a wage supplement for educators at all?
Senator, we haven't costed that, but we've had many discussions about that, not only in the department, but with our colleagues interstate through that workforce strategy, the National Workforce Strategy. I think looking at building on what Anne has just talked about, the importance of induction. I think it's the same in the teaching workforce, I might add, but that's probably tomorrow's story, about how the retention and of beginning educators and what support services you need around them. But there's no doubt we've probably got two issues. One, you've got how many people are coming out and graduating and what does that gap in terms of policy mean? The second issue is about how do you retain existing workforce, or how do you supplement existing workforce in a different way. And some of the structures states and territories have put on have been basically a mitigating strategy to retain by putting preschool in some sectors and in other places, but that will vary. So we've got our hard work in front of us to actually look closely at that.
Yeah. I guess my concern is that we're just looking at those things at the moment, and in 6 months' time, there will be a requirement for maybe at least 20,000 new educators, you know, and policy outcomes will not be realised if we don't have those educators.
Senator, I should say we're doing more than looking. I think the team are working really hard.
Okay,
at
good to know.
Looking at the data. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a short time period.
And I think if I may, Senator, just to add to that, it's the sum of all of the parts. So it's the sum of the skilled migration work, the work in the job, the fee-free TAFE space, the work in the attraction, retention, the PD, how we support with backfilling. It's all of the measures that are going to culminate in us being able to attract and retain not one single one. And I know that's kind of speaking the obvious, but there's just so many things in this field that we need to bring together to make sure this happens. Yeah.
So if the subsidy changes come into place and demand for early childhood education and care places rises at a time where there are not enough workers and therefore not enough places to meet that demand, it seems likely that providers will raise their prices and people could be hundreds of dollars out of pocket because of a higher gap fees. What's the department's plan to ensure that that doesn't happen? I'm just looking at supply and demand. Huge demand. If there isn't enough supply, prices could go up. What's your plan to ensure that that doesn't happen?
There's a couple of things in the prices area that I'd point to, Senator. First of all, we know that 86% of the sector doesn't charge to the rate cap as it is at the moment. If the supply and demand, as you indicate, is out of kilter when the subsidy comes in, at that stage we're already going to have the ACCC doing a price inquiry. It's required to report back before the implementation of the new measures come June next year, and that goes to the prices and costs and the differential between those things. Prices as part of the bill will also be required to be disclosed, or they are required to be disclosed on the Starting Blocks website, including the history of price changes are going to be there, so families can see what those prices are and they can make decisions accordingly there as well.
Yeah, but
so
they don't have a choice if there isn't enough places available.
I understand that.
Frankly.
Yep.
Are you monitoring how many centres have had to cap enrolments due to an absence of staff?
No, that's not a data set that we have access to.
Okay, who would have access to that? Who would keep that data set? Does anyone have that data set?
A CEQA, all the agencies, the states and territories probably hold it as the regulators. They might have a notion of data given they regulate and look after services, Senator. It is an important issue. I mean, we're having conversation with providers at this stage.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. We're having conversations with them so that we get a more granular look at what that means at a local level.
And Mrs. Twyman, if you could, you said you're doing that modelling work on number of educators that might be needed. Once that's done, could you provide us with that?
Absolutely. We'll take that on notice. Thank you.
And then there's a question for you, Minister. We heard during the inquiry that we've just finished into the government's bill on early childhood education and care, who were quite distressed by the language used, in cheaper childcare language used. UW told us something along the lines of it undermines the value, recognition and importance of educators. The Australian Community Children's Services stated that cheaper childcare, in inverted commas, does nothing to improve the wider community's understanding of this important role and the professionalism of early childhood teachers and educators. So I'm just wondering if the government did consider the impact of this language, the impact this language has on the sector, which is unfortunately being undervalued, as we know, despite the crucial work that they do. And does the Minister recognise that early childhood education and care is not a babysitting service, but education and development of our children? And can you commit to not using this language, your government not using this language? Now, I noticed Senator Grogan changed her language earlier on. Thank you for doing that, Senator Grogan.
Thanks, Senator Fricke. And it's an issue that I know I've heard Minister Clare talk about repeatedly. I know that he is someone who uses early childhood education and does so consistently. I think there was a bit of a mix of politics, obviously, during the election campaign, Senator Faruqi, but I certainly know the Minister values the work that they do. And when I have heard him speak and also in speeches, I know that he does go out of his way to ensure that he speaks appropriately and values the industry. and says educators as part of that as well.
Senator Faruqi, it's now time to
Yep,
go on to
sure.
next, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, thanks.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Just
Senator
on,
Davey.
former or programs that we're running, and I just want to get an update as to where they are. Specifically, in the budget, there was 12.4 million for playgroups and toy libraries, which are very important, particularly in regional areas. But it seems to be under the Social Services Department, not the Education Department. Can you explain that? Because I think it was always considered to be under education, but...
So, Senator, that is with the Department of Social Services portfolio. It appears under the Families and Communities program, if I recall rightly. And to my knowledge, that's where it's been for some time. And it's been held separately to the Early Childhood Education and Care.
Okay, I'll ask them.
Yeah.
Programs, you mentioned before, Mr Philp, the Community Childcare Fund. Was there ongoing funding in the budget for that, or has it been rolled into a bigger program? Because I struggled to find the particular line item. I think you said...
So the broader Community Childcare Fund.
The Community
So-
Childcare Fund, which got funding in the May budget, and I was just...
So that's part of the broader, so that's now part of it. So it's not a new measure under this budget.
Yep.
It was part of the previous one. And that appears in...
But it hasn't been cut.
So it's part of program 1.1. When you look at that as part of the broader, it's part of the broader program now. It's not a standalone measure in its own right.
Right. The
It has been
Connected Beginnings program.
Yes.
How many Connected Beginnings sites have opened under the Albanese government?
I will just get that figure for you for the dates and times. Bear with me.
I'd like to say 7, Senator, but let me...
I'm not sure that that's all been...
You'd like to say 7. Is that because it's your favourite number, or is it because it's actually...
Not at all.
So I have got in 21-22, so I'm just trying to work through whether that's from May. But in 2021-22, the program's established 7 additional sites under an expansion of Connected Beginnings. And that's in Mackay and Eagleby in Queensland, Headland and Geraldton in WA, Catherine in NT, Salisbury, Playford in South Australia, and in Canberra here in the ACT. What I'm just not clear on is whether that's been, under the Albanese government, and we can take that on notice to get that.
So none in New South Wales? Or
Not under the expansion, but there are existing sites in New South Wales. So we have number of existing sites. We have 5 in New South Wales with a total funding of 9.9 million.
But they were done under the previous government?
They would have been.
Is that program continuing?
Yes, it is, Senator.
And I think the target was 50 by 2025. Is that still the target?
Yes.
We're looking at 50 it's committed to an additional, to support the expansion of the programme to 50 sites nationally by 24-25 as part of the $122.6 million early childhood education and care package.
Senator, we currently have 32, which support about 11,000 First Nations children.
And how were those sites selected?
So those sites are selected through a combination of things. We do analysis of the data around CEFA and indigeneity and Indigenous populations in those areas, particularly in that 0 to 4. We consult with groups like SNAIC, the Secretariat for National Aboriginal and Indigenous Childcare. And we also talk to the states and territories about where the demand is. And because this is a program that links in both education and health outcomes, we consult closely with our Department of Health colleagues.
And Senator, just to build on that, what we do in terms of the analysis of where those sites should be is we actually have a look at the Australian Early Development Census as well as the ABS data and consult with states and territories to sort of validate what that data is telling us and stakeholders to ensure that we're targeting in the right locations for the right communities as well.
Yep.
On Connected Beginnings, I've got quite an interest in this, and I don't want to take much time, but can we just get, like, how's it going? It's obviously, it's expanding, so it's obviously going well.
The Connected Beginnings program specifically?
Yep.
Yeah, we're very pleased with how that expansion is going. We've got some really positive feedback from the communities and also from states and territories about how that's beginning to really be able to lift the participation of our First Nations children in early childhood. And because we're partnering with the Department of Health and Ageing in those locations, it's also impacting child and maternal health and family supports in those Indigenous communities.
And so the hallmark of it is that it brings together all of those services so that for the parents and the child, they're able to access what they need in one
That's exactly right, Senator, and we often refer to it as the glue, so it puts the child and family at the very heart, at the centre, looks at the holistic needs, and then brings together a wraparound service to support that, including this liaison with health as well, so that you're getting a holistic response, and families aren't having to go to multiple centres.
And are they connected with schools as well?
Yes, a number of them are.
Is that a requirement? Do they have to be? Yep. But they just generally are, is that right?
It's not a requirement.
No, it's not a requirement, no, and often it depends upon the location and what's the best facility available that's going to be able to provide these services.
Senator, the first evaluation we did is up on our website. We did that in 2019, and we've got a subsequent evaluation with Health, which is due for completion in June 2023. So they have some sort of first evaluations done.
I did
so
see
we're constantly
the 2019 one. So you've got a 20 next year.
Yeah, June 2023.
That's right. Good. Thank you. Sorry.
That's fine. Just on that, are they, when you select a site, are they signed off by the minister, or is the department responsible for actually selecting the sites?
So site selection is through the department. So we actually do the analysis and the verification. So the minister would be informed of that data analysis and would be made aware of the activity that we were going to undertake in that location, which is to talk to the community and progress that sort of site scoping work.
And we know we've got a target of 50 by 2025.
Yeah.
Do we have an idea of how many we expect to open this financial year? Last financial year we had 7. Yeah. Before that we had several.
What I can do, Senator, is give you a breakdown of where we're up to, a sort of a little bit of a timeline, if that assists. So I talked about the 7 additional sites. We're expanding to a further 7 sites by June 2023, so June next year. Yep. We've had 1 site established in Wagga Wagga in New South Wales, that's right, in September, just this year. We've got another 3 sites already underway with community consultation completed in, sorry, there isn't another one here in New South Wales, it's in Fraser Coast in Queensland, Nooka in the NT and Whittlesea in Victoria. And we've had 5 additional sites endorsed by the advisory group in October, just gone, for scoping, where we go into the community and talk to them about their aspirations for such a service. And at least 3 of these will be being implemented by 30th of June in 2023 as well. And so additional sites do include Broken Hill in New South Wales, Ipswich, Cairns, Bundaberg and Woorabinda in central Capricorn, Queensland.
That's very good. I just want to come back quickly and then I'll hand over the call to the the Community Childcare Fund. I just want to check, you said it was ongoing, but it's now part of the broader budget measures. Was there a regional element announced in the budget? Because my understanding is back in April, in the May budget, there was a specific regional element. Is that regional element ongoing? I think it was for about 20 centres.
So, yeah, so Senator, there's a couple of components to the CCCF program, the Community Childcare Fund. One is a restricted program, it's all ongoing. There's a restricted program which is only open to those that were previously budget-based funded. There's an open component to this, and then there's also special circumstances, and indeed the Connect to Beginnings program falls, strictly speaking, falls under the CCCFR or the CCCF program. The ones that you refer to were announced in the May budget.
Yep.
They're being continued, and they're part of the broader program now as part of that open round. So the idea is that we'd go to market and then see where those thin markets are and what those costs might be, and then those decisions are made from there.
And Senator, just to build on that, Mr Phelps' comments, that notification is on the Grants Hub, which is managed by DSS, so it's the whole of government Grants Hub, and that's advertised as an opportunity that's likely to become live in the first half of next year. So it is continuing.
That's right. Very good to hear. Thank you.
Just a couple of follow-ups. I presume the answer's pretty straightforward, but presume no Connect the Beginning site is closing. There's none. They're all continuing. So the 50 is not a net 50. It's okay. Thanks. Also, during the election, the then government made a commitment that would provide $1.8 million for a new childcare centre in Kingston, and this announcement was matched by the then opposition and now government. Can you just point to us in the budget, where is that in the budget?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. That appears under the infrastructure portfolio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why's that?
Well, because it's an infrastructure investment.
Obviously. Okay.
Sorry. It's a capital
investment. It was a build of a building.
It is getting late. Fair enough. Okay. Sorry, someone else is going to say something?
No, I was just saying it was a building. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. How much time have we got, Chair?
Yeah, time for another question.
I'm changing
3
topic.
minutes. 3 minutes.
If it assists, I'm happy to come back. I've got probably five minutes on this particular line. So
come back.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. You have yourself open. There we go.
Right. Can I just go back to the Community Childcare Fund, the restricted program? There's an awful lot of programs here, and it's just trying to pitch it through. So in 2021, there was a commitment for 20 services. Is that right?
That's right.
That's correct. And so from what I heard from you, there were 7 that were previously funded before 2021, and then 7 coming online from 2021?
That was Connect to Beginnings. Those 7 were part of the Connect to Beginnings program.
Okay, different one.
Yeah,
all right, so there were 20 committed to. How many have hit the ground?
So of those 20, I think where we're up to is that we've gone to market. There are tenders that have come back to us that we're analysing and particularly assessing what the cost structures of those might look like. So I think it's fair to say none of them have opened yet. But we're in the process of negotiation with the proponents who put those forward.
Okay, so there will be 20.
That depends on what those negotiations lead to, Senator. So part of that is the costs and what's affordable under the program. And part of that affordability is how many children are expected to be part of those services and what the CCS contribution is going to be to that as well. So the way these work is that there will be a contribution through the CCCF program, so that'll be the capital investment and operational costs, and then there'll be the ongoing childcare subsidy contribution for each of the children that participate in those services, and that's part of the discussions we're having with the proponents at the moment about what the total drawdown on the CCCF needs to be.
Okay, so when you're costing that up to say there's 20, it might be 18, it might be 22.
Yeah, so we worked at the time on a number, it was about $350,000 per service per year. And understanding that we needed to understand what the costs were going to be on the ground once those proponents came back to us.
And was this the first round of this, first ever round of this? Like, did you have something to sort of pitch from in terms of, was this a program before 2021?
Yes, it was. Yep.
So okay.
Yep.
So that's broadly the cost, and so you'd be in the ballpark for 20 going forward?
So the thing that is difficult to use history as a indicator of what the future costs are going to look like. One is the locations where these are, because the costs are going to be quite different. Two, we've had a massive COVID impact, and we've seen that across the economy when it comes to housing and construction costs and that. So it's fair to say the numbers that are coming in are...
So you would anticipate, so on that basis, you'd anticipate there'd be less than 20?
I think that's where we're likely to end up, Senator.
Yeah. Any idea where, or you're not at that stage yet?
Senator, we're certainly not at that stage yet, and that's because, and we're speaking very closely to SNAIC, the peak body, around what's important in terms of ensuring, a proper viable services in these locations in current circumstances. And because we're at that stage where we've gone to scope the community and we've done the procurement, but we're still negotiating with those tenders, it's what is the right price, I guess, for the service to make sure that they're able to be viable, and that's why I think we're not in a position yet to know exactly how much each of those contracts will be, but we hope to be in the near future. So it's pretty hard to say at this stage where we'll end up without knowing exactly the amounts that each one will get. Yeah.
Okay, but it was 29.8.
Yeah, was the allocation,
right.
yeah.
And 350 per year per service
Yeah.
for ongoing,
That's
and
right.
the rest then in capital?
No, so that 350 included the capital. So when we considered these, part of that is when the sites come to us, do they have existing infrastructure that they can use? So it might be a local council, for example, that's come to us, who's already got a hall or a facility available.
So highly varied.
Absolutely, and that was my comment, that history isn't necessarily predictive of what we're going to have come in the door.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. I think we've just got our break for 15 minutes. So that brings us through to just before 10 to 10. And if you could come, well, obviously we'll remain on this subject, of course.
This has been fun.
Yeah, stay with 1.1. There's a few more questions.
Yep.
Anne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Inquiry on the bill, and many, if not all, I would say, support the abolition of the activity test, pointing out that it unfairly limits access to early childhood education and care for the most disadvantaged. For example, First Nations, non-English speaking, and low-income families are more than 5 times more likely to be limited to just 1 day of discounted early learning due to the activity test. Does the department know how many children are currently missing out on accessing early learning as a result of the activity test?
So we know that there are about 8,000 families that are on 0 hours based on the activity test. I guess that's not the full answer to your question, though. I guess we don't know those families that aren't in the system, that may not be in the system due to the activity test. So I probably can't answer that.
So it's 8,000 in the system?
8,000 in the system that have a current activity of less than 8 hours and so on 0 hours of subsidised care.
Okay. So there was a report from Impact Economics and Policy in August 2022 that says that currently 126,000 children from low-income families are missing out on accessing early childhood education and care because of the activity test. I'm just wondering, and maybe this one's for the Minister. Minister, do you think that's an acceptable number given the developmental value of early learning for children?
I'm not aware of that study, and I don't know if the department are, and they might have more data on this, but I think the government's intentions are clear. We obviously went to the election with a really ambitious agenda around this area. We understand how important it is, and that's why it's been a real priority for us in terms of our agenda, legislative agenda and political agenda, to get these changes made, because we know how beneficial they'll be to young people, but also broadly to society over time, as the Secretary had spoken about, the impact, the beneficial impact that we're already seeing in NAPLAN. as a result of some of these changes.
So do you know how this number of 126,000 children who are missing out on accessing early learning will change as a result of government legislation?
Senator, can we, just the report, could you repeat the name of the report?
It is a report from Impact Economics and Policy.
Right.
It's August 2022.
Yes, so I'm not aware of the assumptions that that report has, but I'll certainly take it away and have a look at it, Senator. But it'd be hard for me to comment on their
Sure.
modelling and what's included in the assumptions.
What about the 8,000 number that you already know?
Yeah.
How will that number change as a result of the government's legislation?
So it is possible it will go down. So the bill does a couple of things. So firstly, there's the First Nations measure
Yep.
that will increase
Yep.
subsidised hours of care for First Nations children. But the bill also increases the low income threshold to 80,000. So families that may have received 0 hours of care because they were earning between roughly
72 and 80,
to 80,000 now will get 24 hours of subsidised care. So it may have an impact on that, a positive impact on that number.
So you have done no modelling to figure out how many more people it will benefit?
Well, we've done modelling to understand what the bill will
On
benefit.
particularly the change of the activity test.
I'd have to take that on notice, sorry.
So could you just look at that and tell us how much that 8,000 number will change because of the change to the activity test for First Nations people?
So we know, yeah, we can take
The
that on
other,
notice. I mean,
and the other one as well, from 72,466 to 80,000.
we know that 6,600 First Nations families in the system now will benefit from the measure. I'm not sure how many of those make up the 8,000.
Whether it's a subset or...
Yeah, absolutely. Minister, are you considering, given that there is a huge number of children that miss out on early education because of the activity test, are you considering further changes that might be needed to the activity test?
I'm happy for the department to add anything to that.
Yeah, so Senator, at this stage I'm not aware of any further changes, but it's certainly something the department, as I said, I'm very interested in the report that you talked about there and having a look, and we should take that into consideration in any advice we provide to government in the future.
Okay, so no changes at the moment from the government on the activity test?
I can't speak on behalf of the government, but the department, no, not at this stage.
Minister, you're not considering any changes? More than 100,000 children are missing out.
Understand, and I think we've talked about our priorities in detail tonight. If there's anything additional that I can add, I'm happy to take it on notice and provide that to you.
Yeah, scrap the activity test, Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm done.
Good, thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. Can I just get an understanding, please, with regard to the childcare? Has the department done any modelling on how many additional places will be needed in centres across the country under the government's legislation? That is, if every eligible parent were to send their child to early learning at least 3 days a week.
So we haven't done any modelling on the additional places that would be required. I think it'd be very difficult to model the number of places that are required, because it would essentially, you'd have to understand even days of the week that parents would send their children to daycare, because we know now that the number of places available are not necessarily full on every day of the week, because some children only attend 1 or 2 or 3 days a week. And so if one of those 37,000 families in the Treasury model sent their child to care, say 2 days a week, it could be on an available place now because it mirrors, it's non-alternative days of a place already available. So it'd be really difficult, I think, to model the number of places required. What we've done, and similar to Treasury's model, is the using the elasticities to understand what the behaviour change would be, but we haven't modelled the places that would be required.
Okay. So how did... Just help me understand how you come up with the headline figure of the dollar amount, 4.7 billion, in terms of, like, when you're budgeting for it.
Yeah, so we've got a childcare subsidy model that essentially is used to develop costings like this.
Yep.
It already predicts childcare subsidy spend into the future, so over the forward estimates it uses current populations, expected population growth, expected fee growth over the forward estimates to predict childcare subsidy spend, and it's very accurate. It's usually within a very small percentage, and then when we have a measure like this, we use that model to project costs, and we also factored in some behaviour change, and that behaviour change is calculated. It's a behaviour change in the amount of CCS. We calculate the additional CCS that we payable from the behaviour change, and the behaviour change is calculated in a very similar way that Treasury calculate the additional FTE that would, the additional worked hours essentially that would enter the system from this change. It's using the elasticities from the reports from the ANU academics.
So I can't remember which senator it was, which one of my colleagues it was that asked earlier, but there was a question, or in the question it was quoted a number from the ABS regarding the number of people that wanted to get into childcare. How many places would be needed to meet that demand?
So if there were 73,000 families using care through, again, it's very difficult to estimate the total number of places because of those 73,000, they wouldn't necessarily need a new place. It would depend on the location that they're in now, or it would depend on the days that they need care.
So you mean that there could be capacity in that
There
particular
could be
centre?
already existing capacity, so it'd be very difficult to say how many new places wouldn't be needed to be created based on, even if we knew the exact number of families and the exact number of days that they wanted.
Okay. Can the department advise how many childcare places they expect that this new policy will create?
So we haven't done modelling on places, no.
Right.
We've done modelling similar to Treasury's on childcare subsidy payments and the increase in subsidy payments that would result from this measure, but we haven't done modelling on the number of places that would be required for those kind of the challenges that I've outlined, that it's not uniform across the country. It would depend on the day's access. It would be very localised, so it'd be very difficult to measure even at an aggregate level how many places would be required.
Yeah, okay.
Senator, this is where my comment about a local level analysis is really important, about what provision is in a local level. So this is where micro matters, I guess I'd say.
Yep.
So actually mapping, and I think we've got some stats that show the maximum number of total places that may be helpful. So we do quarterly reporting on the maximum number of places, and that would take into case the capacity issue that Mr. Reid's raised. But Brenton, you might go through some.
So, Senator, as the Secretary says, capacity constraints are largely going to be a localised issue, depending upon, we know that there are some areas in which there's an oversupply or that there's capacity available right now. We know that there are other areas in which there isn't. We also know that from the March quarter 2018 through to June quarter 2022, there's been a 21% increase in the capacity or the approved places within the sector. So there is capacity within the market to expand. I think the latest ASEQA report.
But it just depends where you live.
And that's so that's when programs like our CCCF program and the like become important to address issues in thin markets and the like.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be. I'm not. This might sound political, but I'm generally just trying to seek to understand it. Like, wouldn't the purpose of this policy, if you're listening to the speeches and what's been said about it, it's about. I'm interpreting it as about increasing the number of places that are available. Am I misunderstanding that? Like it's about like if you're a parent and you're currently struggling to find a place and make it work, isn't this policy meant to be helping people to get access to childcare?
So I think there are two elements there. One relates to access.
Yeah.
and the other one relates to places and capacity. And I think in terms of access, we heard Senator Davey talk about some of the regional where people might not have access and what we can create through the CCR?
Triple CF.
Triple CF fund. So how can we increase access through Triple CF? How can we increase access by placing those those connected beginnings? And so across the board, what is the total amount of strategies where we can create more access where it's needed? Okay, and that will also build capacity. Because if you put a new centre in, a connected beginnings centre in, you automatically increase the number of places.
Right.
So
I appreciate the difficulty in the modelling. You know, you've stated, I don't doubt that might be tricky to do. But then how can the government then claim that this is going to increase participation for women when you can't actually put a number on the extra places that are going to be created?
yeah, so I think, Sandra, twofold. We talked about the Treasury modelling and the elasticity in terms of supply demand. We've talked about the centre capacities, existing capacity. We do know that in some places there is existing capacity or capacity to grow places. And we've talked about a number of strategies where we'll increase both access and places.
I think the other thing is that it will also be cheaper for 96% of families who are using early childhood education as well. So there's the economic element to it, so it's more affordable for those families at the same time.
Is the expectation that for it to be cheaper, is the expectation that the subsidy will be passed on in full to parents in order to achieve that cheaper?
So I think there are a number of policies in place that would put downward pressure on fee growth. So I think we've spoken about some of them previously, but there are rate caps that will put downward pressure on fee growth. There are existing transparency measures that are about improving kind of competition, and there will be further transparency measures through these budget measures that will further increase transparency and increase competition. And then the big thing is the ACCC price inquiry that will be looking into the drivers of price and making recommendations to government, and it will provide an interim report before these reforms are introduced. So there are things that will put downward pressure on fee growth.
But there's also going to be an increased demand. I remember doing economics at school. I didn't study it after, but 101 sort of taught you.
Yes, there will be an increase in demand.
So
We think there will be a supply response as well to that increase in demand. But you are right, there will be an increase in demand, but there are other things to put downward pressure on fee growth. I don't think we can sit here and say that fees aren't going to go up between now and July, and they would in the usual course of business anyway. But yeah, there are things in place that would put downward pressure on fees.
One thing that does give us some confidence, Senator, is that when the multiple child subsidy measure was introduced, we had a depression in the CPI, the childcare component of the CPI as a result of that.
Okay. Does the department know how many children are currently on waiting lists around the country?
No, we don't have that data.
It's not collected, or?
Senator, it would be collected at the individual service level where the waiting lists are.
Right, okay.
And we have a multitude
But you don't
of
gather
different
that from the
providers.
service providers?
We don't extract that
Okay.
and keep that at a central level, no.
Okay.
We are working with providers to see if we can get
Be a good metric to
areas
gather,
of,
I would have thought.
greatest need, but sometimes it's commercial in confidence, some of
okay.
them
Yeah,
because
sure.
of their commerciality, so we've got to be a bit sensitive to that, Senator.
Yeah, okay. Has the department spoken to the services to identify what percentage of the market is operating at capacity and whether they're in a position to take on more?
So we have constant communications with the sector. Look, the feedback that we've had, and this is purely anecdotal, Senator, is that about 80% of the sector has capacity. But like I said, I'm very cautious of that because it's going to be very localised as to where those capacity constraints are and where that capacity is. So I wouldn't take that as 80% across everything, because there'll be particular regions and locations in which they are quite capacity constrained, and others which are
Yeah,
not.
we heard through the inquiry there's places where there's an oversupply and there's places like
For
the
example,
deserts.
we know the councils in Perth, if I recall, closed the centre recently because it was no longer economically viable.
Yeah. I mean, anecdotally, where I live, we haven't had our kids in childcare for several years. They're in high school now, but there they seem to pop up everywhere. But then you go into regional areas and out of metro, they're not there. I could keep going, but I'll go to my next question. Does the department know how many early learning centres are currently at 80% capacity or higher?
No.
Same answer as before?
Because we don't keep those capacity numbers, which is the same as the waiting list centre.
Okay. According to Good Start, I think it was in their submission, most of the centres are running at 70 to 80% capacity. Would that be a common experience across providers?
It's hard to know. That's a number that we've heard. Good Start's a reasonable representation because they're quite well spread across the country.
Yeah.
Others will be differently placed because they might be more concentrated in either a metro or a regional area. So totally against centre, I think that's probably the best number that we've got, and it's consistent with what we've heard elsewhere.
Okay. Has the department considered the lack of supply to meet the increased demand if this policy is implemented?
Sorry, Senator, the lack of supply, when you're talking about the number...
Of place.
Can we accommodate it through the capacity?
Yeah.
Capacity. I think...
Do you think the market will just respond? I mean,
I think we're, as said, one of the biggest constraints on supply is the workforce, and I think we've outlined all the pieces of work that have been done in relation to the workforce challenges. So we're very conscious that there'll be an increase in demand, there'll need to be a supply response to the reforms, and we've got programs in place that provide further access in thin markets, and we've also got a lot of work underway to increase the workforce, I guess, and to focus on those workforce challenges.
Yeah, we've had plenty of discussion about that already. Okay. So what time frame then, given the strategies that you're working for, particularly with workforce, what time frame does the department expect the sector will need to increase supply to meet the demand?
I think the sector would say immediately they need more supply. I mean, I think, both retention of existing workforce and also additionality in some places, but again, it's fragmented, so it's not universal. You'll see a difference across the country with the supply and demand pressures, somewhat related to population growth centres and not. So Senator, I think, with all the strategies we've got, we've talked about increasing access and supply through the different initiatives that we've talked about trying to look at the workforce. So the workforce is a big issue domestically for a range of places, but we've got good looking statistics. We've got increases in people in the take-up of training.
That's right.
Yep.
So, Senator, when I think about the constraints within the market, the supply constraints, so on the supply side, on the infrastructure side, that's where the CCCF program comes in that we spoke about.
Yep.
On the workforce side, that's in all the measures that we've already discussed. So, as the Secretary mentioned earlier, there's some green shoots in that space. We've seen increases in the total participation in the market through the ABS labour force. That's up to 8,000 over the last quarter of participants in the market. As well as the vet and higher ed commencements and completions that were mentioned earlier. The workforce strategy, which is all on track, and that's the one that's agreed with the states and territories and the sector, and I'd stress the sector involved in that and the timeframes, and that one is progressing and all matters in that are on track, as well as the things that the government is doing itself. So those are things like the fee-free TAFE, the Commonwealth supported places, and 1,400 of those have been, 1,469 are dedicated for early childhood education and care. $10,000 bursaries for teaching, the Australian apprenticeships incentives and migration increases. The other thing I'd mention, because Senator Faruqi mentioned it earlier with regard to pay and conditions, the minimum wage case that commenced once the government came into power, part of that saw an increase of an increase in salary of 4.6% for 113,000 early childhood educators. And so we can't dismiss those broader fair work treatments that are going to have here. We know multi-employer agreements in Victoria. There's an example of a group of 70 services coming together to agree an overall 16% pay increase for the educators that were involved there as well. So there's a number of things on that. So when I think about it as an infrastructure constraint and a workforce constraint, there is a number of things that are taking place in both of those.
And may I just add, Senator, just to build on Mr Philp's comments there, that, and I think you alluded to it, Mr Philp, there has been a green shoot in terms of the growth in the actual numbers of educators from May 2022 from 197,000 to August 2022 to 203,100 in the workforce. So it's a green shoot. We're starting to see a growth in there.
And of course, National Cabinet has asked all education ministers to bring forward advice on what workforce measures from the National Workforce Strategy can be expedited, and that's advice to come back at the next National Cabinet meeting.
Okay. Does the department know how much investment will be required by the sector to meet the demand?
No, we haven't modelled that. As Mr Reid mentioned earlier, that could be on a spectrum, anything from greenfields construction of a new site right through to just being, having somebody pick up an extra day of within an existing early education and care service that's already under capacity.
Just building on that as well, what we do know is that the sector have been very proactive in this space, and certainly the participation that was shown by the co-design practices of the National Workforce Strategy, where unions, employers and the sector all came together, and various organisations have got a number of campaigns and policies in place. It's a shared responsibility of all the players in the sector, and they're certainly being very proactive, understanding the challenges and working together with government, which is really positive.
Okay, good. Does on this issue I was discussing before, we were discussing with regard to there being centres where there's already centres. Is there any plan, does the department have any plan to address that, to regulate that at all?
Sorry, say that again.
So where you've got, how do we make sure, is there any plan to ensure that new centres address areas of concern rather than just popping up in areas where there's already an overservice?
So not to regulate, Senator, the way we would approach that, we have a market strategy that the department is working up at the moment, which is about what kind of market information and dynamics do we have available to us and that data, and then what does it look like if we're able to use that data to guide that investment. So really it's a market, and we're looking at competition to incentivise investment in those areas. Part of that is by having transparent information about where those shortages are, so that then the investment can follow those shortages.
And I'd say that the only other thing I'd add is that a lot of services do that now. So a lot of services, especially your big ones like Good Start, will have their own analytics around where there is, population growth and an undersupply, and choose locations based on the data that they collect.
Yeah. The other thing I'd have, Senator, at the state and territory level, the planning authorities will often designate greenfield sites for both schools and early learning centres. So sometimes the planning, and remembering that the states regulate, so they give the heart tick to centres to open. So at the state level, often you'll see the planning authority for greenfields put in childcare centres in new business areas, in bottom basements of buildings and so forth. I think we're seeing more and more of that in terms of planning authorities in states and territories as well.
Does the department know how many graduates from Bachelors of Education, Childcare Education, diplomas in early childhood education and Cert 3s there were in 2020, 2021? Well, sorry, across those 2 years, 2020
So
and...
in 2020, there were 13,589 students enrolled in early childhood teaching bachelor.
Sorry, 13...
13,589 students enrolled in early childhood teaching bachelor and sub-bachelor programs.
Yep.
At Australian, that's including both Senator universities and TAFEs. And we've got, Vet, can I hand over to you?
So which one did you just read out?
This one, the pre-bachelor, the teaching bachelor and sub-bachelor in 2020.
Okay.
But we might just run through, I think we've got commencements and completions, Senator.
So, Senator, if I take commencements and completions of diploma of an early childhood education...
Is that something you can just table?
Yes.
To be efficient with time, I'm happy
Yeah,
to
why don't we take it on notes and you
Yeah, is that all
it's
right?
probably a long table.
Yeah, so I'll give the question so for Hansard you can follow it. Does the department know how many graduates from Bachelors of Education, Childhood Education, diplomas in Early Childhood Education and Cert 3s there were in 2021 and 2020? And then my next question is, does the department know how many students enrolled into Bachelors of Education, Childhood Education?
We do, yes.
Diplomas in Early Childhood Education and Cert 3s in 2021?
Yeah, so Senator, we can provide on notice those commencements and completions for those three categories.
All right.
Yes, yes and yes.
Yeah, great. All right. Has the government done any modelling on the behaviour of parents in relation to this policy, i.e. those families between 360 and 530,000? Has the government done any modelling on what they expect their behaviours to be post-July 2023?
The modelling doesn't break it down by income band, but the income band was between 360 and 530,000. Was that right?
360 and 530.
So we haven't done the Treasury modelling doesn't break it down by income band, but we do know that only 2% of families that benefit will earn above $360,000.
2%, okay. Do you have, what's that number?
It would be 2%.
I'm asking you to do the calculator in your brain.
2% of 1.26 million.
Yeah, okay, I'll work it out, that's fine.
Yeah. No, I can't think, it's too late.
Does the government have any modelling to show how many days a week, on average, a family with an income between 360 and 530 currently works? And do they also have modelling on, do you have modelling on how many days a week families on that income are putting their kids into either childcare or preschool?
We probably don't, because they'd unlikely be in the system currently, earning over 360,000. There'd be some in the system, but it would be minimal.
2%. Okay.
So because families earning over 360,000 aren't eligible for childcare subsidy, they're unlikely to be in our system. There are a small number that would be on a zero rate, but it would be very small.
Okay. Has the department made any assumptions on the perimeters regarding this policy and what effect it will have on the sector, childcare prices and attendance figures?
So we have not modelled the impact on prices. We have modelled similar to Treasury, in a similar way to Treasury, the impact on childcare subsidy spend.
Yeah.
But we have not modelled the impact on prices.
And we've discussed places already, and I understand it. I think your logic in explaining why it's difficult to model places. I wish it was easy, but I guess, Minister, what we're hearing from the department is that they haven't been able to model that, and they've given reasons why they can't tell us how many places are going to be created as a result of this policy. Yet many speeches delivered by your minister, delivered by Facebook posts, social media posts. I'm looking at one here from the member for Kingsford Smith, who says there's going to be 7,000 families who are going to be better off through this policy in in their electorate. Right across the country, Labor members are claiming outcomes that in the Hunter, member for Hunter is saying there's going to be 6,300 people. So, like, if the department can't give us any particular number, how is it that members of Parliament are able to get these figures?
What I suspect those members are focused on is the fact that there's 1.26 million families across the country that will benefit overall. And I think when you look at what they'd also be focused on is those who are going to be better off financially, and be talking about some of those families, which you can obviously identify per electorate. So, for instance, if your family is on an income of $60,000, you'll get a 90% subsidy, which would be worth $14,558 a year. And 75% of families benefiting from these changes earn under $180,000, and around 50% earned under $120,000. So I think when you consider some of those things, the focus, the substantial focus of this is helping those on middle incomes, on lower incomes. And then obviously the other thing that we've talked about substantially is the economic benefit as well. And that was the real focus of this budget from our point of view, is we wanted to do things that ease the cost of living pressures on families, but also added an economic participation factor at the same time. And if you had to identify the single most important aspect of the budget, I think what we're talking about tonight has been that.
But we keep hearing this, and if it is so important, and it keeps getting said time and time again, it was a key feature of the Job Summit that you had. The Prime Minister mentioned it in his speech at the Job Summit, and it's been referred to time and time again, yet there actually is no modelling.
Well,
the government hasn't done the modelling to be able to bring forward and be able to actually back up what you were saying in terms of the numbers of people, the benefit that's going to be to families.
We had the same modelling that you had when you did your policy.
This is your policy. This is your, and you've just given some numbers in terms of how many people it's going to impact. Yet we've just heard evidence that there's no modelling.
So sorry, can I just add that we've done modelling on the number of families that will benefit. So a lot of them are existing in the system that will get a higher rate of subsidy than they're getting now, and we have done modelling around additional childcare subsidy usage. We just haven't done modelling around the number of places that it would create. So there's Treasury modelling on participation, there's modelling on number of families that would benefit, and there's modelling on additional childcare subsidy usage. We just haven't modelled the number of places.
But if I don't dispute that. So if you're one of the families that can't access childcare, you're on a waiting list that you don't have knowledge of because you're not getting that information from providers. How can the government possibly say, Minister, that this is going to benefit people in the sort of generic way that you say? If someone's got a childcare place, sure, right? But if you're one of those families that can't access a childcare centre, that can't get a place, how is this policy possibly going to address your cost of living? How's it possibly going to enable you to get into the workplace if you wanted to pick up more hours? How is it doing that? Or how can you say that it's doing that when you haven't got any numbers, you haven't got any backup of data to demonstrate it?
Well, have you been listening tonight? We've talked through in great depth so many aspects of this, whether it comes to workforce, whether it comes to the work that they're doing with the providers, the benefits to the country economically, the benefits to young people. There's so many aspects of that we've talked through about why this is going to be beneficial. The one thing I can't understand is why the opposition continue to criticise it, but Peter Dutton supported it, so he must think it's important.
We support increasing. We support the bill. What we're disappointed at.
You wouldn't know it.
No, what we're disappointed.
You wouldn't know it tonight.
Well, what we're disappointed at is that we're seeing time and again the government go out there, backbench members, ministers, all the way through, claiming figures, claiming the number of people that it's going to impact, yet there's no data to back it up. There's nothing that's actually demonstrated. And I've heard the evidence tonight. We've heard it.
Senator, can I'll be really clear? Our modelling will show that 96% of families are better off. 96% of families will be better off. I've spoken tonight about the capacity issue, the workforce issue, the training, all of those issues coming together. And in fact, I flagged that at the granular level of the local level, that's really important. There's no doubt about that. And we are currently working with providers and looking at a micro level at the data that we need. How many childcare centres, how many family daycare centres, how many out-of-school hours centres do we have? What are the capacity limits, working with providers? So at a local level where we do have some restrictions, we're in a better position to inform government about policy positions to put in a new Connected Beginnings that we've talked about, the additionality of family daycare that we might have, to talk to communities about. So that local level stuff does really matter. But at the macro level, we've done detailed modelling on 96% of families better off, what we were able to see through our data, and that is really important. And at this stage, we're looking at the local level.
Okay, just a couple more questions from me, Chair, and we'll move on. I'm happy to move on to the next bit. Just in relation to the summit, as I said, this childcare did feature quite strongly. What we know is that the summit, the Prime Minister in his speech said that the summit has been shaped by more than 100 different round tables and consultations undertaken by ministers across every portfolio. So in regards to childcare, maybe more broadly education, what role did the department play in these pre-summit roundtables?
Yeah. So personally, Senator, I attended the ACT Roundtable Summit where Minister Andrew Lee, actually convened that summit and heard about the local issues. We had childcare providers there. I attended a Perth summit with Minister Ali where we met with childcare providers, and we did that. And my colleagues along the bench here would have also attended various summits at local levels in participation.
So did the department host them and the Minister attended all of them, or how was it?
Yeah, the Minister facilitated, Minister Ali facilitated.
So in every case the Minister facilitated?
Yes, and we could probably give you the number of roundtables and locations if that would be
yes,
of help,
please.
Senator.
Yep.
I can certainly do that. Thanks, Senator. So on the 8th of August 2022, Dr Anne Ali attended one in Sydney, on the 10th of August in Melbourne, and on the 16th of August in Perth.
Thank you.
And we also had youth roundtables as well as early childhood, which were in the afternoon, and they were facilitated through the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition.
Right. And do you have schools? I know that's a separate area, but I can ask them separately. But
In schools, no, I attended the youth forums too with Minister Ali in Perth. So we did that there, and I also personally attended the ACT Roundtable for Jobs Summit.
okay, were there agendas, minutes, and discussion papers circulated to attendees from the meeting?
I think we had an agenda for the ones that I attended, Senator, of providers with Minister
Was there a
Ali.
communique following the roundtable at all?
No, we didn't have a communique, nor did we have one from the ACT.
That just came from the summit later?
Yes, yeah. So I think it was like input to the summit, and then it was rounded off in the summit.
Between the minister.
Were there, but there was an agenda, was there a discussion paper?
No, we didn't have a discussion paper.
Right.
The summits I attended.
So the question was just put to them, how do we address X issue?
I think they, I think Minister had a lot of contact with many providers in many jurisdictions, and so the department helped facilitate a number of providers in each of those settings. So as departmental officers, we set up the forum, send the invitations out, set the agenda. The agenda basically was that Minister Ali had welcomed providers, started questions about what the challenges were, what the strengths of the sector were, what the weaknesses were. Yep.
Okay, can I ask that they be provided to us, the agendas?
Yeah, well, we're happy to take that on notice.
And to save me asking again of schools as well, if that's right, if you could pass that through.
Yep.
Secretary, thank you. Happy to move on from here. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
So we've completed with outcome 1, so we'll now go to outcome 1, 2.
Very similar subject.
Here's a similar subject, which I didn't know. So I don't know why it's been written that way, but that's the way it's been written, and I'm just going to repeat it. How's that?
Sorry,
Do you feel different now?
We're moving to outcome 1.2, is that
That's it.
right?
Yep.
Okay, understood.
Yeah,
It's the same.
That's right.
I think we've pretty much sort of jumped across those two.
I think we navigated both.
Yeah, no, this is, I'm just doing it just purely by the letter of the law. Well, you know, just make my co-chair feel very happy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Did you want to kick off there? So this is about... I'm just recessing here. Did anyone else want to go? And then I'll come back.
Do you want me to go?
Is that all right?
If anyone's got a couple of questions,
Thank you, Chair. My line of questioning is around phase 2 higher childcare subsidy. So the former government committed to phase 2, which, as I understand, reduced the period families could continue to access the higher childcare subsidy for a child after their sibling left care. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
Yes. Correct. If support was being reduced, presumably there was going to be savings, right? Was the savings banked? If so, how much was it?
So that was $33.7 million per year.
And that was over 4 years?
That was over 4 years. That's right.
That's right.
4 years. Brilliant. So can you now explain what it would take to implement this measure and how much it would cost?
Yeah, of course. So in our discussions with Services Australia, the cost to implement phase 2 was $89 million.
$89 million.
That's right.
Okay, so the cost to implement the measure far exceeded the save. Were the implementation costs factored in by the former government in the budget?
So when the costings were created for the multiple child measure, the phase 2 component wasn't known at that stage. Well, sorry, the component was known, but the costs for that weren't known, and so that was a subsequent costing from Services Australia.
Okay, so the save was banked, but the cost of implementing the measure was not accounted for because it was unknown,
That's right.
right? And the legislation was introduced by the former government. Despite this?
I think
That's right. The legislation, that's right. The legislation
Yeah,
was
that's right.
introduced and passed.
Yeah.
Without sort of knowing
That's
the
right.
cost of, cost
right.
of basically implementing phase 2.
That's right. In part because the costs of phase 2 were dependent upon the success and intricacies of phase 1, so it was unable to be costed at the time of phase 1 before it was fully implemented.
Yeah, okay. So now that we've got the new government, what has the current government done to fix this in the budget?
So the Minister, and I think he made this clear in his second reading speech and elsewhere, has chosen to reverse that and not continue with the phase 2 of the multiple child subsidy measure.
Okay. So it cost 34, so just to clarify in my head, it cost $34 million to fix the problem, to ensure we don't pay $89 million.
The other way around, Senator. So it was going to cost us it would cost the government $89 million to give effect to it, to save the $34 million.
To save the
That's
$34
right.
million.
So it cost $89 million to save 34.
And then on the flip side, it's reversing that $33.7 million
That's right.
Okay.
save and not proceeding with the $89 million cost.
Okay.
Yes.
And that basically was the cost of reducing all that, reducing the support for families? It cost
the-
the government 89 million?
It would have if you
Would have.
proceeded with it.
Yeah, okay. That's all from me, Chair.
Senator O'Sullivan?
Thank you. With your indulgence, Chair, I did skip over youth. Can I? It's the same people, so can I go back to that?
Keep going.
Thank you. We're not sticklers for the rules. Okay, good.
1 point everything.
Thank you.
It's okay. Between the chair and the co-chair, we're there.
We've got it all sorted here. Thank you. Okay, so just want to ask about the Office for Youth. In Budget Paper 2, there was 10.5 million over 4 years and 2.9 million per year ongoing to implement a new youth engagement model for the Office for Youth. Can we get a breakdown of how much is for the model and how much is for the Office of Youth and how much is for the Office of Youth Engagement Strategy?
So, Senator, thank you.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Did we?
Look, if I can be quick, I will. So the Office for of that 10.5 million, the breakdown is for the Office for Youth. It's $7.029 million. Funding for the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition ongoing of 1.528 million. The Youth Advisory Groups of 1.49, and the Youth Engagement Strategy of $0.483 million.
Is the 2.9 million, is that ongoing specifically just for the Office for Youth?
The 7.029.
Sorry.
0.029 million.
Gotcha, okay, sorry. And is that specifically for the Office of Youth?
That's right.
Yes. Okay. When will the Office for Youth be established?
So we're expecting the Office for Youth to be established this month.
This month. How many staff is expected to have?
So that funds 10 staff ongoing. So I think because of the way it's factored in, it's about 6.5 staff for the remainder of this financial year.
The total headcount over that, they all full-time, FTE?
Yeah, that's full-time, that's all FTE, that's
right. How many departmental staff are employed by the Office for Youth?
They would all be departmental staff.
Okay. Can I get a breakdown of their levels? EL1, APS 6, etc.
So I'll start. Miss Twyman, who it will be within her division, can correct me. So the intention is that the Office of Youth will be headed by an SES Band 1 officer with 2 teams, so sit below them, 2 EL2 staff, and then cascading down EL1s through to APS staff. But we can provide on notice what the detail of that costing looks like.
What's the expected outcome of the engagement model? What does the government hope to achieve with this?
So the key thing is to develop a youth engagement strategy, and doing this through a few ways. One, through the Youth Affairs Coalition, the creation of the Youth Steering Committee. So this is a group of 15 young people between the ages of 12 and 25. They're coming together, actually the first meeting's on the 21st of November. They come from all states. They ensure that includes 2 First Nations people, gender splits, regional splits and alike. And from that, 5 groups, 5 advisory groups with 8 members each, which will be formed around those issues that are of importance to young people from our steering group, and then they will be used to be, they'll be available to portfolios outside of the Department of Education to inform the development of policy and programs relevant to youth in those portfolios.
And how did you advertise for the steering committees?
Yeah, so for the steering committee, we went out. Well, Ms. Twyman, do you want to take us through that?
Well, that was basically, thank you, Ms. Felt, but it was basically done through the Youth Affairs Coalition, through their state and territory networks and through a range of their youth bodies to ensure that we got maximum reach and to ensure that we also got that gender split and diversity split that was very important to ensure that we got that broad range of young people to be able to apply for that. So it was quite a broad reach.
And through that process, 1,259 responses were received. and those applications to be processed with announcements to be made by Minister Ali.
Tell by the number of applications, Senator, it was well received in the field, so 1,200
259.
applications. So now, through that application process, we'll go through a selection process.
So what's the criteria? How do you make that selection?
Yep. So it's sort of specific representation. There's a number of factors that are important to us. Equal gender diversity, including non-binary members, at least 2 First Nations members, representation from across all states and territories, as well as metropolitan, outer metropolitan, regional, rural and remote locations. And specific representation from groups including disability, those with lived experience of mental health, multicultural young people, non-citizens, low SES backgrounds, who've lived with an experience of homelessness or in the in-home care program, regional, rural and remote, young carers and LGBTIQA+ young people.
And if I may just add to that in terms of the assessment criteria for the applications, it was specifically including emphasis on the applicant's awareness of youth issues, their lived experiences and the skills that would be contributable to that of the work of the committee, which was part of the assessment process and advertised criteria.
Okay. Did the Minister's office have any input into selecting candidates? Or will the Minister?
So
the assessment panel was representatives of the AWAC, so the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition, and the Department of Education, so departmental staff.
Okay. Are you using, is there any social media vetting? Are you using social media to vet any of the candidates?
Use of social media for the announcements or for
the candidates?
No, for vetting candidates.
The potential people who go on the panels?
No.
The steering committee, sorry.
No, Senator.
I don't
Don't believe so.
Selection criteria at all.
No.
Right, so you're not using social media, you're not looking at individual social media to see if there's any reason why? Yeah, okay. Is the department qualified to make these assessments?
Minister, I'd say that the department is quite experienced in making assessments across a range of programs and areas, including selection for committees and otherwise. As we described, there's a pretty thorough selection criteria that we apply, and we're aided by the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition, who's got expertise in this space.
Right.
In fact, they're a co-member of the selection panel, so it's not as though we only seek their advice, but their decision's important as well.
So when do you expect the steering committee to be established, and when will the first meeting be held?
So the first meeting for this committee is the 21st of
to
November.
the 23rd of November, so it will be meeting shortly. And
Standing up pretty soon?
Yeah, and I understand that the successful applicants will shortly be announced as well.
Okay.
Obviously, because they need to know that they've got to come to the meeting. But
good idea.
That's exactly right. But they are being in the process of being spoken to now, and we're hopeful of having a public announcement in the very near future.
Oh, good. And so what's the point of the steering committee? What are they steering?
So the steering committee, and I'll ask Ms Twyman to help me with this as well, but the importance of the steering committee is to be able to set up that broader range of issues that are important to young people in Australia from all walks of life, as we described. That will then influence both the interdepartmental committee that Ms Twyman sits on, and about the important issues that we want to engage these advisory groups on. As I said, there are 5 of those, of 8 people. And so the steering committee will help group together what are the key issues that we want each of those 5 committees to do and which portfolios they're going to assist.
Okay.
So one of the issues that was raised in Perth at the youth forum I attended was youth employment, Senator, and some of the challenges and barriers that the youth found around employment opportunities. So that would be an example of one really important thing that we'd want to have youth voice on. That's and right. Then really have a look at what the challenges are to see what we can do to facilitate barriers to employment. Sometimes, working, I'm kind of thinking back to my employment days, but, having a driver's licence. So some of those issues about how do you facilitate a driver's licence for youth could transition them into employment, so to facilitate access. Or some Indigenous communities having birth certificates can be an issue. So facilitating for Indigenous youth, if you don't have a birth certificate, you can't get a car licence and you can't get transport to work. So there's a domino effect, really on the ground effect for youth. So hopefully that whole youth engagement model will help us listen to the needs of youth and be able to enact things.
I realise it's a different area, but where is youth unemployment at historically?
That would be for the employment portfolio we reviewed yesterday. So
maybe
youth,
just not the specific figure because I realise that, but is it still historically low?
look, I think what have you got? Unemployment at 5.3%.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Come back.
Yeah, sorry,
I
Senator.
thought you might just
I'm
have
happy
that.
to ask my colleagues to respond.
That's fine.
It's 9%.
One of the, I know that the application process was open to people aged 12 to 25.
That's right.
Which is, I guess, a little novel. Not necessarily critical. I'm not critical of that, but like, why is it that, like many places, particularly across the UN, define a young person as age 15 to 24, and younger than that would be a child? Is there any particular reason why?
That's a really interesting question, Senator, because I know under the Child Protection Framework it's kind of 16 to 25, so different acts kind of define little. I know the UN is different. I know the Child Protection goes from 16 up.
So it's just bespoke for this particular program?
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
yeah.
Will members of the steering committee be paid or will they be volunteers?
So they'll be paid an honorarium through the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition. So it's not a paid position per se, but they will be supported as it also with their travel and accommodation costs to come to face-to-face meetings where there are. We've also, because of the age range as well, got some very strong protection measures in place, particularly for those under the age of 16. If the,
Will they travel with will they be offered to travel with a parent?
And that's where AAC will also be involved in terms of the transport and support of those young people.
Senator, if I can just go back to the ABS labour for September 2022, unemployment rate was 5.3, as I said, but for youth unemployment rate it's 9%.
Okay, and that's historically low then, yeah. Still low.
Yeah, compared with the overall youth unemployment is just about double what the unemployment rate is.
Yeah.
5.39%. Yeah.
I think but historically, I mean, it's always higher, but historically it's low. I'll just put the rest of these questions on notice. Can the department advise how many young people have experienced a mental illness in the last 12 months? Can the department advise how many young people are currently unemployed? I guess we kind of cover that. Can the department advise how many young people are in full-time employment or part-time employment? Can the department advise how many young people are studying full-time or part-time? If you could provide me those on notice,
I
that
think
would be good.
the study question is definitely within our portfolio. The others will have to reach out to other portfolios like employment and health too.
Are you able to do that for me, or can I?
Take that
do I
on
need
us,
to
yep.
ask them?
Yeah, no, we're happy to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Happy
Just trying to be
to.
efficient.
How many youth with mental health will be a difficult one
Sorry?
for us to do? The mental health question,
Yep.
the first question, is going to be difficult. We might have to have a look at some health stats or ABS data.
That's next door. Okay.
But we're happy to see if we can, what we can facilitate.
Right, the chair stepped away, so that would make me the chair. Did you?
No, he said keep going.
Okay, you go.
Thank you.
Karen?
I know it's late, but look, my mind has been focused for a long time on issues such as operating costs going up, obviously fixed and variable costs with changes in the numbers of children that will be in care, subsidies. I'm wondering how confident you can be before businesses will look at increasing their costs and effectively a zero-sum game in providing subsidies.
So whether there are price increases, Senator. Look, as I said earlier, the experience we have in the sector is that 86% of the sector do not price to the price cap that they're able to at the moment, which would maximise their subsidy intake, which would also increase the gap for families. So that tends to indicate that there is some confidence in there. Clearly, the transparency measures of the disclosure of their prices and the trends of their prices over time that are required under the bill on the Starting Blocks website will drive that form of competition and families making choices. And the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission commences its price inquiry in the new year and reports back prior to the measures coming in at the end of the year. The thing I'd note is that there has been some price increases, according on our September data, of 1.2%, which is below CPI and below inflation generally. And that services always do consider their prices around the January period in the normal course as they reconsider their costs and that as families come on board. But our expectation would be, given all those factors and the oversight that the ACCC will be offering, I'd expect any price rises would be minimal.
So do these providers set their price once a year, twice a year? Are they locked into price changes,
No,
given what we know we're going to see increasing costs of
they're not locked
electricity
in.
and gas?
Sorry, excuse me. So, you go.
No, you're right.
Okay. They're not locked in a regulatory sense as to when their prices have. The way those are done is through the contracts that they have with families about when they're able to increase those prices. Typically, it's around January that they consider their costs and what their prices are for the forward year, as families are then coming back into the system after the Christmas holidays and as they commence school and return to the workforce. But there's no regulatory regime which requires them, but competition does, as I said, quite a good job, given that 86% are not charging up to the rate cap at the moment.
What effect will this actually have on out-of-pocket costs for families?
Would expect out-of-pocket costs to go down significantly. So when the multi-child subsidy measure, which was the budget measure from last year under the previous government, that was about half the spend of this measure, and childcare CPI, which measures out-of-pocket costs, went down 7.3%. So would expect it to have quite a significant decrease in out-of-pocket costs.
And when you say we can expect, when do you think you might be able to demonstrate that? What are you expecting in the cycle when that information comes in?
The CPI cycle would be the most appropriate point to point it out.
Right.
So,
So I'm wanting to understand around attendance. It's a pretty big area of interest for me in terms of, particularly in the area of school attendance, when the measure is often attendance rather than achievement or performance. So the measure is not often attendance, it's often enrolment. So I want to go back to that. And that's why I'm interested in this question. How many children aged between 0 and 2 and 3 to 5 attend some form of day care or preschool? And I'm particularly interested in a breakdown so that I can understand what's happening in rural, remote and very remote areas for those groups, having recently visited some places where there was no care available.
So, Senator,
You're able to provide that if you need to.
I can. The 0 to 5 cohort, about 47.7% of children attend some form of early learning education and care. We've got that broken down by year group. So below 1 is 8.5%. 1-year-olds is 44.3%, 2-year-olds is 59.6%, 3-year-olds is 66%, and 4-year-olds 62.6%, 5-year-olds 43.6%. I think I'd have to take on notice how that is split by regional, metropolitan, inner regional, outer regional, and all that. But we can take that on notice.
Yeah. We'll probably use ABS
That's
classifications of very remote and remote, Senator.
That's right.
With that.
And apply that against administrative data.
I mean, that's the group. That's one group I'm interested in. I'm also interested in that group where English is not their first language.
Let us take that on notice. I'm not sure if the data breaks it down into those cohorts as well. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And in part, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, we typically have a better understanding because it's identified as part of the Services Australia application for the CCS. I'm not sure if English is another language or otherwise it's identified in the same way, but we'll see what we can do.
Right. I think in some of the discussions we've had earlier, we've talked about the definition that's applied in the Education Department in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. Mm-hmm. And given we've seen a 25% increase since the 2016 census in the number of people who identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, I'm interested to know what impact the use of that definition is going to have on the costs associated with people that might identify as that cohort and therefore have access to the causes that allow them to not be subject to the activity test.
Sure. So, Senator, at the moment, the numbers that we have is that 6,600 people who identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander within their applications to Services Australia would be those who would benefit out of the changes to the activity test for First Nations children. And that is just a self-identification on the application form for the childcare subsidy.
But on that self-identification, it actually has the appropriate clauses that say when you can actually tick that box? What you actually require to tick that box?
So there is...
Or does it say...
I think the
identify?
current flag is for a parent, and it's... I'd have to check or it's on the Service Australia form at the moment. I mean, I would say that it still would be a process of self-declaration, so there would be some guidance around that for families, but it would be a process of self-declaration at the moment. I'd have to take on notice what the current form says around the flag that's already on the Services Australia form. I mean, we have consulted on, so since the hearing on the bill where this issue was first raised, we have consulted with stakeholders on the test that's there at the moment, and stakeholders are generally supportive. We're still seeking further feedback on the definition that's in the current bill, but the response from First Nations stakeholders that we've had to date is supportive of that three-part test, and it is used it has been used in common law, and it's used...
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
You are going to use the three-part test, because in other discussions it wasn't clear that the three-part test was going to be used.
Yeah. So so the way the legislation is drafted at the moment is that the three-part test that dissent, self-identification or determination, and community acceptance is the definition within the legislation, consistent with the Australian education regulations. Can I just make one point, just to be really kind of careful here? The self-identification within the Services Australia form at the moment is only for demographic purposes. It's not for payment purposes. So that's why we need to make sure that the definition is right within the bill.
Right. Thank you for clarification. Thank you.
Thanks, very much. We've now concluded questions for tonight, and we're giving you an early mark. Very considerate of us.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your participation and for being with us tonight. And
see you in the morning.
First 2 minutes are really counting down quickly.
that concludes today's proceedings. Don't interrupt me. That concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence examination of the budget estimates on Thursday, the 10th of November. I remind senators that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Friday, the 18th of November 2022. Answers to questions on notice were required to be returned by close of business on Friday, the 16th of December 2022. I thank the ministers, officers of the Department of Employment, Workplace Relations and Department of Education, and all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. Thank you all. Also to Hansard Broadcasting, thank you very much again, Secretariat. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.